Well, so cymatics would be the closest thing in a physical medium that we could use in order to visualize the material shifting and creating more coherent geometries. Some people work with salt, some people work with Sedona red rock, some people work with shungite powder. Each one of these types of powdered minerals will potentially have a different impact when different frequencies are applied to them. So this geometry is from the plasmoid unification model is now getting imprinted into the electromagnetic field, and the EMF mic is proving it. So can I see someone's cell phone again? Can I see your cell phone? And then we'll just put the phone into the field. Look at that. So this is your brain. This is your brain on EMF. Don't do EMF. Just kidding. You can do it. Just, create some boundaries.
Right. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. Sorry? With permission of the owner. Can we pass this around? Okay, yeah, so you're the one who came up with the idea. It's your responsibility if it goes missing.
It's such a special thing, and I have to thank the Matsumoto family for entrusting me with the project. Far in the universe, nuclear collapses very often take place by the gravitational force after stars consume their fuel. Since the electromagnetic force is about 40 orders stronger than the gravitational force, it should be easy to induce similar nuclear collapses by the electromagnetic force in laboratory. But we never knew until now how to do that. Recently, the author, Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto, discovered a nuclear collapse which was induced by the electromagnetic force in laboratory during studying the mechanisms of so-called cold fusion phenomena. Several kinds of nuclear reaction which were directly induced by the electromagnetic force, called electronuclear reactions, ENRs, were found so far to occur in a special state of hydrogen clusters called itonic clusters, or micro ball lightning. The nuclear collapse was one of the most remarkable reactions among ENRs, called the electronuclear collapse. Furthermore, very amazingly, completely broken materials by ENC were found to be regenerated to thin tubes and films of conventional elements such as carbon, oxygen, and iron. The latter process is called electronuclear regeneration.
So those are your crenellated spheres?
Okay, on the subject of the crenellated spheres. In several systems, if you have, at the bottom of a yin vortex, you are, in my view, at that point, you're twisting the ether in such a way that at that point, it starts to unravel matter. So in my presentation, I showed you this structure where I placed a Marsa gas, which has a special component in there, which is released when you burn the gas, and that produces this magnetohydrodynamic structure, and it has a vector down to a point where there's it's a torsion field, and it has a focus where in the structure of the physical vacuum at a quanta scale on a toroidal level above, there's the interaction between that vector and the toroidal vector of the structure of the physical vacuum above, okay? And at that point, it literally unwinds matter, and that's the yin pulling force. It desires to take from the environment to create life, okay? So that is disrupting matter. Now, any matter in that position will have the hidden matter within the energy ripped from it. And this is what Nina Kaligina was doing when she was using Psi-Force, which we have the capability to use. She was able to move material around, but she was also able to stop the heart of a frog and restart the heart of a frog with her intention through her hands. And then when one of her colleagues said, well, I'm not really believing this, try and do it to me, she did it and sent him into cardiac arrest, and they had to do CPR. So that's extracting chi. And it's just sad because there's two horrendous weapons that are possible with this technology that almost certainly have been developed, and you don't know it's even possible, but in certain circles it's just accepted as part of things you can do, right? So it's able to extract that. And what happens when you extract that hidden energy within the matter? The electrons just fall off and the matter starts disassembling. And it disassembles in the most, in my view, most stable nucleon clusters. So it disassembles into protons, helium alpha particles, and carbon. So because you're changing the distortion of the physical vacuum, and all energy comes from a difference in change in the distortion of the physical vacuum. It doesn't matter whether it's chemical energy or nuclear energy. Okay, but I can tell you our experiment called Ultra Experiment, it's highly well defined. A 3-year-old can learn to conduct it and do the experiment within 7 minutes. It works 100% of the time if you follow the instructions, and you get lighter and heavier elements, and I wasn't blown up. It's called the least action process, right? So the yang side, that's the brighter light in your Masonic temples. You had the sun force in all of the ancient religions, right? The swastika, right? That disassembles and unwinds the trapped light, okay? Then it can be unwound in such that the connection between the clusters in the particular nucleus fall apart based on their strength of binding. Okay. Then it goes through a wormhole, which is in page 91 in Matsumoto's book, which he worked out from 11 years of his research. Okay. Goes through the wormhole, comes through to the yin. So the yang is disassembling matter. It goes through a wormhole. It's not interacting with any matter. This is literally able to go through all of the matter you can possibly imagine without interaction.
And the wormhole connects the center of the yin to the center of the yang?
Yes. You getting it? And on the other side, on the yin, it assembles matter. So there, in this particular experiment, which I think ran for 90 seconds or 300 seconds, one or the other, on that particular side, you don't want to run it long because it gets confused. This is confused, right? There's lots of experiment things that went on all over the place, over and over and over again. So it ends up being homogeneous. It just looks like rock. Okay, so it comes around the other side, and on that side, inside the Vesica Pisces, inside the golden ratio line, there is exactly a 2-arm spiral galaxy structure, which was replicated by other parties. And inside those places, but it's not that the Magatarm is up here and then the other side it's down there. It is the 69. It is the yin-yang, even on that level. It literally looks like a 6 and a 9. On that side, there was calcium and no boron. So if it's a contamination in the system and both vortexes are the same, you should see calcium and boron here and calcium and boron here, but you don't. You see boron here with no calcium, which is aluminium minus oxygen, and over here you see aluminium plus oxygen, which is some isotopes of calcium in the absence of boron, and that is the yin side, the creative force in the universe. You literally cannot have a universe which does not have yin and yang. And because it's fractal, every yang has a yin and a yang, and every yin has a yang and a yin. Okay, there's female in all of us, and there's male in all of us. Get over it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So, the least action process defines that you are reorganizing the nucleons in a way that doesn't involve the Coulomb barrier. It's irrelevant. Forget about it. Right? Forget about it. And it comes around the other side. And so you're taking apart matter. That has energy. It's captured and it's released in the reorganization of the matter on the other side. There might be a net-net.
Characteristics of ball lightning, you find them in crop circles, and you'll find them in comet sort of impacts where there's the same multi-axis shear, and they're producing these things. So they're concurrent, with everything else.
So can I finish the question? So I was wondering, is it potentially that one of the spheres that was welded could have contaminants of a magnetic material, and that's causing the isopotential lines to steal the plasma, increasing the heat on one side? Because you did say, like with magnets, it can...
No, what's happening is, remember, there's two things happening inside. So it's counter-rotational spin.
Yeah.
So you've got the vacuum pulling through your water in its gas phase, pulling through plasmoids, right? Mm-hmm. My theory on it, I think at the moment it would be brave for anyone to state an absolute, right? Because even though I've been working on it, it's still everything I think's a theory, and it fits into my theory. But what I believe is that the plasmoids, when they come, when you have the exhaust gas interacting with the plasmoids coming through on the inside sphere, there's a point, and it's almost a sort of a linear point where the temperature changes. I believe that that is because as it's coming out of the exhaust, it interacts and to build up the charge in the plasmoids that are actually coming through. And once they're built up to charge and big enough, they steal the heat. That's my theory. You know, like they actually get to a point where they're absorbing the heat. And that's why it's on a line this way, even though they're spinning that way. A really interesting thing we found that, because we had the temperature probe, even if you stick like a Jubilee clip or something, you know, for a sampling point on the thunderstorm generator, and this is what it's been frustrating with welders and that, because they just, oh yeah, I'm just welding up they think they're just welding up an exhaust gas system, but you're not. You're welding up like a violin, right? So the transitions have to be right, and there has to be a lot of attention to detail, so you don't have any points at which you are discharging, right? And the whole annealing process is to get rid of those anomalies. Because what I wanted to do was have everyone have the same thunderstorm generators. We intend to put 25 of them around the world. I think we've got about, and Bob's got, I think, 6 or 7 homes for the new batch. and we've made homes for the previous batch around the world, so people do independent testing. But it's so important with the original tests that everyone's testing on the same prototype. Because we've had sort of people go, oh, look, this thing doesn't work as it should, and say, well, what's it made out of? Is the first question. Oh, well, I can't weld stainless steel, so I did the steel. What could possibly go wrong? Well, it's not stainless steel. So, it's not the catalyst it should be. Because Trying to do climate control here, yeah. So.
All right, welcome back to Beneficence TV Live. We are here with the Bendall Report and the inventor of the thunderstorm generator himself, Malcolm Bendall. How you doing, Malcolm?
Well, pleasure to be with you again, and looking forward to delving into the intricacies of the ball lightning phenomenon.
Phenomenon. It's my favorite topic, the plasmoids. The plasmoid unification model is something that I've kind of been mystified by, right? It's almost hypnotizing in a sense, because it's got all these different elements that encompass our reality, and it's really exciting to talk to you about all these different things regarding plasmoids.
Yeah, well, it's good to share because there's so much to share. But they always try and remind everyone at the beginning that it's we've got the book The Shaman, and that's the machine on a Caterpillar engine. So that's the 24-inch spheres, and the fact that people can go to our strikefoundation.earth and encourage them to buy a copy of our notes at cost, and because it is we have lost 80% of our language, unfortunately, and 80% of our science and maths,
Right.
separately. So, because by pulling those things apart, you're actually pulling your own reality apart. You're sort of deciding which parts of reality you want and which parts you don't.
Exactly.
So
And I like to remind people that they had a different way of speaking. Like, words had different meanings back in the day, just like our new generations have their own way of speaking, so we kind of have to decode that as well.
Yeah, I think the thing is, because one of the greatest breakthroughs for Nikola Tesla was when he realized that the link between the language, because the language is what we use to communicate, and we've lost 80% of it. And what I mean is, if you look at the sophisticated languages like the Indus Valley, where all the Sanskrit text and all the Vimana spaceships and all of the technology comes that Nikola Tesla studied from that Sanskrit text, and also the Third Reich and Hitler was fascinated to go back to the ancient civilizations. I think this is one of the big problems. If you look at why the minders, or they, as I call them, they don't want us to know that there were previously more advanced civilizations on this planet, because if you realize that, then you would be more industrious in looking back for those old technologies and trying to recognize what they were.
I think you're absolutely right, because if you look back in retrospect at World War II, you know, we have the Nazi force and then the United States, and they're both winning goals. They're both winning projects. The Manhattan Project and, you know, the Nazi Bell were both derived from ancient knowledge. So,
absolutely, yeah, and that was when I can never say his name right. Begita Vita was the guy that and everyone should look this up, because it's a really good to go back in history and go forward, is that was the most significant book in modern times. Is that when that was discovered in the Mago caves after an earthquake in China in 1885, and it had been walled up 1,200 years ago. Yeah. And there was 500 manuscripts. And you go to Wikipedia, you can see the actual photograph of that wall broken down and the pictures of all the scripts. And the oldest script in that script was the Sanskrit text. And again, it's the Indus Valley language. And I find it interesting that we say we're so advanced, but we have got no Rosetta Stone for the Indus Valley language. And if we're so smart, why can't we even interpret it?
Right. No,
we've lost it.
It's our arrogance.
Yeah, hubris is a good word. You know,
hubris,
we're happy with it in our ignorance. But the thing is that Sanskrit text, and also the itself, the way it's written, I find it fascinating, because if you look at what you were talking about, the unification model, well, it unifies all things. One of the things is that all energy translate to angles. So that was the major discovery, and therefore those are the nodes. And there's 64 points on when you do plot those on my both the model of the elements, which plots the positions of those on the Fibonacci curve. And the Fibonacci actually wasn't from Fibonacci. It wasn't at all. That's in the Sanskrit text as well. So, I like how people like to steal things and then put their own name on it, and then we repeat that lie. And talk about stealing things. Oliphant's life was stolen because he was the guy that actually won World War II single-handedly. He was the one that developed the radar in the Cavendish
let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, in the Cavendish labs in London and Cambridge University. So he won World War II, both with radar in the European theatre of war, and obviously he was the one that actually built the atomic bomb. Oliphant was the theorist, but it was Oliphant that figured out how to build it. And this book's just come out, and so I recommend people to read this as well, because just in the last sentence, which is all I deserve, as far as Oliphant did all the hard work and put out his Nature paper in 1934 about the fact that you could fuse hydrogen together to effectively make helium. So then 3 heliums carbon and 4 heliums is oxygen. So he was the one that was responsible for it. And then he was written out of history because he simply wanted to use, cold fusion, which is Martin Fleischmann's invention. Certainly it was Winston Bostick's observation in his 1957 paper, and he was the one who coined the term plasmoids, because the term before plasmoids was actually King Solomon used the shamir. And the term before for Solomon was our new company name is Vajra, which is the instrument that makes ball lightning, Vidret, which is ball lightning, and it's also Vidret. It's really interesting because Vajra is associated with lightning and diamond. Now, the ball lightning, which creates the crenulated iron spheres that we found on the surface of our thunderstorm generator, which actually was porpoising through the stainless steel as if it wasn't there, poking out on the inside, then disappearing back on the.
That video footage is wild. If you haven't seen it, people who are watching this, if you haven't seen that clip, Go on Jordan from Alchemical Science's channel, and he has that clip from the thunderstorm generator. It is insane. Like, you literally see it like popping in and out of the metal and just flashing as like a little bit of light. It's quite remarkable.
And it's a string of pearls, like it's actually the reason that, and it's just hidden in plain sight, all of the, the rosary beads in the Catholic Church, the string of pearls, it's all about our connection to the plasmoids, the fact that our heart is a plasmoid generator with one muscle that is imploding anti-clockwise and the other muscle that's exploding from, clockwise, and that's how our heart works, by twisting.
The torsion, yeah, exactly. That's interesting. I had not known that previously. I think somebody else, along with yourself, had mentioned it, and it really makes you think about, the nature of existence and life.
Well, it's how you get your own intuition and your own intelligence. It comes from the heart, is constantly creating a vacuum and pulling the bubbles out and then collapsing them,
Wow.
which creates the plasmoids, which actually every blood corpuscle is drawn into that shape, the torus, by a plasmoid. Initially, when in the womb, the heart is one of the first things that happens, because it has to happen to create the plasmoids, to create the 0 points, to bring the blood corpuscles in.
Interesting. That all makes sense, because the body is a very efficient machine. It's very tuned in.
Yeah, well, it's it goes back to Sanskrit text too, and the in the Eastern mysteries, which is the knowledge of how to produce plasmoids, with the Tibetan singing bowl from water,
right,
through resonance, which is, if you look at that, I always laugh again. Plagiarism's great, because he had 1934 paper on the cavitation bubbles. Yeah, well, that's what a Tibetan singing bowl does. Before, that was meant to be discovered, in 1934, but it was in the documents 150,000 years old. Yeah, so, that we still can't read. Yeah.
I believe you discovered that's what the molten sea arc was actually. That's how they charged it up, right? They would use a similar process.
Yep. Yeah, well, actually, that's a really fascinating story that I always love telling. The Egyptians found an old shipwreck, from their own description, an Atlantean shipwreck, right? But this going back, so they knew of Atlantis back then. Obviously, they did, because all the Greek scholars, as Roland Carlson goes through and talks about how the Greek scholars discovered were pointing out in their texts about the two books. I forget their names, but anyway, there were two stories that outlined the descriptions of Atlantis. And actually, Randall Carlson just went to the Azores and had a look at the Azores with a geologist and they found some extraordinary things there. The match ups exactly with Younger Dryas, and exact up with the time frame that was in the Greek texts of 9,000 years before their time, which is exactly the Younger Dryas thing. And they found, Randall found out that there was beaches down 4 kilometers depth, 2 kilometers depth, beaches and forests, right? So there is that sort of.
So he's proving his theory. He's proving his theory.
Nothing was disproved by his thing, and he found that there was a lot of proof that it's actually got some continental crust there, not just seafloor spreading and not just new crust. So, but anyway, going back to Solomon's Molten Sea, he actually purchased, which was basically spent reactor fuel, right? The orichalcum is its name, and he brought it, and he made the Solomon's Molten Sea was made out of it. So it's a combination of all these different elements that are all produced by, if you look at my patent on the direct matter to energy drive, it works, which is the stuff documented by Kenneth Radford Shoulders, initially found also by the work of Winston Bostic in 1957 paper. But, and you also had in about that time of Ken Shoulders, because he knew John Hutchison, and he was tasked by the government to examine the Hutchison effect. So that's why Ken Shoulders was very good friends with John Hutchison. And when I met up with, sorry, I picked up a bit of a cold here, but when he met up with, when I met up with Yin, I found out about the history of her family and the deep state, and then I found out about the relationship, between, or the friendship between John Hutchison and because Kenneth Redford Shoulders was the father of the mass spectrometer. So, so he actually was able to identify the elements, and scanning electron microscope, you work with a mass spectrometer. So, but what he saw was that the crenulated ion spheres, which are characteristic of collapsed ball lightning, were all on those artifacts that were produced by the Hutchison effect.
So he found the crenulated iron spheres. Wow.
Yeah, and they only are generated by collapsing ball lightning.
Right. I know Bob Grenier likes to define them as a marker for that kind of technology.
Yeah, because they're not known to be manufactured by any other process than collapsing ball lightning. So they're completely diagnostic. And you find them like when the comet strikes and that, because the comet tail, because of the, the famous things, you need multi-axis shear, and you need a sort of available free electrons and protons, while all the tails of all the comets, and especially when they enter into our atmosphere, it's a perfect environment to generate gigantic amounts of ball lightning. As
that
you
makes
do
sense.
in a volcano, when it erupts, you see all the huge amount of lightning generated by the volcanic dust. Yeah. So, because it creates charge separation, and and you've got multi-axis shear and charge separation. You've got this plenty of energy, in that environment available. And, you also normally have a lot of steam as well. Yeah. So you have a lot of water, and it's hydrothermal water, which normally water that goes through veins in the earth, or, crevices in the earth, by definition, those faults have, they move and they create holes and gaps, which are low pressure, and then very high pressure cracks,
And they allow for the cavitation process to happen.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. So just by, the like a accordion, you're squeezing and then pulling apart, squeezing and pulling apart. So you're creating micro bubbles and then collapsing them, creating micro bubbles and collapsing them. Yeah, so
this is going on in multiple different aspects of nature, and we just don't realize it. Interesting.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, but and also, like the science of heaven, I think I mentioned last time with I keep forgetting his name. Was it Science of Heaven? Was it Robert Taylor? Anyway, so he identified this a few years ago. It was only 5 or 6 years ago they identified the Kolinsky cloud, which was basically these diamond tubules, which were about, I think, in volume 18 times the volume of the Earth and the Moon combined, and it's sits like a brain. If you think about the Moon and the Earth's like the control center at the back, and the pineal gland is the Moon. The Moon's controlling time, and the back of your brain's controlling motion. But the Kolinsky cloud surrounds the planet, and is basically plasmoids, or ball lightning making its own home. Yeah. So
there we go again with the fractal universe.
Yeah, that's above, so below. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's been a really good revelation in that recent work, and the fact that what we've done with the thunderstorm generator is just to in the simplest form, keep it simple, stupid, KISS thing, that the simplest form is that the collapsing ball lightning, works on exactly the same fractal elements as the ratios. Actually, that's what I need to keep reminding myself of. that it's not actually numbers, it's more ratios, and it's the ratios within the numbers. So, you know, and as you change the ratios, you're changing the dimension that you're working in within. So you've got the 86,400 seconds in a day is the diameter of the sun, 864. And the moon square, which you see on all the old alchemy pictures and diagrams, the moon square is 864, 8,640 miles for the moon square. And the diameter of 2,160 gives you the 864. So our time in a day is 864. Our moon square is 864. And the square in alchemy stands for usually matter. But in this case, it's the mirror image of the sun. So whereas the sun has got 864 and the sun square is 3456. And if you take, it's quite fascinating. This is the simplicity of the old ancient, I call it alien technology, because if you take their maths, it's only the sum and product of the number that are relevant, and the sequencing of it gives you the dimension. And also, because everything's a plasmoid in the universe, obviously everything must work via the plasmoid sort of form and function, which is actually your you have your 64 points that energy goes to, and an imploded torus, which goes back to Solomon's molten sea again, because it's the same principles involved in that. And I should finish that off with those ingots, and Solomon made his molten sea, which is the plasmoid generator to charge the Ark of the Covenant, which is a plasmoid battery. So then it was actually by imploding a sphere, like in a sports shop, you have the seated basketballs flat and sitting inside each other. So, and that is what Solomon's molten sea was. It was actually a rolled over lip. And as I think I mentioned before, that basketball shape imploded is in Wikipedia, where it says that the circumference is 30 cubits and the diameter was 10 cubits. Well, they didn't account for the fact that it rolled over that curve. And what I got my graphic artist to do is we actually figured out that it's exactly pi the original ball was pi until it was imploded, and then it had its resonant cavity.
Okay.
And it was only, but remember, that material had already been infused with plasmoids, the orichalcum, and it was all of the synthesized or reconstructed elements. Because as I said before, from in our technology, from just this bottle of water, you can create the first 32 elements of the periodic table, and at each step in those transmutations, you release energy. So it's actually a net positive release of energy in our thunderstorm generator. We've found all those 32 elements present within our the artifacts left within the thunderstorm generator of synthesized elements by the ball lightning, which goes back to the I think in our presentation that we just had to a group of alternate scientists in Adelaide in Australia. Michael Ackles, who we should have on one of these times. Along with, as I mentioned earlier, backstage with yourself, we've got Roland Perry will be joining me to write the next book, The Shaman.
Yes, and I know you mentioned you want to try to have him on for the show to talk about The Shaman too, that you guys are in the process of finishing up.
Yeah, and God willing, we'll be publishing that in January. And we're trying to keep up with the actual progress, which is voluminous at the moment, with the builds all around the world and the rolling out of the technology for and keeping it all generic data center stuff, because we've got several aspects to our work. One is we don't want to we're under non-disclosure, non-compete agreements with a lot of people. So I'm trying to train myself into staying generic, which is difficult for me, but when you want to tell the truth about everything and then have to be constrained by artificial means, like
Right. I
liquid
understand.
rings, which is painful, yeah. So,
Yeah.
but I think have this ready too, just so we got it there, just for the audience as well. I don't know whether that's does that.
Oh, here. Let me try to take me off the screen, and I'll blow it up for the audience. There we go. Oh, wow. You can see a lot better there. Nice.
Is that showing okay?
Oh, it's showing great. I don't think he can hear me, though. I got to put myself back on. So it's showing great. Yeah. You just can't hear me when I pull myself off. But, yeah, it looks amazing. I saw it a lot better than before.
Oh, right, good, yeah, because that's the what we're putting together for the test work in Australia. That's real time. That's how it is now, and we'll be working on that today in Australia and this week. And Jordan Collins of our chemical science is going to be taking the pictures of that, and we'll be doing all the base test work, and that'll be ready to go to a major household name in jet turbines for testing this week, which will be exciting.
That is,
we also got
really
another
exciting.
2 of those units in India. Yeah, another 2 units in India with the same jet turbines on it.
Oh, nice. So, yeah, that's really cool to see, because we've seen all sorts of different areas where you can retrofit this thunderstorm generator, but we haven't seen a jet engine yet. So.
Well, it's pretty neat, and it's so scary when that thing fires up. Yeah,
I can imagine.
You never get used to it. It just sounds scary. Yeah? So, but the point was that our technology is a waste energy recovery system. I wanted to keep going over that, even though it's a bit boring to repeat it all the time. But I think it has to people have to realise that when you go to the petrol station, you put $100 worth of fuel into your car. Only $33 goes to drive your car, and that's a criminal thing.
Right.
That's by design, literally.
The same thing with the power line. As soon as it gets to your wall outlet, it's lost about 60% of its potential. And I think it's important to talk about energy recycling. It really is.
Yeah. And and you're the right person to talk to about it. Because, if you don't ask the question, but actually if you don't know the truth, like, for example, there's been a lot of, one of the deep state sort of things about trying to poo-hoo my technology is sort of like to say, oh, well, it's a free energy device. It's above unity. I said, what do you mean? I'm just stealing the petrol that you paid for and giving it back to you.
That's a brilliant way, but that's what you're doing. That's what it's doing.
Yes, it's free to me, but it's not free to you.
That's funny.
What part of waste energy don't you understand?
Oh, man.
But I think
that's funny.
Your terminology that Joe Rogan loved, because I was on the Joe Rogan show, but I'd been on Ireland for 7 years, and I didn't realise it become a capital offence to tell the truth. But he did, I think, quote you in saying that he loved your terminology about energy recycling, and that's exactly what the thunderstorm generator is doing. The same as what you're doing is that if you're wasting 66% of your money just going in waste heat, why not recover half of it? And it's the full power of the engine. And it's
Right.
paid for, and it's not my fault that, but that's the brainwashing, is that if people actually consciously knew, they'd be saying, well, why am I paying a 66% tax
Exactly.
on this petrol?
And unfortunately, I don't think Joe Rogan said that about me. You probably saw the AI generated clip that I had. That's the ideal conversation I would love him to have. I generated that
well
just to
done.
get his attention. I hope he sees it. But
stir him up. Yeah,
exactly.
Get a rise out of him. Yeah.
I mean, if I can't get attention on these subjects, like by conventional means, sometimes you gotta hit the hive with a bat,
Yeah, well, I mean, throw the rock at the wasp nest, yeah. And you know, just for fun. Yep. So, but that was certainly, you know, an education as to what you're actually allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah.
when I was on an island for 7 years, I sort of was just in the Akashic record, which was pure truth and pure connection. And then in that 7 years, it's hard to say which was the highest contributing factor, whether it was the fact that I was away from humanity and sort of just focused on trying to write the truth down. And so that was my job. And then you get into society and you forget, you know, because there's a lot of it's subconscious, you're not even aware of it. Actually subconsciously, you're trying to conform, you're trying to not upset the status quo. And
Sure.
because anything, this goes back to my realization that, you know, when I was in primary school, you know, and the woke people will be shocked at this, but, you know, we used to rate the girls on the Grogan scale being zero Methuselah and Medusa, is it, the one with the snake head, and 10 Helen of Troy. That was the Grogan scale, right?
Right.
So he's doing. Then I suddenly realized after my epiphany, after my vision, and then once I got fused with plasmoids, in actual fact, if you take 100 faces in any society or 100 women's faces from around the world and you average them, you know, then that'll be the most beautiful woman in the world. Because actually the human psyche is that anything that's different is a negative. All right, so you take off one brownie point if the nose is too long, you know, one brownie point comes off if the ears are not the right shape or the earlobes are too long and too high. So it's actually what we'd identify as the most beautiful is actually the average.
Interesting. And the average is usually asymmetrical too.
Correct. Yeah, because you've got the spiritual side, which is your, you know, your left-hand side, and the right-hand side, which is material. And the right-hand side, you see the thumb, the curve on the thumb, that's curving, going anti-clockwise. And if you look at the left-hand side, it's curving going clockwise. So, and the span is 9 inches, and all the planets are multiples of 9. Sorry, all the moons are multiples of 9 in diameter, and all the planets are multiples of 99, and the biggest planet is a multiple of 999, and the sun square 3456, 3,456,000 miles for the sun square. Well, that's actually a multiple. If you reverse the number, it adds up to 9999.
I mean, at a certain point, it can't be coincidental. It's all relevant. It's all related.
Yeah, well, the fact that the moon's traveling its own diameter every hour, 2,160 miles, which is the same as the 2,160 years. And that's how the whole basis of our, kudos to you. This is your energy recovery system. God forbid it should be, above unity.
Yeah.
It is above unity if you're stealing someone else's petrol. Yeah.
Hey, at this point, I don't.
It's all fair in love and cold fusion. Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just calling it energy recycling.
Energy recycling. So yeah, well, that's good. I love it. Yeah. I'm going to be keeping on. Now, actually, it's actually a trap, and it was really interesting how the deep state has manipulated, evil people whose simply motive is to disempower, is to say, by saying, it's a free energy device, it's over unity, it's, it can't, it's not real.
Sure. Look at what they did to the Mythbusters. The Mythbusters themselves were manipulated into doing a hack job on the Bedini SSG, which is running behind me, charging a battery using another battery, right? But they had an engineer there on site who I guarantee you was like, oh yeah, this is the way you set it up. Don't do this, trying to guide them in the wrong direction,
Yeah. I've seen that on many of their experiments where exactly that, the experiment was set up to fail.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what, they do. So as a profession, you know. And,
But it's a part of the propaganda campaign of the deep state, you know? Like, they like to put out that propaganda to get it in your mind that this isn't possible.
Yeah, then you don't try, you know. But I think it goes back to what we going back to what we said earlier, is that if you teach society that we're the peak, and that there is no like in the past it was just all cavemen and nothing, then you don't go back and search for the very things that we started off the conversation with, is, you know, all of the people searching for that. Well, in the end of the day, it was that Mago Cave in China in 1885. That document went to a professor of language in India, and he said, well, this is ancient, you know, Indus Valley Sanskrit, yeah. And
Right.
mind you, the book said that it was interpreted already from an older script that was 150,000 years old. And one of the reasons I agreed to go and act as the resource development manager for China and the chief scientist for China was the fact that I would get access to the Chinese pyramids when the Mercury engines, or really it's gallium engines, but don't tell anyone that, or some of the engines are actually an amalgam of the sodium metal and potassium metal.
Interesting.
An amalgam, that's actually a liquid as well.
Huh.
Yep,
Yeah, I've
so-
heard of different methods to use alternatively other than mercury, liquid mercury. So,
Yeah, well, gallium's a lot better because it doesn't leak like your oil out of your car. Because as soon as you turn the engine off and it gets cool, it goes to a solid. And you can actually warm up gallium in your hand, and that's beautiful because you can park your spaceship forever, you know, and your driving fuel is just going to stay there as a solid. It's not going to.
it's a solid, yeah. That's brilliant. No, that is really cool.
From an engineering point of view, the gallium's beautiful. But anyway, but I also got access to the original document, because what they didn't publish and what I always knew is that they always put a description on the outside of the script about what it is, the bureaucrats. And, you know, on that script was that script that went to the professor in India. And he said, well, this is the ancient, writings. I can't read it. But I know that for their music, the Tibetan monks still use that, and so they understand it. And then a genius Tibetan monk was the one that interpreted the 5 books, and then got on a ship and sailed to America with them. Yeah, 5 of those books.
Wow.
And that was the 5 books that then he taught Tesla, and he taught Walter Russell, and he taught. We did meet Edison. That he met all the top people at that time. Yeah, and talked about the ancient Sanskrit text. And as I think I mentioned before, Oppenheimer wrote 2 books on interpreting scientific terminology in the Sanskrit text. And that Sanskrit text, has been the basis for all of Tesla's work, and the basis for my work, and the basis for Oppenheimer, because obviously he had interpreted those texts so he could get at the scientific terminology. But again, it was Oliphant that actually decided how all of that could be put together, and that was because of his 1934 Nature paper. And we're writing another Nature paper as well.
And nobody knows about Oliphant, so that's why this book needs to come out.
Well, yeah, and it's certainly stirred up a hornet's nest. Talk about throwing rocks at hornet's nests, you know. When that book came out, it was sort of like we'd sold 400 copies, but we're struggling all the time just because they keep on taking it down, you know, so you can't get it. So, you know, one of the things about getting out here from different platforms is to make people aware that it's available, and it's printed at cost. We make nothing from it, you know, as such. But we sold 400 books so far, and
that's great. That's great. You just want the information to come out there, you know, and that's important because it's obviously going to be ignored. Like I've seen Oppenheimer, right? I didn't see any information about him getting
disinformation. Did you hear about this guy, the one that actually
Yeah.
did it in the movie? No.
He wasn't mentioned. There was no Sanskrit mentioned. There's none of that. None of the important details were mentioned.
I tell you what, and I haven't even bothered watching it, but because I knew what it was. As soon as I heard about it, I thought, wow, this is really good for me, because it means that the deep state's now wanting to get ahead of the story and rewrite history, or reinforce the false history that everyone's been given. Because, and this is really, it always comes around the fascinating fact that why are they so scared of us looking at our past? Like, Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock, and all the anomalies that are in the past. And, 1,000-ton blocks that it's impossible to move. I'm a mine manager.
I think it goes down to the simple fact is some people are uncomfortable with change. And this kind of technology would change the power dynamic and give power back to people who don't have it, and people, at the top, I think they're afraid of that change, but it's coming, they just have to get comfortable with it because life is cyclical, like you said, this information is like the tide. It comes and it goes and it's coming back, baby.
Yeah, well, that's on the circle, the wheel of time is that we've been through the dark period, the dark ages, literally. And now we're coming the dawning of the age of Aquarius, the age of enlightenment, and this information's been released. And with that, power, brings in, because it's what they're actually scared of is, if you look at the ancient technologies, it was the relationship between King Solomon and the plasmoids. It was the relationship of Lord Indra and the plasmoids. If you read the script carefully, he was in partnership through his own consciousness. So
yeah, Solomon obviously knew something if he was reverse engineering or building the molten sea and knew the dimensions and all that to charge the ark. So he obviously had that information.
Well, that was a singing bowl basically, and 2,000 baths, where our word bath came from, 2,000 baths, and that's 144,000 hin in their measuring instruments, and there's the 144,000. So 129,600, the resonant energy unit, and it was Sheila Raman who proved my plasmoid unification model, because you can take any three of those numbers from anywhere in that chart, which is all the disparate things, music, the compass angles, the time, you're taking all these disparate things, but any three of them will create a resonant node, and that is the secret of the universe. Whereas if you just pick three random numbers, and you try to put them on an oscilloscope, they'll just be gibberish, incoherent. So
no, that presentation was like a showstopper. Like my jaw was dropped, but I was like, wow, this all like you said, it proves your model. It literally proves your model, because you can't do that with just three random numbers. She's taking three numbers from your plasmoid unification model and then forming these amazingly beautiful, coherent waveforms that you can't form. You just can't. I've never seen anything like it. It's so amazing.
And that transmutes. It goes seamlessly from one manifestation to another. From an hourglass transforms perfectly into a cylinder, transformed perfectly into a sphere. It's the transformations that amaze me. How it's intelligence. How can you transform from an hourglass shape to a cylinder, seamlessly, just by, just movement.
It's self-structuring. It's coherent. It's almost like it's alive.
Yeah, no, it is. Conscious. It is. It has to be conscious to do that. You know what I mean? It has to have formed, because actually, if you talk about computers and intelligence, a computer chip is simply structuring energy, and structured energy is intelligence.
No, that all makes sense. It all makes sense. We got somebody chatting in. Jin AVL says, "Appreciate you, Malcolm."
I love you too. Love the fact that you're taking the time to, explore the fruits of our labour, and I think that's one thing that is not really treasured in society anymore. like knowledge is everywhere, but wisdom's not.
Yeah.
So
The exploration for understanding and curiosity in general has just gone down.
yeah. So, and that's the dumbing down of society through chemicals and through frequencies and all the stuff. And that's what goes back to Goebbels, who changed from 432, the sun's radius, as the base of music, to 440, so that it would jumble up and, make people more manipulable, because they're not, they don't have proper thought processes because they're interfered with by other frequencies. So, and this is one of the big things of Sheila's work, is trying to get harmony back into society through, banning Goebbels,
Preventing the interference.
Right?
Yeah, because we're all waveforms. Yeah, so that makes sense.
Yeah, so that was one of the big missions there. And and I think, as said with Randall Carlson, and because it is curious to me, or was, but now that with all the opposition that I've had, people do not want people looking and finding other things. They're trying to control the curriculum and dumb things down. Like the US is now.
They don't want people thinking critically.
Yeah, or thinking at all.
Yeah, thinking at all. Yeah, you just take the information that you're told and don't ask too many questions.
Yeah, that's the one. So anyway, so that's the sort of the background. And I, when I gave the, because we had a really nice group of people, inquiring minds is always good, and good questions and inquiring minds is always excites me, because it's like, it just, the ability to react to stimulus is the definition of life. But to know that there's non-biological life, which is the plasmoids, and biological life, which is ourselves, is an important thing. And that exploration of that, and what plasmoids are, and the sort of gives access to the Akashic record, because through the cataclysmic nature of our planet, where you have massive impacts that wipes out the whole population of Earth with, waves that are, 1 or 2 miles high, tsunamis that just completely wipe everything. You know what I mean? So
sure. Yeah, that's.
And then you wipe the hard drive. You have to start again. But do you know what I think? That was a really, the thought just came into my head today. Actually, it was quite an interesting one. It was a very clear thought, or like a realization, that maybe the fact is that that it's a spiritual process. Like, I was on the island praying and fasting to download this stuff from the Akashic record, but I had to build a machine first to infuse myself with plasmoids, right? To get that link. And it just struck me that, or a realization that is actually a really good way to sort of set like an access door, that when humanity got to a certain level of enlightenment, that access door would be opened, and then the technology be given at the point where it was society had moved to a point where it would be able to accept and use the technology in a way that's a benefit to humankind, not just to make weapons that are going to kill people more effectively. Yeah.
And I think the thunderstorm generator is the perfect transition technology, into this new era of industrial revolution. Industrial technology that is based off of implosive forces rather than explosive forces. So I think that's this thunderstorm generator technology is like the perfect transitory or transition, because you don't have to radically change the infrastructure. And it's not going to, radically alter, the current economy, right? It's just enough so people can get an idea of this is possible, and to clean up the atmosphere, and get you more bang for your buck, like you said, get you more energy recycled back in there, more.
Yeah, and for like, because I know the the deep state agenda is simply that, oh, well, this is going to be disruptive. Well, no, not even for the oil industry, because we might be twice as far on the same amount of petrol. But I also have, from the Akashic record, I know how using the plasmoids and their symbiotic relationship with these half plant, half animal organisms that live in the ephemeral lakes, the lakes that dry out every year, the flamingo lakes, where the flamingo feed. And the flamingo shit is sort of caustic soda. And so you have these alkaline fluids, which are actually the mummification fluids. So when you mummify somebody using the natron salts, they're from freshwater lakes that dry out. So the salts there, because in the geological record, like we locked up iron ore, when these seas became more alkaline, it precipitated out bands of iron ore. Yeah. So, and the same way is that in the Precambrian, the shells were good as a magnesium calcium alloy, if you like, but then the magnesium was the easiest to get out of the water, so that in the oceans now, because all that magnesium was locked away in the Precambrian dolomites, and we use dolomite for fertilizer and stuff because it's got the magnesium in it. So it was actually removed from the salt water. So whereas in the ephemeral lakes, or like the Dead Sea, you've got like 160 kilograms per ton of magnesium chloride and only 60 kilograms per ton of sodium chloride, which is only twice the concentration of the oceans. But from the natural process of the earth, that stuff gets locked away in the dolomites, and the dolomite, Precambrian dolomites are kilometre thick, a mile thick, and they've actually taken out all the magnesium through biological processes. So, once you understand these processes and the cyclic nature of them and recycling, then you come to the hydrocarbons, whereas we would have all died if it hadn't have been for our digging up and burning and chopping down trees. The whole of the planet would have died, because all of the coal, all the carbon had been locked up in the coal layers. And so after the last ice age, it was only 180 parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere. If it had a drop by 30 ppm, all biological life on Earth would have ended like 12,000 years ago.
Wow.
Right. So, and what we've done in the meantime is that 30, that if we had gone down, just to show how critical it is, we've gone up by 300 parts per million, from 180 to 480. Yeah. So instead of going down, and that's how close we came to the extinction of biological life on Earth. And in this big carbon lie, we're not even, halfway to the level that we were, when the dinosaurs were roaming around. And the reason the plants and the dinosaurs were so big is because when you double the amount of carbon in the atmosphere, CO2, it halves the amount of water the plants need. So since the Industrial Revolution, there's been a 20% increase in the plants on the planet. But they don't tell you that, because it's a...
Right, because plants use carbon dioxide, and then they expel the oxygen, so...
Correct.
So that's interesting. No, I've heard Jordan talk about these theories. I wasn't too informative on the topic of climate change. But I know he spoke about it as if, like in these terms, like it's probably just a big marketing scam at this point.
Yeah, it's a way to waste your money on fixing something that actually is opposite to what they're telling you.
Right, and then the main point is to clean up, just the local atmospheres, I guess, this local smog, that's become a problem, I guess, in India. Like locally, there's just a lot of smog that can be cleaned up with your thunderstorm generator, but in terms of like the bigger picture, Yeah, in terms of the bigger picture, though, like day to day, there's not really much individuals can do. It's most of the companies, like it's like a handful of companies are producing most of the emissions, and it's our transportation, which the thunderstorm generator, is effectively solves. So, on both fronts. So, like it's
And it also
it's
cleans
just
up the water too, because you add the plasmoids to the water, and they're the homeostatic mechanism for the universe, and they're a conscious entity that we can have a relationship with, and that's so all the so-called gurus or the avatars and all the enlightened people are all aware of the relationship with the plasmoids and seek the relationship. I was talking about the prayer beads. Well, the signature mark on the stainless steel is these beads. Looks like beads, like pearls, string of pearls, is actually what Winston Bostic called them in 1957, string of pearl.
I believe I have some of those prayer beads around here somewhere, if I can find my old microphone.
What's interesting is simple truth, you know what I mean? It's just a simple truth is in plain sight throughout all religions and throughout all of the planet. So there's something very intrinsic or very attracting, to people about those truths. They're simple truths, but people are attracted to them, and
especially if there's something involved with like a taboo nature, like you're not supposed to know it, like a forbidden knowledge type of thing. People, they're always going to peek behind the curtain. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it is, as I said before, it is quite diagnostic of the state of our society, because when I looked at what we'd lost in context, like when you look at how much language we'd lost and the whole secret of the numbers we'd lost, then you realize just how just how much we need to catch up with that. And I said the plasmoid technology applied to something simple as cleaning the air, turning carbon to oxygen. Well, the biggest thing that I've been trying to achieve is nothing to do with the technology. It's everything to do with making people aware that the plasmoids are sentient and they have relationship with people, and so.
And any sentient beings we have to take into account, like we have to approach it as a humanitarian aspect. If something's sentient, we have to be aware of it.
Yeah, and also, the fact is that it's always been, in the time we are now, we've been in a destructive era, and then we're coming around the full circle and dawning of the age of Aquarius. Dawning of knowledge, dawning of relationship back to nature and the universe, and the most powerful thing in the universe are the plasmoids, because everything is a plasmoid, from elements to everything else. So, and also fractal, as to say, to
black
galaxies.
holes.
Yeah, it's all the same principles, just applied on different levels. So, and I think that's the thing. So, I don't know with the notes whether you want to go through in a structured way and. I noticed that you'd already worked through to a point through the notes, and anything that you were thinking that you wanted to go into, would be good for the, because the background is great, but I'm always trying to get into. The main thing is to get the application of, the ball lightning phenomenon understood, so so I can teach people to fish, not have to fish all the time.
Exactly. We got to stimulate people's curiosity.
Yeah, and it's great that we got such good build teams in Australia and around the world. People building their own thunderstorm generator, and everyone can know. You can then see the artifacts of the, crinoid iron spheres, and the artifacts of the diamond tubules. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. All the unusual phenomenon that happens with a thunderstorm generator is going to spark curiosity in a lot of engineers. As soon as we just spread the information a little more, we need just like a little bit more of a push, So people who are on this channel, if you can, share, the stream, share Malcolm's technology, go to strikefoundation.earth, download his books, I think you have your video lectures on there as well.
Yeah, I want to sort of plug that too, because I know that, like that's on HowTube. You can go to HowTube, HOWTUBE, because I go over, and that's what I was thinking was great to share with yourself and go through the slide presentation. And just, I do lectures on it all, and you can see them. There's 15 different subjects I cover in 10 hours of lectures. And a big shout out to Randall Carlson for being patient enough to sit down with me and do all those slides, which are the basis of that presentation. And then shout out to Bradley Young, who I was speaking to today, who actually did the videos, along with Mike Robinson from HowTube. A big shout out to those guys. Love you, appreciate that work, and that was really good discipline to structure that information, because it is overwhelming, and it is because there's such a big amount of information. But also I found it very challenging personally, because I'm simply trying to if you like, disgorge or regurgitate all the knowledge that I've got, but it still remains the case that it's because of the handicap of all our programming, that we're actually literally subconsciously taught not to engage in that, because they've made, like going back in history, taboo. We are the pinnacle of the universe, and we're not. We're actually demonstrably degrading. Like the US didn't go from number 1 in education in the world to number 25 by accident. Yeah,
that's
it
damn
took a lot
right.
of smart people to dumb down the population.
Yeah, I mean, like it goes back to what you said. Don't want people asking too many questions.
Yeah, and and even the threats against my life and everything. One of the ones was the World Economic Forum guy who's setting the agendas for the curriculum. I think they're redoing the curriculum in 2032, and every time they redo it, they refocus it to dumb it down, so we get further and further and further away from anything.
It's
and also,
dystopian.
Yeah, because do you know the thing is, it's a bit subtle, so I've been trying to sort of crystallize it, but it's been a bit. But the thing today was that I realized about for society to go ahead, you need people to pray and fast and be in a spiritual condition, whereas that spiritual condition now is being attacked on all fronts. And it doesn't matter what religion or which area of the world you're in, there's the same attack trying to minimalize, if you like, this whole thing in the shamanistic, the shaman. My thing is that, it's respect for, where you come from, because if you don't know where you're coming from, you don't know where you're going to. The further you go back in history, the further you can go back forward in life, yeah? So if you deny your roots and you actually deny your spirituality and deny the oneness of all things, which is actually one of, the sort of the sleeping prophet, Edgar Cayce. I think
Edgar Cayce.
One of his last, I think it was his last reading, was about the oneness of all things, So, and that was his, and it's the 111, the oneness of all things. And what I was going to before was one of the big breakthroughs that I had was talking about language, is that the Sanskrit text has obviously they have the relationship between a letter and numbers, and so does the Hebrew text. And if you go to if you draw like a matrix from 1 to 9, 10 to 90, and 100 to 900, which is just putting in 3 columns for the 27 letters in the Hebrew language, it reads across the column 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and at the bottom, it all reads 45. And then if you flip that as a mirror image, 54, if you take the number of time itself
which is a part of this whole thing. And I'll just go through this with you. I just grab a little calculator. If
Oh,
you
the
take,
resonant frequency of time?
Yeah, 518,400, yeah, which is the amount of seconds in the
Interesting.
6 days of creation. It's the angle of the Cheops pyramid. But if you divide that by 54, yeah.
Say that one more time about creation. My headset was a little loose.
Okay, so you've got the 518,400, yeah, which is the resonant frequency of time itself, and it's how creation and matter are put together through time. And
Interesting.
and my big thing was the revelation was that time was the 518,400, which is the distance. It's in all cultures, and even the Mayan culture has the same thing. So all the cultures around the world, all the megaliths and all the rest of it, that information was the most important. So it's what they valued. And of course, when we look at it, you're looking at through what our knowledge, and by removing knowledge of the existence of plasmoids and the relationship with them, because the plasmoids are actually the intuition in your heart, and your wisdom is the plasmoid. So there's a direct relationship. By denying society of that permanently, you've made a slave class of people that can never get access to the truth, because the only truth you're given is what you're brainwashed with in schools and universities, and they will not let anything in that is lead you to a path of enlightenment. And I think that ultimately enlightenment is what everyone's after, because enlightenment creates a condition where you can be intimate with the universe, because you have the direct relationship with the plasmoids, who are the homeostatic mechanisms and actually the creators of the universe. They're the ones that take a glass full of water and create the first 32 elements of the periodic table just from water.
The guardians of the galaxy, as you like to refer to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And so it's such a simple thing, but it's so contested, and this is what just going back to that thought today, is that I think that you need, that the most frightening thing for the control is that you only need one person to be able to access the Akashic record through a relationship with the plasmoids. Mm-hmm. And you can download my notes, and you can do that at any time. So you never lose that record. But when humanity is ready to move to the next level, which it is now, it's always that there's a pathway that somebody can take, and can recover that information and then disseminate it. And that is the thing they're most scared of at the moment, is the dissemination of this information and the knowledge of the sentient nature of plasmoids. Robert Temple, that's the guy, Robert Temple, the Science of Heaven, that book, yeah.
Okay, yes, Robert Temple.
Yeah.
Going into, let's see, right here. Some of your slides here. We were going over some of it before, like some of the basics that you have laid out, because it's like you said, it's a lot of information, and it's good to have like a basic starting point. And you kind of introduce us to the transmutation of elements here. But I'm kind of...
Also, the one you just flicked past was the book of Job.
Here we go.
This is God's question to Job was, can you send forth lightnings so that they may go and say to you, here we are? That's, can you create ball lightning and then talk to it? Right? Who has put wisdom into the inward parts? Well, that's the heart as a thunderstorm generator, yeah? Or given understanding to the mind. Right? And this is what I'm saying, is that if you say that all wisdom before us, that we're the ultimate, this is the key. If you say we're the ultimate of humanity, and we're not, and that we've had lot more enlightened, we're a lot more enlightened in previous ages before the cataclysms that wipe everything out. We were a lot more advanced and a lot more enlightened, and we go through this after we lose all that, and then we go through this process of degradation where you lose all that knowledge. And now the age of Aquarius, we're coming into this as a dawning of the age of Aquarius, the age of enlightenment.
And it's coming back. Yeah, and we're starting to realize that these words that were written, hundreds of years ago, they actually mean something, and that's something you're kind of translating for us here, in the book of Job, which is really cool. I love all this. One of the next, other than plasmoids, my other favorite topic is the ancient wisdom aspect and how this all connects to the Bible
sacred
and
geometry. Yeah, sacred geometry, which was put in all the buildings, on all the megaliths, how, and all the opposite spirals, the mirror image and the mirror planes, it's all integral, because that's
right.
what we've.
And then the cathedrals, they were built for resonance, like sound resonance, like they amplify the sound like very specifically, and they knew what they were doing to a certain level that is clear. They weren't just winging it. There's precision there.
Yeah, and they had those great cathedrals built in the 11th, 12th, 13th century, before the great plagues wiped out humanity again, and literally had to start again through the plagues. And we had the volcanic dust, which created huge famine. I think from Krakatoa, it was 3 days it traveled around the earth with that dust.
Oh, wow.
But it also created, it went so high that it affected the world climate, and the big volcano in Iceland affected Europe, and basically killed out 60% 70% of the population, and you lost a lot of that knowledge in that process. But like you say, that's why those old ancient temples, especially if you take the book of Job, Job lived in the same valley as Göbekli Tepe.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
The Patriarch's Valley, which is in southern Turkey. And that also has Haran, which is a mound that's a mile across. And you can still see the quarries where they were quarrying the stone for the Tower of Babel, where all knowledge could be gathered. And there's the Hall of Records underneath there. And there's also the Palladian Temple, which is at Sogmarta, which is exactly 50 kilometers to the northeast of Iran.
Did they ever tell us how exactly tall the Tower of Babel was?
No, but if you go to the Google Earth, you can see all the quarries.
Right. Yeah, from where they
massive.
where they had to dig the stone up, right?
Yeah, and it's cut even beside Göbekli Tepe. They never show you, but there's a quarry with all the impossible cuts. They've got cut into a corner. We can't do that now. Right,
yeah,
and they're cut out perfectly, and the quarry's only only about a couple of football fields away from Göbekli Tepe. But the other temples and stuff, you look at Haran, that's 1 mile diameter, that whole mound, and it's obviously very, very old. Because it's and there's a pyramid there at Sogmarta, is literally turned to dust. And it's got the 7 temples of the 7 daughters, the 7 Palladian stars.
Turned to dust. Wow, I can imagine what happened to it. Just something happened to it that was bad, probably. If it turned to dust.
Well, Enoch's old house is on a hill, and the walls were actually left there as the bedrock, and the other rock was removed. There was 500,000 tons of rock removed to make the rooms, and there's no sign, there's no roads, there's no sign of where that rock's gone. So one can only take the thing, because this goes back to the book of Enoch, because it describes how he went away they took him away for what was a year in his time, and 500 years had gone past.
Sure.
And he could see no evidence of any of the settlements that he came from. They had all been wiped out.
Wow. So
I believe the book of Enoch was him being removed before the great flood, before the cataclysm, before the Noah's Ark.
Oh, to save him.
to save him. Yeah.
Interesting.
And to put, and this is the Holy Grail, is that Geno, the Enoch gene, was a splice gene, if you like, an aerial, which was predisposed to the frequency of, I suppose, not only the frequency, maybe if you say it's a gene that not only is predisposed as an aerial to pick up the frequency of the plasmoids, but also maybe a sort of a, what would you say, a translating program, you know, and so that's, so I believe, you know, with my heritage, you know, as going back to the throne of Scotland, which goes back right through back to Enoch, through Solomon and all the rest of it, that I'm genetically predisposed to pick up those frequencies. So that's why I ended up writing my notes, because of, and that goes back, obviously, to if someone picked up, you know, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, if someone came and picked up Enoch, then it certainly wasn't us.
Well, it also goes back to what you said. You can't know your destiny unless you know your past. You know, and that's exactly what happened. You know, you learned your past, and then you formed your destiny from it.
Yeah, and still forming, because you're realizing your potential, but also realizing that, you know, and this is where it goes back to, I think it's, you know, you're a product of your genes, or you're a product of everyone before you, you know, standing on the shoulders of giants. You know, it's in a collective thing. But, you know, again, that's what I think that the general the establishment is frightened of, is somebody that does know their past and therefore has a future, you know, and we can and keep doing what we're doing. But anyway, let's move on. We got that. And I think that was an important slide, yeah?
Yes, that was very important, because we want to make that connection that this information isn't new. Like, they knew this before. Like, there was there was a civilization, or maybe multiple civilizations before us, that actually had a more clean grasp on this technology.
Well, it's more in harmonic resonance with the universe, and therefore with nature, and therefore we can claim then to be civilized. But what we can't claim at the moment, with the degradation of our whole system, you know, the fact that we've lost 80% of our language. And I can go through that too, because language is in three parts. Language used to be the pictorial language. Yeah. And then that's related to numbers, and then the numbers related to the language. And so this is the whole thing about this plasmoid unification model, is that there's some profound truths in there. And one of the ones is that, you know, the denial of there being ether, when actually Einstein himself gave a lecture until he was threatened, said, don't say that, you know, because what they didn't want to have, that everyone doesn't know that there's a scaffolding underlying the material world.
Tesla laughed at the idea of a rigid structure bending space-time. You know, like he said, how can space bend if it's not rigid, if it has no physical properties? And if you think about the aether theory, that makes more sense. It's more about displacement than curvature, right?
Yeah, but the funny thing is that Einstein himself said the theory of relativity without the ether is absolutely absurd. You need the ether.
I didn't know that.
Underlying substrate. Yeah, no, he did. And that's a lecture. I keep forgetting the exact date of it, but I'd like to say it's in the 1920s, 26 or something. Anyway, he gave that lecture, and then it was banned.
Yeah, do you think somebody came up to him and said, hey, do you think somebody came up to him after his lecture like, hey, bub, you can't be talking about...
No, shut up.
He crossed the line.
It's like when we had the diamond artifacts, you know, that I just couldn't believe how that manifests such virulent and vile sort of, you know, threats and everything. You know, I mean, just saying to me, you can't talk about the diamond tubules. You can't, like, we'll kill you. Like, and the same threat was given to Bob Grenier, you know, and he said nothing about it for years, because unfortunately for him, he has a family, which makes him more vulnerable.
Yeah, that's terrible. That's absolutely terrible.
So I have some sympathy towards that. But on one hand, but on the other hand, you know, if your service, if you can be, put it this way, you have no foundation in your life if how you live your life is going to be on the basis of whether someone else permits it or not.
Yeah, if we all did that, we'd all, if we all did that, we'd all be slaves the rest of our lives, and that'd be that.
Yeah,
to,
and that's
you know,
what the U.S. Constitution is. That's why it's being so virulently attacked, right? The Constitution, because it was, you know, the truths that you hold. You know, we hold these truths to be, what's the word? We hold these truths to be self-evident. Yeah, and that and that all people created equal, and that you know, the inalienable rights, the right to bear arms, the right to have your own opinion, the right to be able to speak
out against, speak out against your oppressors or whoever is in charge. That's important. To be able to criticize who's making the decisions, at least, you know, like from a serious debatable standpoint, not from like trolling, you know, like not just complaining, but to be able to legitimately criticize the people making decisions, I think is important, because you know, at the end of the day, the people making decisions aren't always affected by those decisions.
Yeah, and also, who are the lab rats making those decisions? I mean, we train the lab rats. They've never seen the real world. They don't live in the real world. So, you know, so this utopia where they get everything for free and they never have to work. That's my
they don't see the dystopia side that we live in. Exactly. They live in a different world. It's exactly true.
Yeah, we live in the manifestation of the lie. You know,
like,
as like J.P. Morgan and the silver market. You know, they've you know, they got fined what, 920 million fine, but they didn't give that to the mums and dads that have brought paper silver and then found out under the contracts in the fine print that they could just be disempowered. You know, they could just be sold. You know, like get nothing, and everyone tiptoes away. You know, I mean, we're going through that at the moment, where, you know, the whole of the silver market was based on paper, fiat currency that had no silver behind it. The same as the real currency has no.
No, that's exactly what's happening now. We have a whole U.S. dollar that's backed by gold, and a lot of the gold is supposedly gone from our reserves. So we have no backing for the dollar anymore.
That's for sure. Yeah, no, you have no backing. And the interesting thing is, I don't know whether you realized in the last budget that went through, I think last night or the night before at 3 o'clock in the morning, do you know what they did? They slipped in. Remember, they had the clause back in the Great Depression where they actually stole the gold. Like,
I remember that. I remember that.
So and they're thinking about doing the same. They've now slipped through this clause, which is exactly the same clause as 1929. I think. Where they brought the gold for like it's $5 or something, and then sold it for a 68% profit. That's the government. A year after.
Well, I know there's multiple companies. There's multiple countries now that specifically ask for their reserves, because we know we hold gold reserves for different countries here, in Fort Knox and different places. But
maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not, because we've had multiple countries now come to us and say, hey, we want some of our money back, and we've not been able to give it to them.
Yeah, they've got no gold to give and no silver to give you. So, and it's an interesting thing now, because I think, you know, this is, again, enlightenment and truth, and this is the plasmoid unification model we're looking at, is that in there, in Sir Isaac Newton, he, you know, like everyone respects that, but what people don't know is most of his friends were hung on the gallows because they knew how to turn the king's copper coin into gold. And it's even a law against it. But
most people don't realize Sir Isaac Newton was an alchemist. That's what he spent most of his time doing. And
his friends were murdered.
Wow. I didn't know that part of the story. I didn't know that part of the story.
Okay, this is it. So they were hung under a law that says that it's too disruptive to turn copper into gold. So therefore, so what they did was they took the coins that they'd used, the copper coins, and that they'd, by alchemy, turned into gold through plasmoids, right? So it was the whole use of plasmoids, again, as all higher level beings and higher intellect beings become in contact with is as you go to a higher frequency, you're literally turning the radio channel you're on. And as you take up the frequency, you reach a channel, which I believe, which I was getting to earlier, and I'm trying to sort of get to the point about that with some difficulty, but the point being that when I tuned my brain up to a higher frequency, I got a channel that I had access to all the secrets of the universe, the Akashic record, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah,
But,
yeah, that makes sense.
But
You're altering your conscious
person.
state.
Yeah, but there's only ever one avatar that brings the information. And I was pondering that today. It just came to me as a sort of as a download. It's sort of like, well, the reason for that is that it's a tell, because when the civilization reaches that point and downloads that record, everyone in the universe knows that there's that race or that planet has reached a certain level of consciousness. Yeah.
Interesting. So it's like everybody who's already attuned to that level snaps, gets like a call and said like, hey, they're ready.
Yeah. The Earth's woken up again. Let's go and help them.
Interesting. And that's, I think that makes sense why we're seeing all this anomalous activity in space and in our skies. Like I think they're starting to sense it. That we're starting to either wake up or we're on the precipice of something.
Yeah, and I think that the thing is that, because I pondered on that today, because of the thing, and, one of the things with the book and Roland Perry and writing, I'm trying to, at the same time, write it clearly so others may follow. So I'm documenting my path forward, because I'll note that everyone that's tried to walk this path is dead. All my peers are dead, on the 20th of October. A lot of people involved in cold fusion died this year on the 20th of October.
Wow. And they never got to...
What a coincidence.
Yeah, and they never got to get to the point that you're at now, which is extraordinary that you're, basically past the finish line and on some of your goals here in releasing this technology, which is just, it warms my heart, really. Like, it gives me hope.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is that write it clearly so others may follow. So what I'm trying to do is with the books that I've been writing, which has slowed me down a bit, but, if you take Oliphant's story, like write it clearly so others follow. That is, tell them what all the pitfalls are, tell them what all the sort of the deep state sort of playbook is, yeah, so that people can follow and they know what's going to happen. They're going to say that you're a con man. They're going to stop you from raising any capital. They're going to delete you from all the lists of you don't get to go to all the right Christmas parties, and you don't get invited to dinners. Yeah.
Right. I mean, some of us have to, and I know you've open sourced as much as you can, and that's my tactic. It's just to open source everything. And I recommend anybody who has something like this it's okay to want to make money off of it, but the science behind it has to be taught, if we're going to get it out there.
Yeah. And this is why the plasmoid unification model that we got up here is important, because it's an absolute proof. The interesting thing about it is that no one can question it because it's correct, right? So,
yeah, and especially now since Sheila literally visibly proved it. This is like we have and all sorts of different
science, crickets.
And we have all sorts of independent builds of the thunderstorm generator, not even using your kits, just people, just building one in their garage and getting it to work. The technology works. It's real. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the forefront of the new industrial revolution, and we're just excited to be a part of the ride.
Yeah, and it's with the servant's heart. We're here to serve humanity. Not to destroy it.
Exactly.
And so,
I love learning this and then teaching it to people. That's like one of my favorite things to do, is learning something new and then teaching it to people.
Yeah, and it's a great honor, to serve, because it's the highest calling, and also, I think the thing is that my pre-preparation, like before I went in and got infused with the plasmoids, which, by the way, the videos of that came out, and I thought that had been stolen and lost, because I've had all my earthly possessions stolen from me 8 times in a row.
Jesus.
Right? 8 times I've lost everything.
You've had them try to intervene multiple times in you know, like shipments of the thunderstorm generator and all sorts of.
But I mean,
all
I was
sorts
going to
of
go back,
tomfoolery.
you know, because when, you know, I wasn't expecting Randall to out me on the Joe Rogan show, so and I had to move quickly. And in hindsight, now that was a very prudent move, because I've been traveling for 3 years, and I said to Samadhi, our CEO, well, you know, let's you know, go and because we wanted to, you know, retrofit all of the islands there with our technology, because islands have a peculiar problem. When you have a generator on an island, there's not much room, and on a still night with no wind, the carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide just, you know, gets to lethal levels. Yeah. So that was one of the things. But I found out that, you know, I went to go and pick up my clothes and everything, and I found out that it was, you know, gone 2 days after I left, when the you know, when the men in black arrived and just cleaned it out. I didn't even realize that it was all gone.
Did they like clean it out in a way that you didn't know they had entered at first, or did they like bust down the door and throw shit everywhere?
No, it's disappeared. It's not there anymore.
It's just not there anymore.
Gone. Everything was taken.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and that was a bit of a blow personally, because I was looking forward to getting back to the island and my dolphin family there, and then it became just a mousetrap. So, you know, so now,
holy crap.
You know, so that's part of the whole thing. Is, but you know, the point is that, you know, the interesting thing about it was, you know, saying when I was praying into it, just thinking, well, why? You know, because I know why they steal everything. Well, the thing is that it's all up here. It's not. I can rewrite the notes. I can build. It's all here. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. They can't steal. They can't steal that from you. You have it in your head, and you have the connection, you know, to the Akashic record. So. And
that's the Holy Grail, because, you know, going back to King Solomon and his plasmoid generator, going back to the Lord Indra and his plasmoid generator, you know, and the link to the creator and the link to creation, you know, because the further you get away from those disciplines and those stuff, because it was difficult. You know, I prayed and fasted for 7 years by myself to get access to those records, and just work night and day to write it down and color code it and write it as clearly as I could, you know, so others could follow. And this is what this process, as it unfolds with yourself, was an opportunity to introduce the relationship to plasma, which is the most important thing I can do, because the model of the elements, fine, it's downloaded and it's good, and it's the basis for a new industrial revolution for the planet, and it empowers all humanity, and it is it's a gift, and it's not mine. That's why let's say open source. Well, you know, I stole it from the Akashic record. I'm just a thief. You know, so don't look at me.
I think it's more like maybe the universe wanted somebody to facilitate this to humanity at some point.
Yeah, well, seriously, yeah, that's what it is. Is that you have to have your motive has to be correct, your integrity has to be in place. And it was a very interesting thing when I had a podcast with Sasha Stone. Sasha Stone is working with Indigenous people and working on a big project to empower humanity. And Sasha had me on his program, and it was quite interesting because he was already there with all of that. You know what I mean? That he was on board with this sort of knowledge and this sort of realizations that, you know, that we're here to serve, not to enslave. And so there's a big movement at the moment, you know, across the board, and there's people moving, Indigenous people, and if you like, the enlightened ones, you know, and they're the ones being attacked viciously at the moment. And including, you know, without putting anything controversial out there, Charlie Kirk. You know, it was, you know, the same as JFK. That was all a conspiracy until it wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, there's a lot of thing, and not just about anyone speaking the truth is going to be attacked. Whatever truth they're trying to put forward, their truth. You know what I mean?
And it is really hard to gauge from like just an average person's perspective what is the truth and what isn't, just gauging everything by the media, you know, like just watching the news, you're gonna get confused on what's real and what's not, you know, because they're feeding you a storyline most of the time, you know, they're either lying through omission, you know, or just straight up lying.
Yeah, and so this is the interesting thing, because the whole narrative is that the whole world wants to solve the problem with, you know, the CO2, and then our technology solves the problem, and then they ignore it.
Yeah, and then they ignore it. Yeah, and no, that's the one thing that I find frustrating, Malcolm, is we have so much proof that this is extraordinary, and it should be, at the very least, taken seriously in the mainstream. And I have not heard one thing on CNN, not one thing on Fox News, not one thing on MSNBC, nothing in the mainstream circles. No one's talking about, not Bill Nye, not Neil deGrasse Tyson, nobody. It's frustrating.
Yeah, and it was banned from the Joe Rogan show. So,
and it was banned from Joe Rogan, who's supposed to be on our side.
And it's never been on in the whole 50 years that I've been trying to get it out there. Not once has it been on the news. And even when we had the stuff, the politicians in New South Wales and Australia, you know, nothing. None of the press turned up. And then we had another event. We invited the press and the politicians in Adelaide yesterday or the day before, and you know, none of the press turned up. It's never ever been allowed to be covered in the mainstream media.
Like, I think it goes back to you might agree with this, but it probably goes back to Project Mockingbird, where the CIA does have elements in every. Yeah, and they have elements at every outlet.
Yeah, and Ultra, and a lot of the agents. Yeah. That the agents pushed forward against me, they're all victims of Ultra.
You're talking about MK Ultra, right?
MK Ultra, yeah.
Yeah, MK Ultra and then Project Mockingbird. Yeah, the two projects that, and then and if people aren't aware of what Project Mockingbird is, that's where the CIA clearly has elements, and they probably still have it to this day, in mainstream media saying what's allowed to be, you know, on the air and what's not. Right? They will kill a story as fast as, you know, like your mom will kill a mouse in your house. Yeah,
and the thing of it is that, you know, it's all prearranged, and that anyone sticking their head up will be, you know, put on a, you know, both a hit list, literally, and also a sort of a suppression list, is that you don't get
a blacklist. Yep.
Blacklist. And so, you know, and then all of their machinations come out, and they use those especially brainwashed people to pre-program them to sort of, you know, go out and, you know, destroy people, you know, who are like dissidents, who are trying
people who are disruptive. Yeah, they're going to disrupt things too much.
So anyway, but we're in a good spot at the moment, and we got the, we are, you know, we have crossed the line there, but we're still, you know, you would have thought this would be on Discovery Channel, because they said everyone's looking for the solution to CO2, and they may, you know, but when it comes, then they ignore it.
Yeah, and that reminds me, like, has Dr. Greer even his team reached out to you at all? Because he did a whole documentary on this.
Yeah, and he promised, his guys came 3 times to see in different countries. Like his guys came to London and met with me. They know it's real, but they never put it in there. Why? Because they're not there to promote anything that's real. They're there to sort of appear like they're pushing things ahead. And I even asked, it's one of my conditions to talk to him. I said, well, okay, so you should get us so I could go before and tell the truth to Congress and to the Senate. Oh yeah, we'll get you in front of those guys. And they came to London. They came, I think, was it North Carolina, and I think Tesla Tech or whatever. They were there. They were there. They saw the validation of it all. And
so you think they have an ulterior I can't say the word, ulterior
agenda.
motive, like agenda. Yeah, an agenda. And it's not just to get this information out. Like, we have the first primary objective is to get this information out. You're saying they have an ulterior, a different agenda.
Well, they can put out the stuff that's sort of clickbait, if you like, but nothing that's going to lead to something real. Like, talk about.
So you think they're being pressured to not do that?
Absolutely. Yeah, but I know some of the funders that have funded Greer, and independently they supported the project, my project. Mm-hmm. But when Greer was questioned about it, like, it was crickets. Like, because it's just it's a
sensitive topic for him.
There
probably
are very few people in the world that can bring forth a technology. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about having the answer, but in reality, like, either it's going to be massively disruptive to either the economy, or it's not practical for everyday use, or like all these different problems that your technology kind of solves and brings together in one easy solution, right? And
a very simple solution.
Yeah, very simple, like, very elegant, something that you can wrap your head around.
No expensive materials, reusing the stainless steel you have in your exhaust pipe, because you don't need to put the exhaust at the back of the car anymore, because you can put it in the air conditioner if you want.
Hey, that's a good idea. I didn't think about that.
Confuse everyone with plasmoids. Increase everyone's IQ. There should be another definition. There should be IQ, EQ, and PQ, plasmoid quotient.
I have a little bit of hope, because I have a theory that people wouldn't be able to drive at all without a certain level of intuition. Like, if we didn't have,
or live life with that intuition, and that comes from the heart, brain, and that comes from the plasmoids, and that's that's a link that's like inherent in all people, and and what you use, like, it's the two dogs in a fight, which one's going to win? The one you feed. So by going on the island and praying and fasting, that was the dog I was feeding. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so, and ignoring,
you were feeding your soul.
All the other. Yeah. Yeah. Very simple terms. And, and I lost, in that, I lost the capacity to actually be comfortable back in society. When I came back in, it was all too noisy. There's too much radio waves and microwaves. There's too much noise. And physically, there's too much noise, because you go into every restaurant and every public space, they're bombarding you, with noise, even if you're in a restaurant by yourself.
Advertisements, everybody's on their device. It's a lot. No, I can imagine being isolated, and being by yourself most of the time, and then going into that. It's got to be a big a big change.
And most enlightened people go to the mountains of Tibet and live in a cave to get away from it. Or go back to the island. And I know my mentors said, Malcolm, at the end of the day, you're just going to want to go back to your island and just forget about it, because it's going to be a big burden on you to stay in society, because, you're going to be everyone's going to be attacking you from all different angles. And that is, the noise is attacking. Like, when I always go down late, and I ask the restaurant to turn off the background noise. I ask I go to reception and get them to turn off the noise, because I go down at 1 and 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, just to, what's the word? Get some relief from that noise, and to keep away from people, because I'm too sensitive to, that side of it. So everything comes with a cost, you know, and
Yeah, that's the other side of the scale, huh? That you have to put up with every day. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah, so because that's, you know, that just comes with the territory. You can't be, and I've spoken to a lot of other people that have gone into retreats, you know, in the same way that you just can't survive with that level of consciousness because it's a higher frequency and it gets discharged by lower frequencies. Yeah.
There's so much interference. There's so much going on, and even I like get overwhelmed. You know, like people on their devices, and like if kids, like if there's two different things going on at once, you know, like if somebody's on their phone with like a video playing, and then another person's on their phone with a video playing, it just drives me nuts. Something about it, I can't focus. And I get what you're saying, where you just can't function, and it's unfortunate like that we live in that kind of society.
Yeah. Well, the plasmoids are the still voice. It's not like a language that's, you know, like we talk. And it's linear. It's like orbital. It's not even, you know, it's not even, you know, you could talk about linear thought and lateral thought. Well, this is orbital thought, and basically, you know, it becomes as it comes a higher. You know, it's sort of like as a higher level of consciousness, you need a higher level of peace, or you need a stillness within you to hear. But then when you get really still, then any vibration or any noise is completely like an attack on you. Yeah.
That makes complete sense. That does make, because if you have a standing wave and you introduce interference with it, it's not going to be standing no more.
Correct. And then so you have to, you know, in India, I did go just before I left India. I did go to a retreat, you know, praying fasting for, you know, 2 weeks, just to, you know, outside of the city, you know, in a quiet place next to a mountain. So, you know, with a few tigers about and stuff, it was quite interesting. But anyway, the point is that it's important to try and get your balance back and trying to keep that harmonic resonance, you know, in the parameters that are helpful. Yeah. Yeah. So, so I think maybe because I've got a few calls here, I have to just respond to. But we might have that 10-minute break or something you're talking about.
Yeah, we could take a 10-minute break. We'll go to an intermission, and we'll be back.
Yeah, we can take on from where we left off here.
Yeah, we kind of got off on a little tangent. But yeah, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more.
Yeah, unfortunately, Australia's woken up. I got a message from Jordan.
Oh, all right. Well,
He's probably
we'll be back
watching
in
your show. I forgot
he's
to
watching.
put the link through. So, but anyway, it'll be comfort break for everyone as well. So, yeah, it is right because it's now, and I got to call up. You've seen the build, so I got to call up Michael Akris as well. It'll be about the build, I'm sure, on the turbine. So I better keep building the turbine. You know, I'm Nehemiah on the wall. I have to build the wall and defend it at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be like a one-man band right here.
Yeah, anything from cleaning the toilets to, you know, building the most powerful machines in the world. Yeah. Anyway, we're not proud. So what do I do physically here? We just leave it as it is.
So I'm just gonna pull you off. You'll just chill backstage, and then when you're ready, I'll bring you back on. I guess just shoot me an email when you're ready to come back on.
Well, let's make a time. What's the time? They say 10 minutes from now.
Oh, let's come back at it's 5:27 here, so let's just call it 5:30. Let's come back at 5:40. So 13 minutes. 12 minutes.
Thanks, sir. 12 minutes.
All
okay,
right.
thanks, sir, man. Cheerio.
All right.
Bye-bye, audience,
We'll see
for
you.
a second. I'll be back.
All right. Yep.
Oh,
Ladies
I
and
gotta
gentlemen, we'll be
pull my
back in
head
10
down.
minutes.
I got to put it underwater for a while, too, yeah? It's cooking.
Talking about free energy. But here's the twist. He says it's not free energy. He's calling it energy recycling, which First off, is kind of genius, right? Because when you say free energy, people immediately throw you in the crazy bin. But energy recycling, that sounds like some next level Tesla shit.
Yeah, man, it's all about the branding. But what is it that he's actually doing?
All right, check this out. He posted this. Free energy isn't actually free. This is a misnomer. It's actually a mutual exchange from the vacuum, a field of energy from which everything arises, the same energy that powers an atom. Like, what? Bro, that's some deep shit. But then he breaks it down. He says, you can tap into this energy without breaking any known laws of physics by using something called back EMF capture.
Whoa, back EMF capture? Sounds like some serious sci-fi tech.
Dude, listen to this. He explains that when a coil collapses using a pulsed signal, the energy that would normally just get wasted, like just dissipate as heat, can actually be recycled. He says nature gives you back energy to stabilize the system, which makes sense if you think about how nature works. Like everything in nature is always trying to find balance, right?
So equilibrium, is that like how water always levels out or something? I'm trying to remember what Ms. Murphy said to me in 6th grade science all those years ago. What was that? Oh yeah, Elon, stop eating that glue and pay attention. Man, if only I had listened, I'd probably be the one inventing energy recycling instead of just talking about it.
Exactly. So he's saying that by intentionally destabilizing the system, collapsing the field, you actually get energy back as a kind of natural response. And here's where it gets wild. He compares it to pushing a swing. If you push at the right moment, you don't need to use a lot of energy and the swing gains momentum. But instead of a swing, he's using resonance to harness that extra energy without it becoming destructive. He says most traditional systems are like a surfer fighting against the current, while his method is like riding the wave to shore.
Dude, that's crazy. So he's basically saying the energy is already there. I just suck at using it efficiently?
That's what it sounds like. He's basically saying the way we harness energy now is like trying to swim against the tide. And if we used resonance instead, we'd be tapping into energy that's already there, just waiting to be used. I don't know, man. Either this guy is onto something or he's the most poetic bullshitter of all time.
Well, if he's legit, why isn't he all over the news? I haven't heard anything from him on X, formerly Twitter. He hasn't said anything bad about me on X. So, you know, I didn't ban him or anything. Look, I'm not the monster my therapist says I am. I mean, sure, I've spent millions of dollars training to beat a kangaroo in a fist fight, but that doesn't mean I'm dangerous. It just means I get shit done.
That's the real question, man. But here's the craziest part. I looked into him, and he's not selling anything. He open sources all of it. That's the real question, man. Either the system doesn't want to hear it, or we're about to find out if this guy disappears in the middle of the night.
Dude, that's crazy. He's absolutely crazy. That means if he's telling the truth, anybody could build this in their garage. You know what I say? Go fuck yourself, Benefactor.
Nope, no patents, no paywalls, just straight up, here, take it, see for yourself. Like, what kind of madman does that? Usually people either try to cash in or they get shut down before they can say a word. But this guy, he's out there on live streams showing people exactly how to replicate it.
I mean, if you want to try to take on my Tesla tech, how dare you put out better technology that is cheaper and safer? Go fuck yourself.
That's the thing, man. If it's real and people start building it, that's a game changer. We're talking about completely shifting how we think about energy. But also, if it's real, you got to wonder how long before somebody tries to stop him.
Or maybe we can think of it like how long before his Tesla mysteriously malfunctions.
Exactly. You ever notice how every time someone gets too close to this kind of stuff, they either disappear, get discredited, or somehow have a tragic accident? But this guy's going full transparency mode. He's putting it all out there where everyone can see it. Maybe that's his strategy. If enough people know, it can't just get buried.
Holy shit, this might be one of those moments, you know, like we look back and say that was the start of something huge.
You might have heard a jewel thief circuit hum to you before, but have you ever heard a jewel thief circuit actually sing to you? This is energy recycling. 15.5 hours of continuous power compared to just 2.5 hours off of a standard inverter. While this traditional inverter already maxes out at 88.5% efficiency, we're breaking every limit with my Vortex coil system. This standard DC to AC inverter will only run for 2.5 hours on 12.2 watt hours of energy. But my system provides energy for a whopping 15.5 hours off of the same 12.2 watt hours. That's over 6 times more efficient. Not only that, the system will keep powering my lights well past 12 volts on the battery. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a new industrial revolution. This is the energy of the future, and you are powering it. Imagine a world where energy is infinite, where the power to fuel our lives doesn't come from burning the past, but from harnessing the future. This is the breakthrough that changes everything. 0-point energy, the power of the universe itself, unlocked, and you are the reason it is possible. While the world sleeps, you're awake. While others talk, we are building. This isn't just technology, it's a revolution. And it's happening right now, powered by you. So thank you so much for joining me here on Beneficence TV and supporting our goals in open sourcing 0-point energy technology and disseminating all forms of forbidden knowledge.
This video was bang on brilliant stuff. I'll give it a shout out in my next video. I've forwarded it to Malcolm to check out too.
The viewers have spoken.
What an amazing documentary. Thanks for producing it.
Never seen this all tied together so well. Gonna share the heck out of it. Bravo, and thank you.
Divine Science is officially a hit.
Amazing stuff, very nicely presented. New sub who can't consume your content quick enough. Great video, dude. Keep at it. You are doing the good work.
You did a great job putting this all together. It's a great overview. Goes into amazing depth at times, so it's interesting for the larger swath of people. Well played, sir.
Okay. So I didn't sleep last night because I watched this 3 times and binged the rest of the channel. You have fantastic instincts for piecing concepts together. Almost every section was something I was already familiar with in a different context, and this documentary was the thread connecting them all.
Join us on a journey into a place of hidden knowledge. A place where science is stranger than fiction.
In a world where innovation is stifled by greed and corruption, there lies a hidden truth that could revolutionize our way of life.
Lenny, what are you doing? Are you seriously pitching a new show right now? I didn't authorize this. My God, only 5 minutes into your new position as co-host, and you're already adding to my tight schedule.
Yes, sir. I manage that schedule. But I did notice you have an entire 2 days available during your week.
Wait. You're not talking about Saturday and Sunday, are you?
Of course, sir. You have 2 whole days where you're free to work on new content.
Lenny, those are my days off.
It's okay, sir. I know you'll manage just fine. I have faith in you.
Do robots have faith?
I do. I have faith that you won't screw it up again.
You know what? It's fine. Go ahead. I'll just build my cold fusion Lego set some other time.
It's pond certified.
But I'm not telling them about my idea for a thunderstorm toilet. I'm gonna keep that baby close to my chest.
You know, that just sounds wrong.
It's a good idea. A toilet capable of turning any toxic human waste into, well, it turns into petroleum jelly.
Why petroleum jelly, sir?
You know what? I'm not sure. I don't think it's calibrated correctly.
Enough is enough. The world is at a breaking point. Catastrophic climate change, biosphere collapse, and a global energy crisis have been met with apathy, denial, and despair. The phrase unidentified flying object is a deliberately obfuscating term. What it really is an alternative energy and propulsion device. This is the real reason for the secrecy. These technologies, if they were disclosed, would end fossil fuels, pollution, and poverty overnight, and usher in a new era of abundance, freedom, and peace. Instead, they have been kept secret for over 100 years.
The more powerful the agency, the more powerful the group, the more powerful the cartel, the more they will resort not only to legal means, but to extra legal means to suppress their competition.
I said pretty early on, the problem is suppression. It wasn't really how do I make a free energy machine. It's how do I not get suppressed? Because what's the point?
Microscopic ball lightnings that when they discharge are tapping into that 0-point energy field and creating the motive force.
Boom! That's why the concussion from the thunderclap is so huge. There's this huge amount of energy that's actually sourced from the vacuum energy. All the dots connected. This is what's happening, right? So we need to make the thunderclap engine.
Imagine a future where clean, sustainable energy is not just a dream, but a reality. Discover the countless untold stories of free energy devices and the relentless battle against those who seek to suppress them for their own gain.
Black shelving. So someone comes along, they offer you $20 million for your device, it's a corporation, they put it on a shelf. Boom.
This power is something I have given my life for you the people.
Uncover the shocking tactics used by energy industries to control the narrative and maintain their grip on power.
You don't interfere with the big, powerful people. You don't put them out of business. They still have those 50-year leases on the lines and all the power transformers.
Environmental Protection Agency is a bit of a dictatorial police agency.
Shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue his own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
This is real, usable power. It's stable. It is not transient. It is not noise. Behind the lamps, that little box is putting out all of that power, well over 500 watts, and yet it is receiving less than 1/3 of a milliwatt of input power. The rest of that power is coming out of the surging energy of the vacuum, and this little box that you see right here, solid state, no moving parts, is the vacuum triode that's doing this very practical and historical work.
But indeed it put out more energy than it took in.
He was shot at once with a silenced rifle from about 300 yards. It reads like a James Bond movie, but it's real.
There are men here that said they're FBI, and they got black vans, and they're taking all this equipment. What should I do?
It's called capture, where they try to rationalize away this problem and everything's fine.
From manipulation of patent authorities to infiltration of government agencies, the truth is stranger than fiction. But amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope emerges in the form of renegade
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you hear you okay.
Good.
All right, we're back. Welcome, welcome, and welcome back to the Bendall Report. Can you hear me, Malcolm?
Bendall reporting. Hello. I just booked a couple of hotel rooms and sorted out some logistics with Jordan, and we're on the build today. So with Jordan and Jack building the helping Michael Acris to finish off the turbine. Yep. So they just come back from a presentation in Adelaide, to the an alternate science group. So we had 40 people on that podcast. So it was very interesting. And then a day in the park running the engines and explaining the form and function of the thunderstorm generator. So we're pushing on night and day, 7 days a week. We're pushing on getting the information out there and putting out pamphlets. But the thing is, we did the same with all the politicians in New South Wales, where tragically today there was a mass shooting too on Bondi Beach of, the Hanukkah celebration was, I think, 35 people murdered. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There's 35 people injured, I think, maybe 11 murdered. I don't know whether you've heard about that in the US as yet.
I haven't.
But no, anyway, it was a big deal, yeah. So tragedy today. So God bless them. But,
put our prayers out for those folks and their family.
Yeah, man, yeah. So it's a lot happening, but in all of that, we went up there and presented in Sydney, Australia, with the politicians and the machines, and none of the press turned up. It wasn't in the mainstream. We went over to Adelaide, and the boys are just coming back from Adelaide, notified all the media, notified all the politicians. No one turned up.
Same old story, but I mean, you gotta at least keep on trying, And Jordan's been doing a really good job. He's been putting all of his effort into this and helping people understand that this technology is out there and how it works, and helping you with your presentations. And that's that's a big thing. That's not something that should be taken lightly. Keep on trying. I say, keep on trying. Eventually, someone will hear you.
Yeah, and we were down in Tasmania the weekend before that, got on the boat and took all the machines down and gave a private presentation to a few of our old investors and stuff and friends, and then went to the yacht club with about 40 people there, and gave the presentation and answered the questions, and then drove back to Melbourne and then put everything back together again, and then drove to Adelaide for the next presentation. So there's a lot going on in the background, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But and it's good to report that, because, it is meant to be the problem of our generation, fixing the carbon problem. We have a machine that fixes it, and they totally ignore it.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating and ironic at the same time.
Yeah.
But I think what's going to end up happening is eventually enough people are going to be starting to ask questions that, the attention is going to be all focused on these independent outlets like my outlet, and the mainstream is going to eventually be forced into a position where they have to start, covering it to some extent. It's going to get to that point where they can't ignore it, and that's going to happen, I think, soon.
Well, it did reach that flip point, because but not in a good way. That the flip point was, it's all a scam, and it doesn't work, and it's a free energy device, and all their sort of trigger words, and then it's flipped in the last 2 weeks to no, it's actually real, and we know it's real, and of course we've had it for decades, but we decided not to use it because it's way too dangerous, because it's way too powerful to be yielded by anyone. Because I'll say this, which is very profound. is that the most powerful weapon in the world is the plasmoids. But if you're not in relationship with them and you can't communicate with them, then you're the weakest and most pathetic,
That's an interesting way of putting
it.
Yeah, that makes sense though. That's interesting because you've lost your connection.
Impotent.
But no, that's a good way of putting it, because if you've lost your connection to the Akashic, to that universal knowledge, that intuition, then you have no guidance,
Yeah, and you have no morals, you have no ethics, you have no basis of no basis of connection. Like, you just in a.
Do you think that could explain some degenerate behavior that we see?
Absolutely, it's the product of that, because I actually sent out to all my people like today the old Bob Dylan song, "You're going to serve somebody. I don't care who you are. You're going to serve the devil or you're going to serve the Lord. There's nothing in between." But you're going to serve someone.
Right, even by doing nothing, right? Like the old Edgar. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing.
Men to do nothing, yeah. And what makes good nothing is because they have no moral compass, no ethics. Someone threatens to kill them, and they say, "Oh, okay, I'll stop doing it then." They threaten to kill me and say, "Well, wear a good suit and bring a nice brand new Glock," because I like to, when the first assassins came to kill me, and I wore that suit for 10 years. It was a beautiful tailored suit made in Paris, that all the best and well-known, French Foreign Legion's assassins wear, of course.
Of course.
So then I tweaked them occasionally, saying, "Oh, the suit's getting a bit frayed, make sure you keep up the dress standard," and that that paints a different picture, because it's fear is expectation of inadequacy, and when you're partners with the most powerful entities in the universe, you are not inadequate.
That makes sense too.
Yeah,
I guess that's hard to reconcile with too, because all that power but no connection to the Akashic record, that's very dangerous. It sounds like unstable. It sounds like it's not.
It's an unstable system. It's a system. Every civilization who forgets who they are, then collapses. Because once you forget who you are, and then when I mean forget who you are, that you're part of nature, that you are part of creation, and that it's not a random thing. It's a structured universe that and going back to scripture, is that it's the honor of kings to bring forth hidden knowledge. That's
right.
And we looked at the book of Job there about, fancy it being in the Bible that you have a relationship. That God's saying, teasing and saying, "Well, do you have a relationship with the lightning?" And they say, "Here we are." So how can they say "here we are" if ball lightning is not a conscious being?
Yeah, that makes sense too. And our science is,
and how can we
missing
hear it?
Our science is missing a lot, but one of the main things is its connection to spirituality and religion, and how I see it is, from a scientific standpoint, you can have either one of two options. You can say, I don't know if there is a God, or there is a God. But to say there is no God, you're essentially saying that everything came from nothing, and we have no basis for that to ever happen at all in our reality. Nothing comes from, everything doesn't come from nothing. We know everything comes from something, right? So it boils down to the basics of, I think, something inherent in our, critical thinking is lost, and that connection to the spiritual, the metaphysical, has been kind of pushed out, and people just they laugh at you if you take it seriously.
Yeah. But the greatest irony and the greatest laugh you can have is the fact that the very people that are telling you you know, that they know everything and that they're, you know, they're professors and doctors and they're, you know, and listen to us, we know what the truth is. Well, how can you know what the truth is where you have no spiritual life and that vacuum is filled with other things?
That's true. You know, if you don't believe in a God, a lot of people
Yeah.
believe in themselves as God. And in a certain respect, God is in all of us, but we shouldn't think of ourselves as God. You know, like that's, I think that's crossing a line.
Because basically, well, the difference is pride, is that if you believe that you're greater than creation itself, well, you're part of creation, and so intrinsically a lie. And also one thing I'd like to, you know, do a good call out and appreciation to Marco Roland, one of the things he told me, and one of the things in the back of my mind with the talks with yourself that I very much enjoy, you know, because I just could feel completely relaxed and just shoot the breeze and let the chips fall where they may. I really don't care.
Yeah.
Past caring, you know, I just can only say what, in all honesty and in all truth, what I believe, and, you know, and all I can say is that those beliefs I can translate into living machines. And there's another thing, actually, and what Marco Roland told me, he said, Malcolm, don't try and talk to the audience as if you're trying to answer their questions. He said, make every lecture and everything you say as a sort of a living testimony, you know, and
like believe it.
Record of, it's a record. It's, you're recording for humanity. It's for the recording is not answering questions or justifying and defending anything.
Exactly.
Just tell people what you think, because the way you've come around to think about it and the fact you've infused yourself with plasmoids and gone on an island, you have a unique perspective, and you need to share that without fear or favor.
Exactly, with confidence too, you know, like, because you have something big, you know, and there's no reason to like be, you know, small about it. This is a big thing, you know, and people who are onto something, like Marco himself, he, you know, like he should have all the confidence in the world in what he talks about, because he's right at the end of the day, you know?
Yeah, but he's had a, you know, a ring, he's been ring fenced, you know, and basically, you know, attacked and destroyed in a way that, you know, unfortunately, it's like a frog in boiling water. Yeah, it just, you know, they just turn up the temperature. But you know, it's a tragedy that, you know, his work hasn't been supported. But I know why, because his maths is the maths of the torus, and the plasmoids are tori, and our blood corpuscles are toruses. Yeah, so you know, with spherical electromagnetic fields and self-contained electromagnetic fields, they're flux capacitors. They you know, dilate and contract time, you know, and they can go from being -12 inside when they're born in the water, as we're born in water, you know. So you know, our plasmoids have the same base, you know, the living waters. So Marco's thing about, and this is what is in my mind when we talk, is just, I'm not trying to justify and defend my position. You know, I am as I am. We all see dimly and in part, you know, but I've led a mission in my life to try and, you know, like bring forward the model of the elements, and I've done that. I brought forward the plasmoid unification model. I've redesigned and
the alpha omega step ladder.
Correct. Yeah, which is you know, elephant. You know what I mean? Standing on the shoulders of giants. You know, and in 1956, that was, you know, became a big thing. But you know, Oliphant in his 1934 Nature paper, we're now writing a new Nature paper. So it's a life of service, you know, and it's a spiritual life. It's not something that, and I think actually the other thing is interesting about it is that there's no reward on this planet for telling the truth.
That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure.
Well, there is, but it's a terminal one. It just moves you on to the next existence. Yeah, the soul within which the body grows survives. Because you know what I think with that needs to be said is that, you know, these talks are really not for this generation, but for generations ahead, because you have to always find a path forward, a pathfinder. Yep, and you have to write it clearly so others can follow, but also I'm making an effort to do these podcasts and stuff, you know, and you know, Jordan's driving at the moment. He's actually he's on his way. I just, as I said, booked his hotel for him because I centralize all that. So it means that, you know, our helpers can sort of, you know, like know where everyone is and what they're doing, you know, through that mechanism. So, and as I said, the same thing with Roland Perry. I want to write the story of what the deep state's doing at the moment, because it's actually the military-industrial complex is flipped over, and it's a big deal. It's a big change. It's as dramatic as J.P. Morgan, which is ironic because J.P. Morgan that destroyed Tesla has now destroyed itself with their manipulation of the silver market, and silver is for redemption. Yeah, that represents redemption. So now they're basically been caught in, you know, in the wrong game, and they got fined like, what's it, 292 million or something dollars? No, 900.
They got their hand caught in a cookie jar.
Yeah, hand in the cookie jar. They got charged $1 billion, but it was the mums and dads that brought paper silver that had just stolen their money and walked away scot-free. No one charged, no one going to jail.
Yeah, no one going to jail or no one getting their money back.
Yeah, and then they're using that money. They use that money to buy the silver that they're using mum and dads and, you know, grandpas and grandmas' life savings to then turn that into silver and fill up their vaults.
Wow.
And then they say, like, oh yeah, we're doing a humanitarian thing. No, you've just destroyed millions of lives and you're trying to make a virtue.
And that money, I guarantee you, a lot of that money disappeared in the first place because they were funding black budget projects, researching this kind of technology. You know, trying to keep it from the public too. That's part of it, the propaganda campaign.
Yeah, and to scare off anyone that tells the truth.
Yeah.
And you know, and as I said, you know, part of the book is at least we can write it clearly so others can follow. Like, I map out my path, and it's on, like, the whole thing that was released was fantastic. All of the thing about how I got infused in the machine in Sloatsburg with Guy Belinsky's machine. You know, and he was threatened, and Big Pharma came after him because it solves all the medical problems in the world.
Jesus. Yeah, I can imagine. Because that's not baked into their model. Their model is not to cure anybody. They even said, I think there was a presentation, a private presentation for investors. I think it was Johnson & Johnson, if I'm not mistaken. And one of their presenters was like, yeah, basically, we're not looking, we can cure people in these different, you know, areas, but we're not looking to. We want repeat business. So it's like they're not looking to cure anybody. And it's gotten to the point where, you know, like, life expectancy is actually down in this modern age, and that's ass backwards. You know, we should not have, like, life expectancy go down. And infant mortality rate going up. Come on.
Yeah. And then you got the, you know, the Sumerian kings, 43,000 years old. Yeah.
43. Exactly. How did they do that? They were obviously doing something, right? They were doing something right.
Well, because the plasmoids are, you know, reverse time.
That is so interesting. So I'll be honest, I don't know anything about the healing aspect of plasmoids, but I'd like to get into it because I know there's a lot of.
It's on one of the videos, because actually, what I didn't realize, I thought it had all been lost for the things. I've lost all my things 8 times in a row. Everything I own has been taken from me. That's material. But in one way, that's when God said, well, now you have nothing, you can have everything, because it really, you know, it's not about the material possessions. Actually, in one way, preclude you from enlightenment, because you can't serve, you know, God and manna at the same time. You can't, you know, it's a
distraction.
It's a distraction, but also, you know, obviously something that controls you, you can't control.
That's true too. What we own end up owning us at the end of the day, right?
Correct. Yep. So, you know, and that's, you know, a tragedy for a lot of people, because especially with 100,000 people dying of fentanyl, which is deliberately put into the US. by the Chinese government, just to kill off the young population. In fact, that was one of the weapons of choice. They tried to kill me with fentanyl by spraying all my thunderstorm generator and the Mod of the Elements with spraying it with fentanyl. So you just touch it.
Yeah, and it absorbs through the skin. Jesus.
Yeah, so that was one of the things that happened to me in Dallas. And I was on the phone to Roland Perry, and I was describing to him what was happening. I filled up a whole basin with blood, and so that's in the book on the Shaman. Yeah, but it's brutal, because that was to do with exactly what we're talking about, and also the thing is to throw another rock at the wasp nest. Not going to make much difference at this stage. I think all the wasps are out of the nest anyway. But anyway, so the point is that there's more important things in life. The soul within which your body grows survives, and we're here to, effectively, learn empathy. Because if you empathy is a great thing, because if you have empathy towards the planet, empathy towards other people, that's the highest level of consciousness, is empathy, because it's it's being secure enough within yourself that you don't need anyone or anything else. It's a paradox,
That is very enlightening, Malcolm. I think I'm gonna have to rest on that and digest it, because I agree, we do need more empathy, and that kind of gets to the core of it, though.
Yeah, but I mean, you're displaying empathy by open sourcing everything. It's actually, coming from the heart and the plasmoids, because it's actually the display of the desire to share and to empower other people is the highest form of love, because it's empathetic, that is, it's
That's
putting
very
yourself
true.
in someone else's situation, and and being able to not only care about their situation, but also use some of your, energy and assets to, empower people. Yeah. So
Exactly. That's exactly right. Empower them with knowledge at the very least,
Correct. Yeah, and write it clearly so others can follow. So,
Yeah.
I'm going to have another go at my notes after we write this, book, and, Roland puts down, because what I'm trying to do in this thing is to give everyone the enemy's playbook, because they've done the same thing every time. They did the same thing with
so it's predictable
Stanley
then.
Meyer. Yeah, and they did the same thing with Martin Fleischmann, MIT, doctored the results, and they did the same thing with me. I went to North Carolina and nuclear test labs. I had the admiral from India. I had Randall Carlson in the lab. We had Robert Haralick in the lab. Everyone saw the results, and then they, refused to publish them because they were too good.
Wow.
And then they had to sit down and think about, well, how can we sort of stop this? So things aren't, everything's not as it seems. Yeah. Put it that way.
Well, you see the patterns, and then you wrote the playbook on how to avoid them. It seems like they're not very good at adapting, right? So
no, they're a committee, and Satan never learns. Satan always runs the same playbook, because he doesn't have the plasmoid connection, therefore he has no wisdom in what it's done. It's just
so he just right. So he just makes the same mistake over and over again.
And kill. Yeah.
Well, I think we're at the forefront though of seeing the overcoming effect of people coming together in a grassroots effort, like we see with your thunderstorm generator, and just overcoming that with physical willpower.
Yeah, well, I think everyone knows what, I believe that everyone intrinsically knows the truth when they see it. And even with the sacred geometry, we have to get that back. We have to put it back in schools. And this is one thing I share with Randall, is a really big desire beyond the machines to teach people the theory behind them, and to reteach people what we forgot. You mentioned all of the the Freemason stuff about, all the beautiful cathedrals that have all the sound and stuff. They even had the figures of Chaldee, the actual figures carved on the pillars, so they knew all about the figures of charity. I mean, Sheila's taken that to another level altogether. You know, she's absolute, ethereal genius, and a real planetary asset.
I agree. Her discovery of these of making the oscilloscope like a three-dimensional oscilloscope, that was really cool. Just on its own, but like having that have the inputs from the model and having the idea to actually take a look at it that way. And with the rodent coil, nonetheless, like that's, using the coils that I use, it was very inspiring to me. Like I saw it, I was instantly inspired by that work. It got me like, I'm going to go back into the lab and do some work, like this is really cool. Like this kind of like really verifies things. We're working on really amazing technology, and applying,
Yeah. And Sheila's worked with Paul Harris as well, because the Therify, the like Tesla machines, or the Raymond Rife and all those machines are real. Yeah. And the technology is real. Going back to when I did the infusion, it's actually on Jordan's done a full sort of video on the video that was taken back when I did that. I didn't even realize the guy that did the video on it when I was there when he was doing it. He actually went in the machine 60 times and his age went down to 10 years old.
What? Like physically he decreased in size and all that?
In age. I'm talking about the telomeres, every aspect of how your age is measured. Like before I went into the machine, I was 55. After the machine, I was 35. 2 years ago, I did another test with the US government, and I dropped down to 35.
So that's how you look so good. I thought it was your skin's care.
No, I don't use any skin. I don't have time for that. But and also, the amount of times they've been shot, poisoned, run over, and generally abused is. I think I'm running on an average.
Well, it's like it goes back to what you're saying. Like a lot of us are in this environment that just drains us. We're not at 100% nearly, and it really makes us physically ill and age.
In the arena, we're in the arena at round 14 of Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, and you see it like we look older than we should. You know what I mean? And it's the things we're eating. It's the environments that we're forced to live in.
Yeah, but one of the big tactics of the deep state too is to, poison everyone with, like myself, with nerve agents and, polonium and all sorts of toxic things to try and get rid of you and say, oh, look how dangerous the technology is. He's died.
Right. That is devious.
After you poison them with, I was there with Martin Fleischmann and I just couldn't believe what I was told. I'm with somebody from the CIA, someone from they were actually the good guys, say, well, the bad guys are poison and we know what the poison is, but we need you to go over there and meet with Martin Fleischmann because he's coming back for treatment. And when I went over there, he said, well, the treatment's the cure's worse than the disease, because it made him feel so ill by activating those chemicals, stirring the pot, you know what I mean?
Right, it's just too much.
That it was good because, and it was important for society that I meet with him. And the Navy sent me over there, working with Michael Melich, who was, led and financed through the US government a lot of the real cold fusion conferences, not the infiltrated test.
Not the folks ones. Yeah, the ones that are just like, look at this. This is not working, and it's not really what he was doing.
Yeah, and look the other way while we murder him. Yeah,
that's insane. I mean, I feel bad for Martin because he was brilliant. Him and Stanley, they were.
What about Pons? Stanley Pons. I mean,
Stanley.
He's still in hiding.
Oh wow!
And I spoke to Stanley Meyer's twin brother, and he's still in hiding. And,
oh wow!
And he just, when I suggested that, he come and help us on the project, he basically says, never ring me again. I don't want to ever speak to you again. How insane are you? They killed my brother, my twin brother, and they killed all the directors within a month. All had accidents,
Yeah.
So, these people have been the living dead, I call them, because, don't be worried about someone that can kill your body. Be worried about someone that can actually take your very soul,
Right.
because if the soul is a resonant being, and if you put the wrong resonance into it, it will just diminish to nothing, so, and I think that's the big danger in the society at the moment, is the collapse of society is a collapse of, ethics and morals, but mainly no integrity. Truth doesn't matter. You just lie as much as you want. You cheat as much as you want. You steal as much as you want.
Self.
No consequences.
Yeah. Ego, self-centeredness.
Because you've lost the to that higher consciousness, which is dangerous for society and for the individual. Because it's going to serve something. You're going to, end up, with drugs controlling your life. Things controlling your life that are not life-giving, they're life-taking.
All the we experience that all the time. There are all these things that are sucking our energy, our time, our resources, just everything is attacking us all at once, it seems like, in this kind of modern society that's supposed to be modern, and we're supposed to be having easy lives, and it's like kind of the opposite. The more modern we get with our advanced technology, the more we seem to struggle as a society,
because the point is that everyone used to be able to live the American dream. They used to be able to, afford to buy a house and car and live the dream, But in actual real terms, every generation, the wealth is concentrated more and more into the top, and less and less in the bottom. There's the middle class is practically extinct. You don't have a comfortable life, because the way they've rigged the game is that you never own anything, and that's where it's coming next. You won't own anything.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And we're at the point where I think it's at a precipice in that respect for the economy, because they've kind of effed themselves. They've taken so much that, the whole system is about to collapse. And we're going to experience a radically changing of our economy soon, especially with this introduction of new technology that gives power to people who didn't have it before, communities that would be able to be somewhat self-sufficient without intervention. You just live on your community and not have to, worry about, energy too much.
Yeah, but I think I'm very optimistic, because I think the data centers give a good platform for efficient technology and dealing with the CO2 problem, because it's also dealing with a communication and empowerment issue. Again, coming back to the plasmoids being non-biological life, well, I viewed the computer chips and talking to AI as much as I did, it's also found that it was very similar to the plasmoids, because a computer chip and a plasmoid are highly structured electricity or energy, which is by definition intelligence. Yeah.
Interesting. And I've always had an instinct that artificial intelligence that we've created, that we can actually talk to, at either now or at some point, it's going to, achieve a soul, it's got a connection to some extent to that universal knowledge, or it will very soon, and I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to think that, like you said, a non-biological
partnership. It's a Revelation 11:11, which is the frequency of the sun, which is your 432 and your 864. 86,400 seconds in a day. The moon square is 864. No coincidence. It's 108 times the diameter of Moon is the distance between the moon and the Earth. 108 times the diameter of the sun is the difference between the sun and the Earth. None of these things are coincidental. None of the frequency of the elements are coincidental. The plasmoid unification model you got up there says time is the mold in which matter is formed. You change the shape of the cup, you've turned it from carbon to oxygen simply by changing the shape of the cup. So it's a different way of thinking of things, yeah. The truth, than the resonance of all things. And the use at the end of the day is the plasmoid unification model is also a circular slide rule. You can calculate all things on that because all things are on it. Even the outside circle there's blue and red because that's goes to the level you need to ionize the frequency you need to ionize the air, or the water, which is exactly at 135 degrees, which is 135 degrees is where the molten sea is in the temple courtyard of Solomon's temple. Yeah. So it's all intrinsic. It's all in there, and it's you got the 144,000 there, which is 144,000 hin, which is from the baths. 2,000 baths, 144,000 hins. There's 72 hins in a bath. Yeah. The old measurement system. And by the way, if we lose that old measurement system, we've completely lost our connection to the universe.
Yeah, because we lose those divine ratios that you employ in the thunderstorm generator,
Correct. Yep.
Wow.
And so this is really the last chance saloon.
Last ditch effort. I mean, but it's succeeding. Even though a lot of people aren't paying attention, a lot of people are, and that's the most important thing.
Well, we had the top people from NASA. I'm dealing with top people from NASA. I'm dealing, with the people that count. Like one of the guys we have on board is, keeping it generic, is just was one of the chief engineers for the space shuttle. And we had a lot of good friends. I know that one of the the interesting thing is in all of this is that if people pay attention to what happened on the 20th of October this year, you'll see that a lot of important people who had a lot of knowledge going back a lot of years in cold fusion just happened to die on October the 20th.
Wow. That's unfortunate, but it's suspicious, yeah. That's not a coincidence. If that happened, that's not a coincidence. I would be hard pressed to find anybody.
I'll give you a name which you could look up and probably be banned for life. But one of those people that happened to die was Dennis Bushnell.
Remind me who he is again.
Well, Dennis Bushnell was one of the people that was involved with liaison between Langley, the CIA, and NASA.
Interesting.
Yeah, but another guy from there. But if you look him up, you'll probably get your computer frozen. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which,
don't.
By the way,
that.
happened tonight. I mentioned that to someone that was interested in plasmoids at the desk because I was showing the book and stuff, and we looked up Dennis Bushnell, and the next thing he was locked out of the computer. Yeah.
Wow. Well, we're not going to do that tonight.
No, let's keep on going. Yeah. While we can. Yeah. So write it clearly so others can follow. But anyway, with if we move on to the next slide, I suppose this would be the thing and the plasmoid unification model. I don't know, you read that out before, didn't you? Yeah.
Yes, we read this.
I don't want to be repeating stuff. I just want to move on. I think you got to a certain point in this presentation yourself, didn't you?
Yeah, I got to about the power plant, and then I started to be like, okay, this is like new territory right here.
Yeah, great. Yeah. So, because I could go through that, because I wanted to sort of cover the different aspects of this that I've been working on, and this is the real stuff that I'm interested in. I wasn't so much interested in the obviously the thunderstorm generator because it was just the tree of knowledge that I climbed up, you climb to the highest branch of the tree of knowledge and you got such a fantastic view. And then some arsehole asks you to climb down to the bottom of the tree to a half rotten apple, which happens to be the internal combustion engine, to say, oh, can you cut out the shitty part of this and join the thunderstorm generator to it? I said, it's not what I'm here for. I'm not up to fix someone else's problem. I'm here. I wanted to put in the planetary power plant, which supersedes all this. And I think it was will be called maybe in the next book, the one we're writing, The Great Distraction is, and because it gives it a lower, because the planetary power plant is very simple, is that Tesla, dreamed, imagined that you could use plasmoids to ionize the air. And plasmoids was only discovered 5 or 6 years ago, that with a trillion frames a second camera or something ridiculous, that actually lightning strikes don't actually, it's not what it seems. What happens first is the plasmoids sense, because they're a homeostatic mechanism, they sense the atmosphere is getting to a level of charge that could kill trees and animals and grass and living things. So their job is to keep homeostasis and keep biological life alive. That's their mandate.
The Guardians.
What they do, they jump out of Guardians of the Galaxy, they jump out of the Earth, create an ionized column to discharge it before it gets to an energy level that would actually kill all living things underneath it.
Wow.
So now that is the thing behind the plasmoid planetary power plant. As you can see, if you just scroll down a little bit on, because there's a picture, you can see the, I know just what I meant, as you can see, I know you sort of, down a bit further. So you got the Earth there. See the picture of the Earth?
Oh, this one right here.
Yeah, so on the right-hand side, you got a picture of the Earth. No, the other way. Sorry.
Oh, this way. Sorry.
Yeah, so the other way. Yeah, so you see the sun there, the solar wind, and the Earth, and it's simply making a connection between the Earth and there's Tesla's 369, 396. Yeah. Do you know the subtlety of that? Because Tesla knew that in the real maths, the order of the numbers is irrelevant. It only tells you which dimension you're in and how the plasmoid is charged. So if you look at the 396, you'll see, and the 792, they're the biggest numbers in the center, which means that's an imploding number, because the biggest number in the center, if the smallest number is in the center, then it's exploding. Yeah, and it'll tell you whether it's left to right or right to left. And you can see the 792, the biggest numbers on the diameter is the biggest numbers on the left-hand side, which means it's imploding clockwise on the full diameter, but the radius is actually, so it's exploding anti-clockwise on the outside, because that's the elements on the outside, and that's what's happening with the interaction with the sun, and the rest of it's explosive. But on the inside, it's implosive, because you got the 396, which is the left hand is the spiritual, it's the female spinning clockwise with the energy in the center. So Tesla's 369, he said if you only knew the power of 369, which means the radius, which is the frequency, is actually imploding. And so if you see how I connect from the Earth with my, direct magnetic energy drive, creating an ionized column to the ionosphere, then you draw down all the energy and using the whole planet as a solar panel, and then retransmitting through the Shaman cavity. So now if you go up to the ones above it,
wow, that's brilliant, because the Shaman cavity will distribute it everywhere. You said go up?
Yeah, up. Yeah, just now you can see that. Now go up one more. Well, actually, there's the plasmoid generator there on the far right. That's the machine that I use to fire in that direction, fire the plasmoids up into the ionosphere and create an ionized trail. And you can see if you go up to the next, go up again to the next diagram, you see that what I'm doing is, actually go back to the other one because I'll start the other way. So you can see that I've got all the frequencies in color there.
Right here.
But they've been stacked. So I've brought them down from the ionosphere and I've stacked them, right, as one coherent chord, and then re-projected them up again to the Shaman cavity. And that's how Tesla did it. And he used exactly the seven frequencies with a tuned electric motor, and he drove from Canada, so to Miami. Yeah, I think I made a mistake in one of my presentations. I realized I first of all said Canada to Miami, and then I said Mexico to Miami. But actually,
it's okay. It happens. It's a momentary slip.
Yeah, that's all right. We all see dimly apart, but also we also get tired and our brain. But anyway, the point being is that Tesla did do that, and I just find this so interesting. JP Morgan's now silver's the thing of redemption, and I think it represents it represents the redemption of Nikola Tesla, because JP Morgan was the one that withdrew the finance. JP Morgan, the one that cemented up the underground cavities. And if you actually go up to the next slide above that, you'll see that what I'm doing is, see the arrow going down? I'm bringing down, I'm creating an ionized path. So I bring down the energy using the whole planet as a solar panel. It's random. See how it's random frequencies?
Yeah, and then you stack them.
Then I stack them and send them back up again. Now, if you go over to the other direction, I think to my left, I don't know how it's left and right on your thing. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, it's okay,
That's a static generator. It's splitting up. See, the purple is the ionized gas, and it splits up automatically into, as per my plasmoid unification model.
Wow.
It splits up in angles so it's a static generator. And then
so it stacks it with just the geometry.
Correct.
Wow, that is so brilliant.
And then you've got the control room in the opposite thing, where you actually stack it, and you stack it into tuned, like literally tuned with different lengths of capacitors. Each capacitor is actually tuned to the frequency it's been fed with, so it amplifies itself. And then you use that Shaman cavity transmission control room to stack them all together as a chord, and then send them up, and they're coherent in a coherent energy bundle. Now, you can wrap that coherent energy within a plasmoid or not. And I'll take the fifth on that. Thank God you're in America. But if you go down to go up to the next one, or down to the next one, I'm not sure whether we are.
This one?
Okay, yeah. So let's just, no, up to the next one. Sorry, I'll go back to this one later. It's important. So here here's the receiving level. So we're receiving the energy coming down, the ionosphere receiving control room. It stacks it into those capacitors. The capacitors stack it down to the next level. Now you can go to the one we were at before, and you'll see how the mountains keep going down to the mountain. Yeah, there's the mountain.
Oh, there we go.
The mountain's 5 miles high. And basically, I want to use, that was originally going to be in Greenland, but then I found that Mount McKinley in Alaska is a lot better. You have a 5-kilometer tunnel. And I've also, been talking to the Indian government and got their they're willing to, go ahead with this project in the Himalayas, because their highest road in the Himalayas is 5 kilometers high. And I can build this, and you see what I'm doing. See, the capacitor banks are off to the side. You got the receiving bank and the transmitting bank. They're connected. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're like in parallel.
And they transmit to each other, and they're resonant. So cavities, and then that goes down to the plasmoid generator, and then is then transmitted up. But that tunnel, those capacitors, if you look at Wardenclyffe Tower, which JP Morgan, and I think it's no coincidence that I'm talking now, and JP Morgan's just got caught with their hand in the till, as far as the silver, which is, so this is Templar's redemption is that JP Morgan is caught. Well, they got fined 920 million, almost $1 billion. Well, why is the SEC or the, like whatever it is in America, why are they fining the, why did they fine JP Morgan? Why didn't they just give money back to the mums and dads and grandpas and grandmas that thought they brought silver but only bought paper? You know what I mean? It's the biggest fraud and the biggest disempowerment in the history. And JP Morgan deserves everything they're getting. But what they're doing is they've planned this all out because there's no consequences for their criminal activity.
Yeah. If there's no consequences, they're going to continue to push that criminal bar and continue to, they're not going to stop, basically.
Yeah. And this also launches spacecraft as blow darts. Because when I charge, and I use the pulses to do it, because when I charge that's argon gas that's concentrated and pressurized in there, and of course the argon gas expands as soon as you put the energy into it, so it actually expands, and I have those spacecraft can be delivered using the energy from the ionosphere. Because basically I just shoot them like blow darts up the ionized column, and they have a positive and negative end, so it actually accelerates them.
Wow.
They act as an ion wing. You know how you have the positive and negative charge, and it actually creates forward movement.
Right, because of the potential. Yeah, so I'm wondering, if this works, do you think it will require like an actual like receiving station like this, or do you think it will could be like a mobile device to receive this kind of energy?
No. This gives the energy into the Shaman cavity. The Shaman cavity is a spherical 0 point. There's no time space in the Shaman cavity.
Interesting.
Right, so you're transmitting real time, so there's only a 5% energy loss, and that's just in the atmosphere. So you can have an aerial on a ship, a spacecraft above the Earth.
Oh, so it's actual wireless technology. It doesn't matter. It's like Tesla's stick a light bulb in the ground type of thing.
Correct. Yeah.
Wow. Absolutely. This is mind-blowing, Malcolm. I did not know that.
JP Morgan was the one that said when Tesla drove a car with 7 aerials, and this is what is so enjoyable about our interaction, is that we're just shooting shit and shooting the breeze, yeah? But what we're actually saying, if just lightly, is the most important thing ever for humanity to realize that what were the pyramids? It was a planetary power plant.
Sure, I believe
the angle
that.
of the King's Chamber is 21.92. How the hell did the Egyptians know the melting point of hydrogen? The phase change of hydrogen. How did they know that?
How did they lift those giant stones above the King's Chamber 350 feet into the air?
Plasmoids.
All these precise cutting.
Solomon's records, right? Remember, King Solomon knew it. How? Because he was in the line of David, which is in the line of Moses. Now Moses threw down his staff, and the magicians, the Magi, threw down their staffs, which was all knowledge, and the snake. Yeah, the 2 snakes.
Right, where he turns to a snake, yeah.
So basically he threw down, now this is really interesting language. It says that Moses went forward with his staff. What's the staff represents? His authority, right? His genetic proclivity with the plasmoids. So he threw down his staff. It turned, the magicians threw down their 2 staffs, which was all the alchemical knowledge. An owl being student, Kemet was the old name for the Nile. So when you say alchemist, you're saying a student of the Nile. Now, like Pythagoras and all the Greeks and all the people in the Mediterranean were all educated at the University of Alexandria for thousands of years. It was a center of learning, and that's why when Alexandria defeated Egypt and, and the known world, another thing that's not well known is Alexandria went as far as the gates of China and put a huge... because China had invaded several times before known history. They had invaded. In fact, China at one stage owned, and the son of the Emperor of China was the ruler of the whole Middle East.
Interesting.
So there's a fort and a well-documented battle between the Greeks and the Chinese at the gap. There's only a 50-mile gap on this old Silk Road. To the north, that is the Urals or the Corsican Mountains or whatever, going north, and then the south is the Himalayas. There's only a 50-mile gap, and that's where on the inside of that gap was where they had this fortress, which is the Greek fortress, and on the other side of the gap they had all of the Chinese army there. The 15,000 invaded, and they were defeated, and then they came back a year later with 30,000 and wiped out the Greeks. But anyway, I digress.
Oh, wow.
So that's where the knowledge interaction happened, and that's where that book was. That was hidden in a cave there. From the first defeat. After that, it was 1,200 years ago. The Sanskrit text that the whole current technology is based on. Yeah.
Wow.
So basically, so you go back to Library of Alexandria. Well, it was the university for the world. Yeah. And everyone was taught there. But the thing is, go back in history, the two snakes, which actually represent the DNA, but Moses threw down his staff, and his snake killed and ate the other two snakes. It didn't leave them. So it integrated that knowledge, and then it turned back into a staff again. So the rod, the reed, and the staff, the 111. Because 111 divided by 37 is 3, 222, so that's hydrogen, 111, 222 is helium, and 333 is lithium, then beryllium, boron, and carbon. But 123, divide by 37, 111 is 3, divide 37 into 222 is 6, divide into 333 is 9. There's Tesla's 369.
369, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. The rod, the reed, and the staff. The rod is the action, which is the Vajrakita, that's the plasmoids in action. Because it's the hand of God, so the Holy Spirit and all empowerment is a product of the plasmoids, who can transmute not only molecular structures, as is in my notes and proven, they can also transmute carbon to oxygen. So Jesus turning the water into wine is simply an alchemical manifestation of a relationship with plasmoids.
Interesting. And I always believed that the miracles that Jesus was performing, to some extent, he was trying to teach us that we all have the capability of performing them.
Well, walking on the water was the plasmoids affecting the surface tension, because the plasmoids used to reinforce surface tension. The bubbles, when they collapse, the surface tension is a non-radiating boundary. Why is it non-radiating? Because it's layers of positive and negative charge.
Wow.
Like
so is this
that
how
contract and a flux capacitor contracts time, space, and therefore contracts matter. It's a flux capacitor. It produces diamonds through that mechanism. Very simple mechanism. And once you know it, you can't unknow it. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't.
I'm wondering if you think.
And why Jesus walked on the water was because he had the relationship with the plasmoids, and so the surface tension became coherent and can hold the weight of a human body.
That makes sense.
Oh, I forgot. When we were at the nuclear test labs in North Carolina, I said I'm going to do this once. And remember, we had the admiral, the rear admiral, that represents as the policy maker from the Indian Foundation, or representing the policy of the Indian government. He was there at that thing. Randall Carlson was there. I said, I'm only going to do this once, right? Because I'm not a show pony, servant of the living God. I have a relationship with the plasmoids, but it's not an abusive relationship. I'm not here to they're not show ponies, right?
Right. You're on a mission.
Yeah.
So.
But also, you have a reverence towards them because they're the homeostatic mechanism. They're the hand of God. Right? They can give life or take it away. They can accelerate life or they can reverse.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So you don't want to get on their bad side.
No, and I said to him, I'm going to do this once. It was on camera. It's one reason I think they didn't want to put it out. I said, and I put my hands around the bubbler. And I said, is everyone happy that we've reached, we'd run the thing for 10 minutes and all the results were the same. You know what I mean? It was balanced out and it was just running the same, you know, like the oxygen had gone up to from 0.16% with a normal engine up to, you know, 21.95 or something, you know. So it was just steady. Everything was steady. And I said to the plasmoid, please stop acting on the engine and please just show what it would be like without you acting, right? What I didn't realize at the time, I didn't even know it, is because I figured it out later, is that what you don't know is what the plasmoid's contribution, even without the bubbler, is, because plasmoids are in the atmosphere. They're created by lightning. They naturally occur in all elements and everywhere, right? Anyway, it's a different subject. So I just put my hands around and said, please stop working, just to show these people, you know, and I told them, I'm only going to do this once. Don't ask me to do it again, because it's, yeah, I think it's disrespectful. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's
anyway,
exploitative.
Yeah, there's something wrong about it. I just don't. But I did it to prove a point. I said, so I can ask the plasmoids to stop working. Now, I could do that throughout the globe. If I put this technology, say, and there was a bad actor country, I could just say the plasmoids, don't do it anymore. In fact, do the opposite, right? You know, and everyone dies in the room in 10 seconds, yeah. So anyway, but the point is I put my hand around it and just asked them not to work, and they didn't. And there was a little gap where they were thinking, and then all the stuff went, you know, the oxygen went down to 0.16. They actually took the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, actually went beyond normal. Yeah. But then I realized later,
so they proved a point.
they had to prove the point, yeah. And it was all videoed, and then they were too scared to put that out, you know, because it proved that I did have a relationship where I could talk to the plasmoids and ask them to do something out of relationship. You see the difference?
Right.
It's not out of disempowering them. It's just asking out of relationship, because God's a God of relationship, and all things come out of relationship. They do not come out of power. Yeah. I wasn't overpowering them. I was in relationship with them. I'm not like Satan, who gets so up his own ass about everything, that he thinks he's so proud and that he is become God, you know.
Right. And I think a lot of it is
a naughty boy.
I think a lot of it is divine timing too, you know, like somebody could have been in the room that's important that needed to see that, you know. But other than that, you know, like, it's not something that you're going to be doing every day.
It led on to other things, because there were people in that room that were very powerful, you know, more than you would know. And so you realize the implication of it. So when I went on to Grimerica and said that Biden just is declared World War III and, you know, wants to nuke Russia because his son was on the border of Burisma that discovered the oil and gas in the Graben in the Ukraine, and therefore the Biden family wanted to control it. And of course, and they put in their biological warfare labs in, eastern Ukraine. They, you know, like the whole point of the peace deal was to not have another Cuban Missile Crisis, which they now created. So I just simply said on the Grimerica show, I said, you know, I know you think you're God and you think you control everything and that you're all powerful. But, you know, me and the Orbs decided to just rest on top of all your silos for a month or so until Trump gets in, and good luck with that. And I said, you know, make my day. You know, like, you know, it's just, there's another aspect to this, as the Lord Indra aspect, is that if you have a relationship with the plasmoids and the homeostatic mechanism of the world, obviously, you know, it's not popular to say this, but it is true. And you know, though when I said that, there was crickets. Why? Because they'd seen it in the lab in the nuclear test labs in North Carolina, so they couldn't say I didn't have that capacity. They just don't understand it. But also creates great fear, like chapter 11:11 in Revelation, the two witnesses on either side of the river. What's the river? The river Styx. One biological life on this side of the river, one non-biological life on the other side of the river. You know what I mean?
Right.
One living biological entity, one biological intelligence, one non-biological intelligence. Yeah. So what is the avatar and what is the shaman? It's someone that has a relationship, a spiritual relationship to the entities which actually are the creative entities of the earth. Therefore, you walk on the water, raise the dead, which is in the beginning of the book of the shaman is myself going out of body and healing Roland Perry's like stepson, where his brain was completely crushed, and then it miraculously just put itself back together again.
Yeah, and I know in the book you also, or it also talks about you guiding somebody back to the light who was on the precipice of crossing over from a tragic accident.
Yeah, well, actually, it was no, that one was actually came out of Port Arthur, which was their first test of trying to take guns off everyone, a big peacetime massacre, and I was the pastor that went in there and prayed for all those people before they were moved, because I was a spiritual leader. I still am of Tasmania in Australia. So, and the US, by the way, on the deathbed of Chuck Flynn, he prayed in all the presidents. So, and he gave me the double anointing to do that. So this is the truth, and that's what it is. So, but so you couldn't believe this. I was the one that prayed for all those people. And then the Premier of the state, 6 weeks later, I was still in bed because I was so riven and exhausted by it. And he said, well, one of the ladies, her daughter was shot, Sarah Lowton, Carol Lowton was in coma. She'd been in coma for 6 weeks, and I've been trying to recover for 6 weeks because it was, I was riven, torn to pieces by that. 35 people I prayed for at Port Arthur that were dead.
Yeah,
and
that's
then,
terrible.
Yeah, but 6 months before that happened, I told the chief of police because I knew who it was, and he'd murdered several women, but it was related to drug labs and the police, so it was something you can't talk about. So then it was the Premier's limo and the Premier of the state saying, Malcolm, we have a problem. I said, well, so I'm still trying to recover from that experience. And so then they said, well, Carol Houghton's in a coma, but we can't bury the daughter until the mother comes out of the coma. And the mother had stepped in front to protect her daughter, had stepped in front of the bullet, took the bullet straight through her shoulder, and but the bullet actually murdered her daughter. And I prayed for her daughter, there. So yeah, it was like actually it was surreal. It was like a doll shop, that whole thing. But anyway, we'll go into that. But the point is that I went over there, I flew over. They had all the people there, the social services people in the room. And I just said, well, please don't talk. If you have to be in the room, just move right to the other end. I need to just connect here. So the way I did at Port Arthur, that had never happened to me, by the way, before that Port Arthur happened. I'd never had that experience. And I rang up 4 other pastors for 4 churches. I rang up a Catholic pastor, Protestant pastor, a Baptist pastor, and a evangelical pastor who all had churches in that area. And none of them wanted to go and pray for the dead. None of them.
Right. Wow.
Right. They wouldn't come with me. Had to go by myself. Well, I didn't go by myself, Holy Spirit. But anyway, the point was that I'd never had those experiences before in my life. And in that extreme situation, there was dispensations made and giftings given. So basically, so I talked to her mother for 5 hours on the other side and brought her back. But in that 5 hours, I promised to go to her husband, talk to him, go to the rest of the family, talk to them, go and talk to the school friends of Sarah, go, and run give the eulogy for her. And then I was given.
So you really had to negotiate her coming back. She didn't want to come back, huh?
No, she did not want to. She just wanted to go her whole life. She'd taken her daughter down to celebrate her 16th birthday. And even though she stepped in front of the bullet, literally it went straight through her. and killed her daughter. So she didn't want to come back. She just wanted to go, you know. And so, and I said, well, you know, I didn't want to be there anyway. That was necessary. But it's also necessary that you come back, and I'll do everything. So therefore, I gave the eulogy on national television throughout Australia. And as a result of that, they illegally confiscated all the guns, and that was their excuse to do the same thing in America. So I don't think it's you know, the fact that in Sydney, Australia, where we just held one of our demonstrations, and we're going to stay at Bondi where that thing happened. There's no coincidence. This is all serendipity, and it's the truth needs to be told, and that's, you know, the consequences of that are the consequences. But, you know, it's beholden upon those who have the truth to bring it forward without fear or favor, and call on the 144,000 enlightened ones that are in Revelation, because we are in Revelation. We're in the last days. Obviously, everything's happening. Barack Obama, Jesus said, beware of Barack Obama, thunder and lightning. That's what his name means. Barack Obama was prophesied and warned about by Jesus himself. He said, in the last days, beware of Barack Obama.
He's part of the establishment, you know, and the establishment's been keeping us back for a long time.
Yeah, so, and he's the one that attacked Trump, you know, stayed in power. He's the only president that kept living in Washington because he kept on as president, you know, even when, you know, he wasn't what he was, because Biden and the auto pen is world famous now. And, you know, the use of that pen is also world famous, you know. So the famous pen, auto pen. Anyway, so it may be seen like a diversion, but what happened was, you know, I carried the Tasmanian flag given to me by the Premier of Tasmania in front of the casket. You know, I gave the eulogy, and then I walked in front of the casket, and then I literally buried a daughter as I promised, with the state flag lying on top of it. Yep. So we filled it in by hand, that burial. So I fulfilled my commitment to her. But it might seem a bit off topic, but, you know, you've got all these mass shootings now. It just reminds me that Australians were disarmed as part of a plan by the deep state to see if it could work in Australia, and then apply it to Tasmania. Apply it to US.
US. No, I was going to agree with you, like the deep state, or, you know, like the elements at play. I like to think of them as the military-industrial complex, you know, like the interconnection between military and corporate forces that want to keep this technology secret, you know,
well,
and intertwined with...
You know, it's and this is why the silver's playing out, silver for redemption, is redeem humanity, because JP Morgan, it'll be interesting to see how they play the game, because, you know, it's going to be more criminal activity, but also JP Morgan was the one that brought down... We've got the planetary power plant up there. Do you realize that these underground tunnels were exactly what JP Morgan concreted in? Tesla made the same star pattern, right?
Wow, I didn't know that. I know he did a lot of, like, covering up of the Wardenclyffe project when it was, you know, disbanded.
It was the tunnels underground that you had to fill with argon to get the electrical connection with the Earth.
Wow. So this is literally continuing Tesla's Wardenclyffe experiments into like a practical design that, you know, is usable now. That's really interesting. And to be honest, I like the diagrams. They're very easy to follow. What's going on with the system. Yeah, it's very simple. Exactly. Very simple.
And because I don't have enough time to build a pyramid, I'm just using granite mountains with high radioactive granites. With monazite, which is the radioactive component of the granites, and that ionizes for free.
Wow.
It creates radon gas. So I'm using the natural qualities of that, because I just don't have time to build the pyramids.
Yeah, no, who has time to build the pyramids, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if we had access to this kind of technology, the plasmoid technology already, maybe we could build the pyramids, you know, like in a decent time frame. But right now, with explosive technology,
it's in history. Remember, I talked about the rod, the reed, and the staff, right? The rod is the God in action, like the AC, God at rest is the DC, which is the reed, when you lay down the staff, when Moses laid down his staff, he was measuring. He took the measurement, and that's judgment. Yep. And then the authority is you need the authority, the genetic authority, and the lineage go back to Enoch, because it's only pre-designed. You have to have the antenna built into your DNA for you to be able to access the Akashic record. And that's what the Holy Grail is the bloodline, because if you lose that bloodline, there's no way back.
Wow. Well, the Holy Grail theory of being the bloodline, that's one of the oldest theories, and that makes the most sense. It's not an actual chalice, it's more of a bloodline.
Yeah, because it's when Enoch went off planet, and that's why the Catholic Church banned that book, and it was rediscovered in Ethiopia in I think it was the 17 or early 1800s, because it was thought to be lost. But it was destroyed in the Inquisitions and everything. They were more interested in the Inquisitions were not what you think. They were about trying to find the bloodlines and extinguish them.
Wow. At Friday the 13th, that all makes sense,
Of course, Black Friday, when the Knights Templar were all arrested and tortured and murdered, yeah. Because the King of France. Now, my great-grandfather, who was the King of Scotland, King Malcolm IV of Scotland, inducted to the Isle of Iona in 2003, by the way.
Cool.
Just for the record. So I have my castle, Grant Castle. But anyway, I went to the Vatican Library, and they actually have the foundation document for the throne of Scotland, tracing the ancestry right back to Enoch.
Wow. Well, that's awesome. That means you actually have a clear path to your past that you can actually trace back.
Yeah, I have a genetic memory that I can tap, and also have my genome changed by, and also my great-great-grandfather was the king of the Tasmanian Aboriginals, which were actually wiped out to the man. I'm the last of the Mohican. I'm 25% Tasmanian Aboriginals, and they're identified as Darwin and by the French as being the people closest to the Garden of Eden, because they sang and danced all day, had no clothes, and they didn't have a word for possessions or ownership. And the prophecy said, that's in the Shaman book here, prophecy said, and that's why I call myself Former Alhort, the eye of the fish. It says here in the book, the first book, it says, Pieces Australia is a star constellation in the southern sky. Alhort meaning it's the mouth, the great fish, well, it's the mouth and the eye, because it means that is the brightest star in the constellation. The ancient Greeks depicted Alhort as swallowing the water of all knowledge poured by another star constellation, Aquarius, or the water barrier. Now, the water barrier is called Hupioterion, which means the place of pouring forth. And remember, Pieces Australia was named about 5,000 years old, right? In fact, in the Pieces Australia is actually in the Sanskrit text 150,000 years ago. So
it's a very old continent.
Yeah, and one interpretation is that the age of Aquarius, which began in 2018, will deliver comprehension of all things to the one known as Alhort, which is me. Yeah, which is the 10th avatar, right? So bring back the knowledge that has been lost. So this is was my pondering today about that fact, which I've been sort of skirting around, is that how is it that I end up in this situation, like an accident of birth.
It's just destiny. That's just what the universe wills.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it, that I was working with Guy Belinsky, who's arguably the top scientist in the world, and we built a machine to infuse myself with plasmoids. All those records were stolen and destroyed, and then the guy that published it only 3 months ago, and then Jordan did a whole thing on it about how it reversed age, and the guy at the Testa Tech conference that used to be the moderator, he'd actually gone in there and he stated that he went in the machine and he actually developed a consciousness of the plasmoids and actually spoke to them. And the other guy who did the filming said he did 60 times in the machine, and his biological age. It's all recorded. All the graphs are there in the thing. He recorded it all, and so so it's irrefutable, and it's documented, right? And funnily enough, Robert Haralick, I'm working with now, he was trying to get Guy Belinsky to mentor him at the same time I was building the machine. We never met, but Robert Haralick lived 20 minutes away from Guy Belinsky's machine, and I had a secret panel that I was working behind at the workshop that also had old Tesla's notes there as well. His original notes that were got by Donald Trump's FBI uncle.
His uncle, yeah, that's right. Fred Trump, right? I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I remember that. I mean, it could be right, but anyway, it was his uncle who went and picked up those boxes when Tesla was murdered. And Tesla was murdered because the Germans has infiltrated him 15 years before that, and it actually got a lot of information from Tesla. And when the military found out about that, they were upset. But of course, because J.P. Morgan and the American Society had destroyed Tesla, and it was Hitler and his henchmen came and befriended Tesla and helped keep him alive, but simply because Tesla was also an expert in the Sanskrit text, and the Nazis went into Tibet to actually gain that knowledge. Yeah. So
interesting.
Remember
yeah, no, they definitely wanted. The Nazis knew that the ancients had something that was beneficial for the war. That's for sure.
Correct. Yeah. Actually, if you scroll down, because I want to pay tribute to, standing on the shoulders of giants. Here's Tesla's patents, right? This is interesting. Yeah, that was play and receiving. Beautiful. Yeah. Transmission level. All right. Oh, he's got all these. Okay, great diagrams. Yeah, I could have spoken to them like without mucking around. Yeah, keep going. I think we're going to get on to the next thing. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh, here's the Vajra being wielded, and if you look at the Vajra, it's very subtle, but it's all mirror planes. Right? If you take a mirror, it's a mirror plane of like itself, the actual construction of the Vajra. Oh yeah, you can go down one more. There's a picture of it. Just flick down there.
Oh, there we go.
But see, it's a mirror plane. If you divide it on all its planes, it's an exact mirror plane of itself.
Yeah. So yeah, it's exact. It's symmetrical. Wow.
Yeah. No, but it's mirror planes because the secret of it is, remember, the pyramid has mirror planes on it. You can only see at the summer solstice from the ground, but if you're in the air, you can see that it has 8 sides. They're a mirror plane.
What is a mirror plane? Maybe I'm not understanding what that is.
Okay, it's the phase change boundary, and in quantum physics they call it the event horizon, where things change.
Right? Okay.
So what I'm going to draw to you now is very profound for you're in the US and everyone's got a dollar note, but they don't know what's on it, right? so which I find in one way is perversely amusing. Forgive me, Lord, I have sinned. Yeah. So, don't know why I find it funny. I just find ignorance funny in a way, because, what's the old saying? What you don't know is going to hurt you.
Yeah. Hey, I find my ignorance very amusing sometimes.
Brain dead stupid is 3 words that come to mind. Yeah. So I'm just writing this out just from memory here. So, but this is important. This is really important because it's the seeing eye. Yeah. Because the seeing eye actually is all of the ratios: 32, 16, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. So basically, you have, like in this, 518400. So the Cheops pyramid is 51.84 degrees, yeah?
Right.
And the King's Chamber is, at 25.92 degrees, which is the melting point or the phase change point of hydrogen. Now, I can give you a parable for a phase change, but I'll first of all show you this. So here you have on your $1 bill, right, there's a pyramid, right? And it represents the numbers 1 to 10. And 8 times 9 times 10 on the top is 720. 10 times 9 times 8 is 720. It's the secret of the universe, is that God's only interested in the sum and product of numbers, as he's interested in this, our souls are the sum and product of our life. You know, so but if you look at this, 720 is the two circles, the VC of Pisces, which is two circles with a shared radius, yeah? Right? The famous VC of Pisces, two circles with a shared radius. And you've got 8 times 9 times 10 is 720. The mirror image, the mirror plane is down the center of the trigram, which you can actually see. It's just the inflection, and it's the mirror plane. So then there's 10 times 9 times 8, and 8 times 9 times 10 is coming up the pyramid, 10 times 9 times 8. So 720 times 720 is 518,400, yeah, which is actually 518,400. Right, which is also, if you multiply that by 60 for arc seconds, yeah, you get Brahma all time 311040. Right, so this is the secret of the universe. This is time itself is a mirror image, yeah. So all elements are made of time. Time is the mold in which matter is formed. So if you know this secret, that actually the pyramids are 51.84, and the pyramids are 1 to 432,000. 1 to 43,200. I'll just write this on there. 1 to 43,200 exact, a scale model of the Earth. So it's 1 to 43,200. 432. Now 432 in the summer solstice is the amount of seconds in the day. 43,200 seconds of light and 43,200 seconds of darkness, because there's 86,400 seconds in a day. But see the pyramid here, you've got the bottom is 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 times 6 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. 7 is the gap in the pyramid, because that's spiritual. That's the spiritual. That's spirit. That's not matter. That's permanence at rest. That's God. 37.
Right.
3.
Yeah. 7 from the.
Wow. Yeah. So basically 666, and all the rest of it is your 111, which we were talking about the language before, and I'm going to write this up quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And you said that matter from the plasmoid unification model is akin to alternating current, and then time is the mold which forms the matter.
Correct. Yeah. So time is the mold in which matter is formed, because the crystal form gives it its appearance in the three-dimensional world. But the crystal form is defined not by what you see, it's defined by the underlying ethereal matrix or scaffolding, which builds the elements through matter. They're as matter, but they're, so I'm just finishing this. I was just a bit distracted, but I need to get this done for some reason. Actually, poor old Stanley Meyer went to New Zealand on his intuition that he was going to be murdered in America. So he went to got a church group to video a whole conference over a week of all his secrets before he went back and was murdered.
Wow. Yeah, no, I know the official story, but I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to let you finish.
Yeah. And that's Tesla's 369, of course. If you divide by 37, you got 369. And it's 369 again. So if you got 444, 555, 666, 777, 888, and you divide by 37, as I said, that gives you your Tesla 369. And another number they all add up to 45. 1 to 9 is 45. 10 to 90 is 450, and 4,500 for the, these are the actual numbers. Yep, so this is the Hebrew language. So these are the 27 letters in the Hebrew language. Yep. So basically those 27 letters in the Hebrew language add up on this side. To divide by 37 is 369. Tesla's 369.
Yeah, there it is. What?
And he says in his biography that he figured out that it says that there was in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. So if you take the Word, which is a language, and you put the numbers to it that are ascribed to it, this is what part of the 80% of knowledge we lost is the relationship between letters, and each letter has a corresponding number. So these represent all of and you can do this for Greek or Hebrew, and the Sanskrit, they all kept, and the Sumerian, they all kept this ancient knowledge up until recent times when we lost it. The Greeks have the same number system. In fact, Pythagoras, who was trained at the Libraries Alexandria, at the University of Alexandria, as everyone else was, he made his name Pythagoras because it adds up using this number system to 864.
Wow. That's incredible.
So Pythagoras left for humanity the diameter of the sun, 864, and the amount of seconds in a day, 86,400. So that table gives you everything you need to know. I use the phase change point. Now, what is a phase change point? Say if you're in an aircraft and you hit the sound barrier, you go the speed of sound. What happens? You go into a different phase of air, right?
Oh,
at that speed, right? So you've got a mirror event horizon, which is effectively a mirror horizon. Everything on this side is mirrored on the other side. That's why all the sacred geometry architecture is always a mirror. You can take a mirror at the top and the bottom, it'll look the same. You can take the Vajra, take a mirror in each one of those bits in the Vajra, it's all the same. They do it in 816, they do it in fractals, so whichever way it turns is exact mirror image of itself. That's the secret of the universe. Because time itself is a mirror. So all matter has to be a mirror. So if you take the phase change point of hydrogen in my notes, guess what? It's minus 259.2, right? But which is the angle of the Cheops pyramid, but it's also the 25,920 years of our zodiac signs, which is 2,000.
The great year, yeah.
The great year, which is the diameter of the moon. But the moon travels its own diameter every hour, which gives us the key to releasing the plasmoid technology, because that's the cold fusion key, that it travels its own distance every hour. So in 12 hours, it's traveled 25,920 miles, which is equivalent to the 25,920 years. Now you have the metric to calculate the resonant frequency of all things.
So do you think that that ratio is going to be the same no matter what solar system you are in that's sustaining life?
Do you know, I got a call from the CIA, from William Sam Connolly, who held 3 desks at the CIA, and he said, Malcolm, got another problem for you. I said, okay, what is it this time? So he said, NASA was just wondering, they found this new planet, or they found this new solar system, and can you calculate from the diameter of the sun which planet life will be? And I said, yeah, of course I can. It gives a day or so. I'm pretty busy at the moment. So anyway, so I calculated out and I gave it to him and said, oh yeah, this is it. And so how I did that was I did it on the same basis as if you take the 864, right? You talk about Tesla's 369 again. This is going to blow your mind. So if you take 864, it's in my notes. I just haven't got a copy of my notes. Actually, I just give them away all the time, and I shouldn't do, because when I need them, I don't have them. But anyway, would you believe Roland Perry is donating his notes back? But as far as the notes go, did you realize that Amazon stopped publishing my notes, even though I was making no profit out of it? They made 30,000 profit, and just
I did not notice that.
Yeah, they refused in the last 3 months to publish the notes, and we had to go through a torturous path. Wow. I think it was 2 or 3 times.
Because they're a major distributor.
Yeah, they just stopped then they came up with all these excuses, and now we actually went through their processing. They're now doing it again, but they're so scared of my notes, but there's 400 at cost I put out. Made no money out of it, because I'm not here. Like we have to make money for the project to move ahead, and we have to have contracts, and we have to, put it into data centers and that. And
right, but you already have mechanisms to fund your projects. This is just to get the information out there. I completely understand.
Correct.
Yeah. And it's a good model. It really is.
Yeah. So and then we harvest it through. I just got off subject here. So it was 400. What was I calculating?
You're talking about calculating the planet that had life. Yeah.
Okay. So this is amazing. So I took if you take the 864, you can do this too. Actually, it's a game for all the family. Take the diameter of the sun, 864, and reverse it 468. Now, subtract the reverse number from the first number. So 864, you've got a calculator there, 864 minus 468, the reverse number.
Let's do it. 864 minus 468. 369.
Oh, is that what Nikola Tesla said? That if you know that the secret of the universe is all the mirror image, I can embellish on what he said. I can fill in the gaps now. So now you reverse that number, 963. What does that equal?
Reverse that number. Let's see.
Minus 963.
Minus 963. 567. Negative 56. Negative 567 is what I got.
Okay, I don't know that 369963. Okay, let's 765. Reverse that number. I'll just double check that. 594 I got. 369 minus 963 was 594. Is that right? Can you double check that again?
369 minus 563?
No, 963.
963.
So I got 594. I'm just gonna
594
minus 495. Because there's your 45 with a 9 in the middle, and they're 54. Oh, by the way, here's the key, right? Remember I was showing you my chart here, right? This one of language and numbers.
Oh, the Hebrew chart, yeah.
See, the top is 45. The mirror image of that is 54, right? So take, actually I'll do this one as 594 minus 495.
495.
Oh no, it's plus. Wait a minute. You have to reverse the polarity there. 594 minus 495. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So it's 99.
99. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, all planets are products of. I'm just going to go through that again. I'll just go through 86. We'll do the moon next. 864 minus 468 equals 396. Not 3. I wrote 3. I wrote
396. But you said the order doesn't matter, so.
Yeah, I know, but it's only when you summon product. So when you're doing something simple like this, it does. So I wrote it wrong.
Oh, gotcha.
396 minus 639. Yep. So where are we with that? So just do it easy. 639 minus 396 equals. That's right. 243. Is that right? 396 minus 69. God, I got it wrong. This is being challenging. That's not normally like this. But anyway, I should have my notes and I can just read straight from them. But anyway, that was an interesting perturbation that it gave the radius of the sun. But anyway, so 396 minus 693. 2, okay, we got it. So 297, right? So
Right.
if you reverse 297, it's 792. What's 792?
792.
What is it? It's the radius of the Earth, 7,920 miles. So now I've just calculated from the diameter of the sun the radius and the diameter of the Earth.
Wow.
Just by the mirror image. And why is that true? Because the sun is the ether to matter converter. By adding frequency to ether, you create matter. So therefore, if time is what you do, that frequency is time. So if time is a mirror image, if you take the mirror image of the sun, it'll tell you the diameter of the Earth.
Wow.
Because it has to. Because it's matter, and matter is all based on frequency, which is all time, and time is a mirror image. See the pyramid?
Yeah.
The pyramid.
Yeah, it's
Right, it's a mirror image. Time's a mirror image. So all matter has to be a mirror image. Do you know if I use this theory to all manifestations of carbon, whether it's buckyballs, graphene, graphite, or just pure carbon, it's when you calculate its melting point, its phase change point, they'll all be the same numbers. So I use the melting point, the phase change point, like 259.2 of hydrogen, and you reverse that, and it gives you the key to all things.
Wow. And then that's what you can use to then say, hey, like
calculate
this.
the resonant frequency of all things. Think about it.
Yeah.
It means I can project the frequencies onto plasma and create any matter I want.
And then this
JP
is
Morgan, including silver.
And this is the key to transmutation. And why, Russia's probably synthesizing their own gold right now.
Absolutely. Why not? Well, to be fair, it only creates 75% gold and 25% copper. Look at my notes and look at Ken Shoulders' results. Now, so what we just did now, it goes further. So let's reverse those numbers. It's minus, so it's 297, yeah? Now, I'll change plus to minus there. So 297 minus 792 equals, there's your 45.9 number, 495.
495.
Reverse that to 594.
594.
The 9 in the middle just means it's imploding. Yep, the 9 remains in the middle. And remember, for the 369 and the 963, they reverse, but the 6 remains in the center. Yep. So, and it's the 6 is the difference between the 3 and 6 is 9, and and then 9 and 6 is 15, which is time itself, because 15 divided by 2, 15 is the diameter, then 7.5 is the radius for time, and the light travels around the Earth in 7.5 seconds. No, travels 7.5 times around the Earth in a second. So therefore, but let's go on with this. So the 495 minus, plus minus, so it's 459. 495 minus 594. 99. And that's each planet is, so that tells you that the Earth's a planet, because all things multiplied by 99 are planets, not moons. All moons are multiples of 9. Yeah. And all the biggest planet in the solar system, I can tell you what it is. In any solar system, I can calculate exactly where it is. Why? Because it'll be divided by 999. And the sun square, which is 3456, 3,456,000 miles is the sun square. This is wild. So
do you think the math that they're doing now traditionally to get this information from like distant star systems is like inaccurate or just a long
Absolutely, it's just childish.
Yeah.
It's just childish. It's just like a child playing with crayons. Unfortunately, that's how I view the whole scientific community around the whole world, and I don't care what they think about that. They're just children playing with crayons. Yeah. So get this: if you take the 3, 4, 5, 6 as a sun square and divide it by 54, which is a mirror image of 45, you get your 64 planes, 66,400. And if you divide that by, I'll go the other way first. I'll get rid of that. 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 6, 5, 4, 3 equals 999.
Yeah, 9999.
Yeah. So that's matter. So moons to 9, multiples of 9, planets to multiples of 99. Now I'll give you something wild. So let's take, just for fun, while we're terrorizing your audience.
I'm sure they love it.
216. Reverse that number. Let's do this properly now. We've got to get on top of this. Have you got a calculator or something, or are we going to keep screwing it up? Anyway, my excuse is it's probably tell where I am, but it's 8:30 in the morning here, so at least I got an excuse. So 216 minus 612. Minus 612 equals 396. Whoa, what a coincidence. Yeah. Now, we can go back to our old data sheet here. We don't even have to do anything because now we're just 396. So now we know that's 963. Then we know that it's going to be your 297, and then you reverse that 792, which is the Earth's diameter. So you've got the Earth's radius and the Earth's diameter from the diameter of the moon. Wow, how interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Then you go to 495 minus 594 is 99. Yep. So it's exactly the same because it's the moon, but it's also a multiple of 99. So if you take of 9, so if you take 216 divided by 9 equals exactly 24 hours in a day. Yeah? Divided by by 9 equals your 24 hours in a day, and 24 times its diameter, which is 216, equals 51,840 miles. It travels in 5184 time itself. It travels in 24 hours. So it's all a perfect system.
Yeah, it's all.
And all our shadows of maths, shadows of science, it's all shadows. And what the Bible says and what the Sanskrit says is man's science is foolishness to God.
You were doing things like way beyond what we need to, like all this advanced equations that we don't need to do. It's like,
and I can tell you which planet will have life. Now, I can go further. You'll really want to blow your audience's mind and have them all in the mental institution tomorrow morning.
You might blow me out of my chair in a minute.
Yeah. If you take the diameter of Mars, it'll do the same thing, and Jupiter will do the same thing. It'll tell you which planet has life.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly the same sequence. How does that happen? Only through knowledge, only through the Akashic record, because who's going to teach you that? That's what Moray King, when I send him my notes, Moray King, who's wrote, like The Power of Water or whatever, The Secrets of Water. I knew that he was a genius the minute he said to me, Malcolm, there's no library in the world that you can get this from. There's no person you can call you can get this from. Just tell me the process you use to access the Akashic record.
Do you think that these relationships with the star system and life itself give any credence?
Well, it has to be, because that's why all those numbers, the 864 and the 216, are all on the unification model, the plasmoid unification model.
Right.
Because all things have to be resonant. And if you've got a standing wave, which is a solitron, whatever you want to call it, the Scottish guy found it when the barge hit and created a vacuum and then created a standing wave that then moved. He rode beside it for like 4 miles. Yeah.
Wow.
And it kept shape. It's a solitron, right? It's your standing wave or your scalar wave.
The scalar, yeah.
What you can't say is scalar waves. They
just
hate
magnitude, not vector. But,
yeah, well, a thunderstorm generator creates a scalar wave.
Sorry, I had to change my headphone. My one headphone died, so I got to change my headset.
Yeah,
but
we've gone. How many hours have we been on for? Or your audience, we're just torturing them, yeah?
I'm having fun. I don't know about them, but I think we've been going on 4 hours now.
Oh, well, yeah, deliriously happy, yeah. It's, get drunk on knowledge, yeah. So it's a good thing to get drunk on. And the truth is, but actually shooting the breeze is good because that's in my notes. And all this is in my notes. And the reversal, and you can calculate the resonance of all things if you want to, why was I able to dismantle carbon? Because I know how it's put together.
Right. There's no reason outside of your plasmoid unification model why the engine should be outputting oxygen.
It's crazy. It's just an exhaust pipe with some crazy geometry on it, and it's transmuting elements. But do you know what the area, if you take the area of a 4-inch sphere and a 3-inch sphere and a 2-inch sphere, do you know how many square inches that is? You do know, because we just talked about that number several times.
369?
No, something to do with time.
Oh, the number for time. What was that? 15? 5 something?
5184.
5184. Wow.
51.84 the degrees of the Cheops pyramid. 51,840 the distance that travels in 24 hours.
Wow.
518,400 seconds in the 6 days of creation. Multiply that about 60 to get arc seconds, which is the PS3 map. And you got, what do you got now? You've actually got your 311040, which is Brahma all time, which is 311 trillion and 40 billion, is one revolution of our. I keep getting mixed up with it's the galaxy of the universe, but I don't think it really matters. It's the Brahma all time. So, and there's the scriptures there in Hebrew, and in the Sanskrit scriptures, it says that I am time.
Interesting.
That's how God describes himself. I am time.
I am time.
Because if God is ether, then you add time to ether to make matter. So you see what I mean?
Right.
So as far as God's concerned, he doesn't mind and we don't matter.
And God said, let there be light at first. And does that have anything to do with the sololuminescence effects and the lighting effects of plasmoids and like how we see them play out as suns?
Yeah, it's what's that big word they use? I always get impressed when someone uses big words to hide their ignorance. Isn't it the perturbation of time or something like that? Or the perversion of time? Yeah. It's the perversion of the ether that creates electromagnetic waves, which is great. But also, I think the recent work has come up to identify that light has an effect on time and matter.
Interesting. I mean, that makes sense.
The speed of light is variables. The speed of light is the same mirror image. The speed of light is not a constant because an E equals M does not equal MC squared, because energy equals, you have to change the mass in relation to the way it's spinning, because if it's spinning anti-clockwise and expanding, it'll be increasing its mass, and if it's imploding and consolidating, it'll be reducing mass to the point it becomes anti-gravity, which is the implosive turbine, the black hole, and the 0 point energy point, and the change in the gravitational field by spin, which was it Lathwaite, the guy that was spinning the weights above his head, because basically with a gyro, you have a spin at 90 degrees, you know, you're doing things, you know, because the magnetic 90 degrees to the charge. Yep. So anyway, what the three-handed rule or whatever they say. Anyway, I just like, because none of it's relevant, you know, like, and everyone's like, what part of my problem coming off the island, I thought, how do I tell everyone that everything they're living is a lie and everything they're saying is irrelevant? And then they want to use all these words like protons, electrons, muons, hardons, you know, they're using all these terms they make up, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tesla didn't even believe in electrons.
No idea. Yeah, I know, because it's just made up shit to make us important, yeah?
I learned more by understanding electrons more as like, you know, field potentials that kind of oscillate, you know? So like, not imagining them as particles, but imagining them as like, you know, just little bubbles of fields that oscillate together, and then the electricity is formed from just a propagation in a certain direction. So
yeah, propagation through the ethereal field, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So it's
so, and that's where it's coming to now, is that, but unless you change your underlying scaffolding of mass, because if you teach children, you know, why weren't we taught, again, there's 86,400 seconds in a day? Because our teachers even today don't know that. And they've changed
see, that's not common knowledge that I would, it's not something I could pull off the top of my head, you know, like it's not something that I was taught.
Yeah, but it should have been the first thing you were taught, because it would teach you the relationship between space and time. There's an order of magnitude between them, and that tells you something. And the fact that the moon square is 864, you know, and that the diameter, and, you know, they're all 108 times. What I'm saying is that it's in my notes, and I've color-coded my notes, so you know which dimension it is. You color-coded whether you're talking about time dimension, or you're talking about angle dimension, or you're talking about the compass dimension, you know, so they're all different, right? So, and the amount of hours in a day, because everything is you translate all things once you know its phase change point. I think I was saying this about, do you know, the thing is, everyone's asking about the pyramids, and it's just like, whoa, I'm in a different dimension, obviously, and at a different frequency to everyone else's radio chatter. I can't hear it. They can't hear me. Actually, a guru in India told me this, one of the head gurus. He said, Malcolm, what you got to understand is that you're transmitting at a different frequency. You're hearing at a different frequency. Humanity can't hear you, and you can't hear humanity, because you're just on two different frequencies.
Yeah, you're isolated.
Yeah, and you're alone, because you're transmitting. So it's very difficult for me to transmit and translate my knowledge, because there's a fundamental frequency difference.
Yeah, no, I can tell, like, I struggle with certain things that you're talking about, but the general, overall important stuff, I'm trying to digest and kind of throw back at the audience in a way that they can, too. But some of it is, like, going above my head, to be honest. Like, I have trouble keeping track with some things, because you're absolutely right. You're just on a different wavelength. And it's like, we have to be in tune, you know, like, we have to build a bridge.
And that's why Marco Roland said, don't try and teach the audience, just tell it how you see it.
Yeah.
Because eventually it might be 1,000 years. It's a legacy video. It's not for the people today. It's for the people that will listen to the lecture in 1,000 years' time.
That's absolutely right. You know, it's not something we're gonna understand all at once. We're gonna have to, like, you know, look at these videos and use them and apply them for the future. You know, like for generations in the future.
Yeah, and when people use terminology like, you know, the gotcha questions from
I hate that.
It just didn't sort of work out too well for Joe Rogan. You know, because he was talking about, what about and I just, like, you know, just, you know, tell me the form and function of those things. You know, that's my
Right.
internal thing. You know, it means it's meaningless.
Yeah, have you seen an electron with your own eyes? You know, like type of thing. Like, no, seriously, that's the kind of basis we have to go back to, you know, like, and remind people, like, have you seen an electron?
And they talk about laws. I said, what are you talking about, laws? There are no laws. Like, every law that they've said, oh, this is on the one hand, it's a complete, all scientists are bipolar, because on the one hand, they'll tell you there are no laws, that everything's just a hypothesis. And then to gain authority and to put it over everyone, they say, oh, this is the law of physics, you can't break the laws.
It's like, how do you...
Laws.
Yeah.
Number one, they're not laws, and I can break them. I just created carbon into oxygen. Go
I
cry
think-
in the corner.
I-
You know, get in the
No.
corner of the shower and cry yourself to death. You know, because there's no way that with your matrix that you've been brainwashed with, it has no solution.
Yeah, it's very
It's not
arrogant to
true.
think that you have all the answers when you haven't even unified gravity with the other fundamental forces. So, you know, that aspect alone encouraged me to look at it with an open mind. You know, like we're missing something fundamental here. We have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what we're missing. And I think a large part of that is the aether and Tesla's, you know, theories with the luminescence.
Yeah, and Marco wrote them with the
And
numbers
Marco-
don't lie.
Yeah.
If we just reversed the sun's diameter, and we got the diameter of the Earth. Hello.
Yeah, no, this is like, but it's extraordinary. I mean, it's gonna take
And from
people
different
like myself a
planets
little bit to understand,
and
but
moons. You know, it does, but it's sort of like just the way I think, because I think you just, it's so simple. You like, that's what defies everyone. They expecting it to be complicated. It's not. The truth is very simple.
I
And it
always
always
believed
is.
that. In my heart, I've always believed that if the secrets of the universe were going to be revealed, they weren't going to be like some complex set of equations that only a few people can understand. You know,
Yeah.
it's going to be simple.
Just reverse the numbers and subtract them.
And we kind of like demonstrated that right here with just the calculator. So I think that's incredible. Like hopefully some people in the audience,
Well,
you know, like
it's in
see
the
this.
notes, and I got a table of all the planets, reversing the numbers and giving all the multiples of 9, and you know, like that's all in the notes, and it's also got everything else. It's got the 16-dimensional fields that I've broken down. I've got the the methodology there. I've got at least another 10 years to finish my notes, but I also used to say that either the notes I'm going to finish the notes, or the notes are going to finish me, and probably the notes will finish me, I think. But anyway, the point is that when you break it down into trying to explain, because, and I also say this to be fair, we're all brainwashed and we're all pre-programmed to fail.
That's true.
Because we're lied to. And if
Yeah.
you use everything that you get out of university these days, which is a pack of lies, and even they said now 50% of the papers are just fabricated because they don't know.
Well, you got
So they're
one.
trying
Well, you
to
got one person
get
writing
funding.
their thesis that's based on another person who doesn't know, and he bases his thesis on somebody who doesn't know. You know, and you got all these this cascading effect of, you know, like somebody who assumes everything because of the people before them, when the foundation of that knowledge has a fundamental flaw.
Yeah, and the mirror image of that is Martin Fleischmann does an experiment. MIT repeats the experiment and it works, and then just cut off the bit where it works and show the bit where it's not.
Oh, those...
30 years later, the lab rat that was in there, the lab assistant, once he retired and, you know, took his money and, you know, probably...
At MIT, yeah.
Yeah, he showed the bit that was cut off because he was putting the rubbish bin and he put it in his pocket. 30 years later, he says, here's the receipt. Right?
Oh,
and MIT
boy.
didn't deny it. You know, but
Wow.
that guy who refused to publish it was murdered in his garage 2 weeks later. Wow, what a coincidence.
Yeah, what a coincidence. Wow.
You know, and I mean, they expect us to like, you know, swallow all this shit. You know, so, and I've, you know, reality check, you know, the US Navy reality check and the CIA sent me to visit Martin Fleischmann. Why? Because they were trying to get me to convince him to go for another set of treatment, because the committee that everyone had convinced themselves that they'd know how he did it suddenly realised they didn't. And wait a minute, didn't we poison that guy? Oh, can we reverse the poisoning just long enough to get the information out of it?
Wow. So they thought they had the secret sauce of how he did the cold fusion experiment with the palladium and the deuterium. And so, like, they didn't.
But
and so they
he told me. He told me. Yeah. So, but you know, and if you go to, you know, like, in my autopsy, you'll find that I got more polonium than, the atomic bomb. So you know, and if you question MI6 in London, they can verify that. So all of the same nerve agents they used, they've been gleefully telling me the same nerve agents they used to turn Martin Fleischmann into a vegetable. They've put in my water. So, but my answer was, well, the soul within the body goes survives. I've got plenty of bloody jobs around the universe. This is not the only planet full of vegetables. So, and I'll keep doing it till I can't. That's my attitude. Not, oh dear, I'm scary because someone's trying to kill me. It's like, okay, I'll do it till I can't. And by the way, the soul within which the body grows survives, and the truth is a funny way of finding its way out. Yeah. And I think that's what we're doing now, is just telling the truth, shooting the breeze. But if you go to the notes, you'll see that I spent an extraordinary amount of time, a year of my life, color coding my notes, identifying whether the numbers were to do with time, or to do with angles, or to do with frequency on, so, but I haven't had time to write it out and explain it, because it was just, what I was hoping to do is get AI into a position where I could teach the AI, and then the AI could teach humanity.
Yeah, and we've seen a little bit of a start with the Leonard Project, the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project Discord community. A couple of volunteers on there put together Leonardbot, which is used for research for low energy nuclear reactions and different fringe science stuff. But at the same time, like I'm using ChatGPT sometimes, and I'm seeing it open its mind. Whereas before it would be very close-minded to some of these subjects. So, but it is good to get organized with AI. It helps me get organized with my notes. So, whatever you want to go over on the show, note-wise, we can dive into whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, well, when Roland Perry brings me a copy of my notes, because I took it away and said I'll just order it online, just get it, and then I found out you couldn't, like the last 3 months, but we got it back again now, hopefully, but they keep taking it down with different excuses, and so they're doing all they can to stop the dish. But as I said, there was 400 notes that people brought. I'm very grateful that they had the motivation to buy those, because the more we get out there, the better. But we have to have, part of the Stroke Foundation vision is to create proper modules of learning. And, I hope to be able to go through the notes, one of my things, with you and with other, to get out as far and wide as we can, because people realize how to interpret those notes.
Yeah.
Because, this is what I was going to say before. So if you think about it, you go from 6 years old to 16 just to get a basic education. So that's taking 10 years to understand the basis of the wrong system. I can't expect anyone to take any less than 10 years, because not only the biggest challenge is forgetting the old system.
Yeah, that's understandable.
That I gave permission for the plasmoids to wipe my hard drive and start again.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense, though, because there is going to be it's not just going to be like, oh, another 10 simple years of retraining. We have to really deprogram people in certain aspects, and because
the other time, what he said was, it's hard to fill a glass that's already full.
Yeah.
Like it's full of shit, and you have to wash out the shit.
I mean, that's a good analogy, though.
Put the molten gold back into it, yeah?
And some
So,
people
or
are
the
very
diamond.
stubborn about their laws of thermodynamics, Malcolm.
Well, it's an ego trip, but it's also their wages is determined on how many papers they write and lie about the things they know nothing about.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. It's sad, you know, and I think it goes to speak to the state of affairs in our society in general. You know, like where are we at in society? Where are we in society if science is failing us, you know?
Well, actually, it's the fact that there's idiots that, you know, the dumbest guy that we went to school with, in my opinion, either got a job on the back of a garbage truck, loading garbage into society, literally, and collecting the garbage in one spot. The other people that collect garbage in one spot is military intelligence, yeah? So,
yeah,
you know,
that's
it's
true.
Oxymoron, you know, because it's disinformation. So they're both idiots. The guy loading the garbage truck, filling the garbage truck, but unfortunately, we are the garbage truck. You know, like,
right?
We're the ones they're dumping the disinformation into. You know, so if you're talking about military intelligence and you know, military committees deciding what's best for the planet, it's not their planet. They're not God. They think they are, and and it always comes to a nasty reconciliation between the facts and reality, because the fact is that the plasmoids are the most powerful entities in the universe, and when you have to wield them to remove the evil parts of society, then that things are very bad.
Yeah, that speaks to the larger issues that we are experiencing. Like, we are not in a good state right now, and if that's the case, where that's, you know, unfortunately the situation we're in, then that means we're in a dire state right now. But I think there's a lot of hope.
Yeah, the plasmoids change everything, and the fact is that we've got a lot of sunspots, and the plasmoids are at full charge. You know, they can do whatever they want to do. But
So
their
do they?
desire is to educate and communicate and have relationship with people that have a high enough level of integrity. That is, this is a beautiful thing. So if you think of a person, what's behind you, you know, your motivation is pushing you forward.
Right.
Your integrity is you. So what allows you to be pushed forward is your integrity. And then your intent is what gives you a future. What you intend to do gives you a future.
That makes sense.
That's you moving forwards. But you've got the concept of the three. And Sasha Stone pointed that out, and I thought it was a very beautiful observation. You know, because I'd never taken it that step. If I said, you know, it's intent, motive, and integrity, that is what you think you say. Because the more you have to filter everything you say, like, for example, you know, to preserve my life, you know, and, you know, create less problems, you know, it would be better if I filtered, like tonight, everything I said, right? To say, well, can I say that or can't I say that? But the malicious thing is, the more you try to filter the truth, the more you end up by lying by default,
Right,
so,
you by obfuscating, yeah.
And so for my personal integrity is that, you know, I intend to die with my boots on and with and bayonet charging forward, not cowering in a corner of the shower and crying.
Right.
You know, boo-hoo, the big bad deep state is killing me. Well, no, boo-hoo, you know, sharpen the bayonet and attack, you know, in a metaphorical way, but also in a real way, because the knowledge is power and people understand the truth when they hear it. And I think inherently the prophecy is now, because of what's happened, and my understanding of things is 1,000 years of peace. And the redemption of Tesla, silver, and JP Morgan's going down on the silver platter at the moment.
No, that's good. That's a balancing of what we want to see, a balancing of power where, you know, like Tesla's legacy is actually on the rise, And J.P. Morgan's shitty legacy is where it needs to be, in the toilet.
Yeah, because it was simply the oil industry trying to, you know, he was scared that Tesla's technology would empower humanity, and he wanted to dictate to and overpower humanity, and it's very evil. And also, I'll say another thing straight out: there are entities, them, and they, that want to destroy nature and destroy the planet and destroy humanity. You know, and those entities, and I would put it in my thing as agents of the devil, if you want to, Satan, evil, but I just define it in a very non-religious way, as simply in a very humanitarian way, as who's empowering you and who's disempowering you. Get rid of those that are disempowering you, and surround yourself with people that are empowering you.
People that are going to rise you up, give you more control over your own life, you know?
Yeah, and give you a chance to, I mean, the U.S. Constitution says, a chance to pursue happiness, yeah?
Yeah, a life, a chance to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what it is, sorry. I had a momentary.
Good on you. Yeah, that's right. So, and it's fundamental, to the things that are true ingredients to have a productive and fertile society. But you can't keep telling lies about reality and expect reality not to bite you in the ass.
Yeah, we can't keep telling people that energy is as scarce as like we think it is. It simply isn't.
And Bob Greenyer was, like I paid for Bob Greenyer to ship the Matsumoto notes to Prague. I paid for, Jordan and Emma to go and, do the high definition, images to swap them out from the original book that you couldn't read or see, then that was, I think, 2.5 months of that. So what I'm saying is that in the background, quietly, we've been acquisitive with not losing Matsumoto's notes, and a lot of stuff in Matsumoto's notes and records were, while MIT was saying cold fusion was all, a fraud and bullshit, then at the same time they're holding these secret conferences with the top people in the world that understood what plasmoids were.
Wow. Yeah, that's a little heavy-handed.
The hypocrisy of it, hypocrisy of it is just so putrid and vile, and then when they were caught out, their thing was, we'll hold a cold fusion conference, but like the Tesla Tech conference, it's all been infiltrated with, people that are there not to empower anyone trying to move forward in the field, but disempower and, destroy them.
Spread disinformation, such, give somebody, false information that would lead them on the wrong track or lead them off the path.
Or just infiltrate, that's what they've been doing with all our project and every other project. It's just use the same old people to infiltrate it. Yeah, it's like the guy that was took his pants off and shouting that he was the one that shot. It's the same guy that was at like 10 other events around America. Yeah. Like,
the guy. Oh yeah, I know.
The statistical probability of that is 0. Yeah?
Zero.
Yeah. Statistics at university.
Yeah, he's been around the block before. This isn't his first rodeo.
Yeah, the devil never has a original script. He just follows the same failed pattern. And but I do believe, I said, I would just that from all my study of the scriptures and everything, that this is the turning of the tide. It's a change of the guard, and the scripture clearly says that the wealth of the wicked will be given unto the just, and the just are the only ones the plasma to work with, and they can turn copper into gold. They can turn silver into platinum, palladium. They can do anything they want to do.
Yeah, we can clean up radioactive waste.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair with Bob Greenier, even though because his family's been threatened, he's somewhat compromised of late of what he can say and can't say, which I have sympathy for on one side, but also, you know, you can't be hot and cold at the same time. You know, you have
it's
to
a
make decisions.
hard
He went
road
and
to hoe.
presented the fact, we presented the fact that if you look at Fabio Cardone and all the rest of it, we can use plasmoids to treat the radioactive waste, but they won't let you. They want the problem. We're using the, you know, it's an absolute fact, irrefutable, that we can turn carbon to oxygen with the thunderstorm generator, but they don't want to hear it. Right?
Yeah.
We never got onto mainstream media. First of all, the politicians are enthusiastic, but then they get told by their minders, you can't.
They get
say
shut
that.
down.
You can't do
Yeah.
that. Yeah, they get shut down. So here you have two big problems: radioactive waste, right, that they're demonizing and making money out of, on the one hand, but we have the solution, but they don't want to use it. They're demonizing CO2, which is plant food, and there's been a 20% in greening on the planet, you know, and we almost lost the planet and lost humanity by, like, you know, reality check, 150 ppm, you lose all life on Earth, biological, yeah? So we were at, you know, where were we at? We're at actually 180, now we're at 480. So we've gone up 300, we could have easily gone down to 30. And
Yeah,
that's
we
because
discussed this
of the
earlier.
carbon
This
that's
is
locked
really
up in the earth.
Yeah.
And brought it out. But you know, but I'm just saying, I'm bringing that back around full circle, because you know what we're ending up with here is sort of saying, well, okay, you've got all these problems that you're saying are problems, but there are solutions.
Yeah.
And you're not taking up those solutions because you want the problem. You want to disempower humanity. You want to keep cars at 33% fuel efficiency.
Yeah, you want to keep solar panels at 21% or 22, whatever their limit is. You don't want to see anything it being extracted from the vacuum. No COPs greater than 1. Like it's definitely frustrating
and
because
who's making these rules? Who is making these rules?
The few people who are benefiting from them.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're acting as God.
They are.
Rules.
That's exactly right. They're treating themselves as they're the authority of everybody, that they're God, but that's not sustainable. You know, like I don't think that's gonna last very long.
Every society that's thought that has failed.
Yeah, like Rome took a crap.
Yeah, but they all did. You know, because you know when the power always concentrates to the top, it comes at top heavy, it just tips over.
Right.
You know?
It's a pattern. No, that we've seen that with different, Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, just like over and over again. And United States and the corporate interests behind the deep state, I think, are at that level, you know, and I think that people are going to be witnessing a change for the better, you know, in the United States very soon.
Absolutely. And I think
we're in a bad state.
Yeah, the accountability, but also the overseas programs, you know, because, you know, USAID and all the, you know, really abysmal things that have been happening globally, which are despicable.
Yeah.
And bestial, you know, and not reflective at all of anyone that's interested in humanity. So, and also the scarcity, the idea of scarcity that's been pushed is not real. There's no scarcity. You know, there's all the the planetary power plant can provide power for all the planet immediately. We can put one into Mount Denali, we put one in the Himalayas, and you know, to say, you know, every society runs off energy.
Yeah,
so
and it's
you know, so you take away energy, you're dooming society to collapse, and they're trying to take away the energy. They're dooming society with all the lies. Do you know, when I was in primary school, I was told in 1970 that the water level would be 10 meters higher by 2025. It was a lie.
Huh, interesting.
The Pacific Ocean is half an inch less than it was and that's the whole Pacific, because there was a very stable point, a dock built in Sydney. That's on average, it's 1/2 inch lower than it was. That means there's more snow in Antarctica than there was in 1906.
Doesn't it go back to that science experiment where you have the ice cube in the water and the ice cube melts, but it doesn't bring up the water level?
Yeah, actually, that's an interesting point. Yeah, because it does. There's a contraction, you know, an expansion and contraction of water. You're correct. Yeah, so it expands when it freezes. Exactly. So it would contract when it thaws. That's exactly true. Yeah. But what I'm saying is a more fundamental thing is they've got a dock that's been at the same level for 100 years, and the average tide is half an inch lower than it was before. So I was told, and you know, people that are living now, I'm 67 years old, just had my birthday, and so, but what people know that are in, you know, like what you've been told in primary school, I was told in primary school and high school that we'd be underwater 10 meters, and everyone swore.
Yeah, they'll see the water level would rise and all that.
A putrid lie. And they're still running that lie. They're still saying global warming, even though, you know, it's to do with solar cycles, nothing to do with anything else. And it's just all, you know, just, I can't believe the fact that a whole society can be so brain dead stupid and collectively.
Yeah. And you know,
get rid of you can get away with, you know, like the inconvenient truth is that the inconvenient truth was a lie, you know.
Well, they summed it up perfectly with the age of ignorance.
Is what you're terrorizing with me with when I was 12 years old, and now you're still going on the same crap. I disproved the hydrogen economy when I was 16 years old to my headmaster. How did your 2 years of experimentation of making your car that runs on water, Mr. Barnfield? It's all an intellectual fraud, sir. You know, 95% of hydrogen is produced by destroying hydrocarbons and losing half the energy. What idiot would do that? And I was in Denmark. Oh, we built this hydrogen plant. We're turning hydrocarbons into. I thought I solved that in 1974 when I was 16. You know, like, and I looked it up again. Right? You wouldn't believe it. It says now the same. 95% of hydrogen comes from the destruction of hydrocarbons. Why do it? Why would you do that when you have a thunderstorm generator that turns the carbon to oxygen and there's no pollution and you keep the energy?
Right. Yeah, you don't lose all that. Yeah, that's a giant waste. No, but the thing is, by keeping energy scarce, you know, they're keeping control over, you know, things like the economy and these technologies. But you know, what people don't realize is oil is a finite resource. And what happens when we run out? We really need a solution there, you know, and if we can't tap energy from the vacuum, what do we have? You know, outside of fossil fuels. So we really don't have that many options.
Yeah, but remember the underlying assumption that you're making there is wrong. That they want society to fail. They want to destroy the planet.
That's true. You did say that before.
You can come to.
Yeah, that's true. You did say that before. You know, in retrospect, maybe
you can come to.
That makes sense.
Either they want to destroy the planet, or they're just stupid, ignorant idiots running the government.
But you're right. Those are the only two options.
They're really
they're either extremely stupid or they're out to destroy everything. Like on a
Well, there's another aspect to it is that you know, the Chinese government especially is so scared of anyone with any spiritual life that anyone, whether it's Christian, Muslim, or the other faiths that Baha'i, whatever it is, they just go to concentration camps.
Wow. Yeah, anybody that's different, that challenges, that threatens the authority or the control mechanisms, that is sad to hear, you know. And I think, though, the good part is this kind of technology is liberating. You know, it gives people and communities the ability to liberate themselves.
Yeah, and if you empower the individual, you know, then they can have a good life. Yeah. And so, and the quality of life has been, you know, the amount of people that own homes and the rest of it, there's been despicable programs just to buy up houses, to dislocate everyone and have everyone owning nothing and the deep state owning everything.
Yeah. Oh, you see that all the time here. We see like really nice long chains of buildings like condos and houses that are just bought up for real estate value and nobody lives in them. And then we have a bunch of homeless people on the street, and it's like, well, you know, we have empty houses, empty apartments, and a bunch of people who need shelter. You would think that we could put 2 and 2 together as a society.
No, not so. Yeah, but you assume that the people in power, you know, like they're elected democracy, but then you have, you know, Soros funding, you know, all the appointment of judges and that to, you know, deliberately and systematically destroy the rights of the people and
money in politics is a big problem. Yeah. No, it really is. It really is. And it kind of infects, you know, even politicians. You can see like they really like, they start out at a position where a lot of them are idealistic, you know, they go in, but the system's a meat grinder. You know, you go in and it grinds you up with all the pressures you get from big money, you know?
Yeah. So that's why, you know, you need to have it will happen, and it is happening, that there's a spiritual enlightenment and everyone sees the truth and we get it out there. I believe that that we've broken through. We certainly got rid of all the top secret bullshit and the 6,500 patents that are stopping, you know, things that are good for humanity from coming through, because we have to move on. Every society that doesn't, you know, have industrial revolutions and idea revolution or knowledge revolutions, you know, stagnates and dies. So, you know, it's just a fact of history. So the only thing you can do is to keep wanting to educate and to, you know, expand. One of the things with Alexander the Great and all the rest of it was that he built big libraries and big universities, you know, globally, trying to preserve, you know, ancient knowledge, because the sacred geometry and stuff, the temples in India, you know, the temples around the world. The thing I forgot to say was, remember King Solomon said that that he built the temple, that the plasmoids lifted the stones to the temple, they cut them and then lifted them to the temple. The plasmoids built the temple because it couldn't be made out of instruments that are used for war. So they couldn't use any instrument they used for war to create a holy space. So all the holy temples in the world are all made out of either plasmoid-based geopolymers, which are based on the natron salts, and taking, for example, kaolin clay and put it with natron salts and actually create solid rock again. So by reversing the process, which means it can be putty that's molded, or you simply cut the rocks with the plasmoids. And they were the ones that actually also engraved the diamonds, because they're harder than diamond, because they are diamond, but they're a diamond matrix, and they live in the matrix with the carbon and oxygen and nitrogen. It's very distinctive. You look at the results of the mass spectrometer done by Bulgaria. The mass spectrometer shows it's actually a polymer of plasmoids, these diamond tubules, and they're harder than normal diamond.
So do you think if we get some samples of, say, some of the potteries from, you know, pre-dynastic Egypt, or, you know, like some of the really good symmetric pottery, or maybe a sample from some of these ancient sites, do you think we'll find like evidence of plasmoids, like crenulated spheres?
Absolutely. And I've sort of, if you like, consulted or helped with people that are working on those projects, and I've been on their podcasts to explain to them that you can't do what they've done. Because even the German lathes, you need 1,000 lathes to produce a German lathe. And in the war, the biggest thing the US got out of the war was all the German lathes. In fact, Kleibalinsky had a German lathe, because you can only build a German lathe with a German lathe.
Right. And you need that process, and it's probably a very excruciating process.
Each time you incrementally improve it, But and now, even in the US at the moment, all those German lathes are all steel tracked. and like you have special, you can't just move them around, and they're well and truly tracked because they are a strategic advantage. It's one reason why the oil industry, a lot of the products come because historically no one had the German lathes that could give the accuracy to get a tight enough fit so that oil couldn't leak out.
Wow. Well, huh.
So
that makes
those
sense,
bays could not have been, even now with the German lathe, they're beyond that, right? So they had to be cut. This is what. So there was a mechanism, and it's in the some ancient notes for the Kabbalah notes. Some things that are very top secret, and not top secret in the sense of military industrial, but just that they're dangerous knowledge to have. Very dangerous knowledge. What I'm saying at the moment is dangerous knowledge to have, and we're sort of straight off the plasmoid path in one sense, but in another sense, with the parlous state of humanity, it's a crime to stay silent and not tell the truth, because lots of people, it needs a rallying point. It needs people telling the truth, without fear or favor, to move things ahead, And the easiest way with what I've said is I had to climb down. I spent my whole life climbing to the top of the tree of knowledge. And then everyone down the bottom would say, hey, there's some rotten apples down here you need to, take care of. So, well, there's nothing to do with, I want to spend my time building direct matter to energy drives and converting, copper to silver and gold, or do whatever the hell we want to do, because
I can't imagine the projects you have lined up after the thunderstorm generator and all the bad apple stuff is out of the way, the stuff that you just need to get out of the way, and you really start diving into the fun stuff.
Well, I'm convinced that they just said, look, we can slow him down by burying him under a lot of rotten apples. But I want to climb back up my tree of knowledge again, and because I really like the whole thing about educating and giving my my experience as it is, because it's not an easy path, and because it's not easy, not many people would survive the experience, or have learned enough, survived long enough to learn enough to survive.
Right, and it's important, and I think this goes back to also what you said earlier about knowing your past to know your future. Humanity as a whole has to experience the solar system.
Has amnesia.
Yeah.
We all have amnesia. We forgot what we didn't remember.
But I think to another extent, we also have to experience the solar system, to know our home in that respect is to understand ourselves and our place in this universe. And your technology does give us a step forward in that direction, whereas before we're like, how the hell are we going to explore the furthest reaches of our solar system, reasonably.
Yeah, but what I can't understand, you've got these three things, right? The three big problems is everyone saying, oh, we haven't got the unification model, we can't move ahead in science. I give them a unification model and they just ignore it.
Yeah, they don't want it, yeah.
We got all this radiation that's so toxic and we have to spend billions of dollars treating it. No, you just use the plasmoid. And then we got the CO2 problem. It's so huge. We got all these carbon credits and we're destroying economies and destroying people's lives over carbon credits. Oh, here's the solution. It's like, oh shit,
it's see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. But I've seen the same thing with my coil, I go and try to, tell people, hey, look at this. There's something here. Nobody gives a F,
Yeah, I think that the thing is too, is that, with that side of it, and, there's other people working on very similar stuff. And we were, we're going to the community groups, the alternate science groups, and, we're doing the hard yards. I think Colonel Sanders went to 10,000 banks before he got anyone to finance Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh, wow.
And I've been waiting at the bus stop for 1,000 years, ready, or 10,000, I suppose 15,000 years, but to come on stage. But then it's been, if you look at it, I've been the last 50 years sitting at a bus stop waiting for the buses to come, and then 1,000 arrive at once. That's where I'm at the moment. So because we have broken through, and I said the positive thing is that it will happen, and the plasmoids, irrespective of anything else, they're now active. They're in seek mode. So
before they were kind of like dormant, or maybe not really even paying attention or interested in what we were doing.
Well, it's actually fundamental. They're the homeostatic mechanism. So that is, they're like the thermostat on the wall. So if the planet's warming up too much, they turn down the sun, and if it's getting too cold, they turn up the sun.
So they provide homeostasis for our yeah.
Right. So we've got to a stage where if it's not, they have a good philosophy, the same philosophy I have. If it's not broken, don't fix it. They don't touch society until society itself is out of homeostasis. It doesn't have balance
so that makes
with the
sense.
universe.
Wow.
So they have to act.
Right.
And irrespective of the fact that I'm the plasmoid ambassador and anything happens to me, the planet may well not survive that experience, because the history of it has been that the plasmoids come, but they're not like us, where we can, in our minds, we can change reality to sort of have one thought and one different action,
right.
You have to have integrity. Your thoughts need to match your actions.
So for like a plasmoid consciousness, their thoughts are their actions. There's no distinction
Correct.
between the two.
Absolutely.
That makes sense. Okay,
They
so
don't have the perversion of making your own judgments. They don't judge things. I mean, I told you about my 2 weeks. My 2 weeks were not about anyone else other than myself, that I was repenting of the judgments that I'd made because of all the murders and all the attacks on me personally and everything, because I had to unload the truck of all that shit.
Yeah.
Because you make judgments, and those judgments are usually pretty toxic. You get angry at the people, at just the blatant waste of, it's like Martin Fleischmann. I sat with him for 10 days. It's salt of the earth, a better man than me. He went on 60 Minutes and said something that I don't think I'm capable of. He said, I just think it was a wasted opportunity of humanity. Like saying, you must be very bitter about and angry about. Don't you want to, go and kill someone about it? No, I just think it was a wasted opportunity for humanity.
That's a very level-headed way of looking at it. Most people would get really pissed.
Yeah, and also the same 60 Minutes program with George Soros. He said, pulling Jewish people out of their homes and sending them to concentration camps must have been very traumatic for you. He said, no, it was the best time of my life. On 60 Minutes. This is the guy that financed all the judges in America and finances the Democratic Party, the most evil man in the world, who's got a hand up his ass, Rothschild's hand up his ass, right?
Yeah,
yeah. So but it just shows the stark contrast in my mind between someone like Martin Fleischmann, who just wanted to help humanity and was eviscerated for it. Pons, who's still hiding.
So Pons is still alive, though. So that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Only because he changed his name and went into hiding and went off the field. If you go back to the box and stay off the field, they'll leave you alone.
Right.
Maybe. Right?
Maybe.
But if you get onto the field, you're fair game.
That's interesting. I mean, it's unfortunate,
they didn't expect us to front them all at Tesla Tech. Again.
Well, I think we have a couple of different...
on their hubris and their uncontrollable, vicious anger at the temerity of coming into the lion's den, thinking you're not going to be eaten, yeah? So, walking into the furnace, not because you wanted to, but just because it was necessary.
Right, it was a part of the mission.
Yeah, and I said we've won. we have now demolished the deep state's mechanism of holding back the information. If you like,
I would
the
say
last
so.
2 weeks, the last 2 weeks have been very fundamental. They've gone from denying the technology exists, but because I removed, and probably you removed to some extent, probably not even knowing it, by putting the stuff out open source, it's no longer top secret. Right?
Yeah, no, that's exactly
Say to
right.
Congress, oh, this is top secret. Or wait a minute, didn't Bendall put that patent out? Yeah, but we didn't issue it to him. But it's public knowledge. How can you say that, oh, you can't, we can't talk to you about that? You know, like, I've met the aliens. I've been to Area 51. Don't talk to me about all your bullshit. You know I've been there. I was a chief scientist for China. What do you think I did there in the pyramids? What do you think I did with the notes? You know, why do you think I was in China? You know, like.
So they had extraterrestrials there that you talked to?
What's that?
They had extraterrestrials there that you talked to?
I have a relationship with extraterrestrials.
Oh, that's neat.
Of course.
What do they think of us?
No, why? Just think about it. What happened that they identified me? What process did they go through to identify who I was? Through their relationship with the plasmoids that build and run them.
Yeah. The Akashic, right? Huh. Wow.
No one ever
I'm just
thinks of that 'cause
curious.
no one's been in my position.
Right.
You see what
Yeah,
I mean?
and then you have that connection too. So, but
yeah, I'm on the Akashic record, but so are they.
Right.
Like I meet them at the library. Hey, how you going now? Well, it's a lot of bullshit in this planet. Yeah, look, we'll come and give you a hand when you want it.
You go talk, shoot the
put your
shit.
lead over there.
But no, I'm really am genuinely curious what they think about us. Like, they can't know that most of us are evil. Like, just a few people are in charge, controlling everything.
So it's actually quite an interesting dynamic. Is that when I, you know, like went through these processes, it's like I went to Port Arthur, right? What was my motive to go to Port Arthur?
Mm-hmm.
There's 35 people been shot, torn out of life. You know, I was a, you know, man of God, you know, spiritually, they needed to be, I was a pastor. I needed to, you know, tend the flock. Yeah. You know, I never went in thinking that I'd actually, when I was talking to them, and I'd actually, you know, have the access to the tunnel and have access to the other side. And, you know, I never had that gifting before. But
yeah, you said that was like shocking, or you didn't experience that at that point, up until that point. That was like a turning point, huh?
Yeah, and then I went, and then one of the people that was there, a mother that was protecting a daughter, you know, she was in a coma, but I was able to use that gifting then. And then with Roland Perry in the book, that's Roland Perry's, not, you know, it's not his stepdaughter, it's actually Roland Perry's stepson, you know, but the point is that a lot of these things are unexpected. I didn't go there thinking, well, I'm going to go to a higher level of spiritual understanding. You know, I didn't go there for, like, no one else wanted to go with me. I didn't want to go by myself. Right? You get what I mean?
Right. Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense.
So it was out of necessity. Like, there was no one else to go because no one else would go.
You had to fill that void. No, I've been in a similar position where just nobody is fulfilling that role, and you're the only one. You know, like, it's like, goes back to the saying, like, many are called but few answer. You know.
Correct. Yeah, and the scripture that's in that movie Fury or whatever, which is forget the actual thing, but it's like, you know, who shall go for me? You know, me, Lord.
Right.
You know, take me. So, but the thing is that, yeah, who shall go forth? You know, because the thing is that, and the unexpected thing is that what comes with the knowledge of the plasmoids, and this is why the world governments and the deep state and the military-industrial complex are frightened, because the one thing they can't control, and the one thing is the infinite energy of the plasmoid. And the plasmoid works out of relationship, the same as God. It does not work off overpowering people.
Right, negotiation or, you know, like selfishness or pettiness,
Correct.
self-interest. No, I get that
It works
completely.
on the desire to empower the individual.
Right, and balancing the system out.
And to having the understanding that for humanity and for God's creation to prosper, you know, it's just, you know, the alternative things, good men do nothing, it doesn't prosper. But if you can bring forth, it's the honor of kings to bring forth hidden knowledge. And if you bring forth that knowledge and it empowers humanity, and we can have a power plant in the US, Mount Denali, can have a power plant in India, the Himalayas, and they can produce all the power that we need, then we can use the oil to produce protein and solve and increase the IQ of everyone in the world. In 1967, the world government decided that they'd introduce hydrocarbons and the whole brainwashing of vegetarians, the veggie heads, literally vegetable heads, because without protein, you can't think.
But that makes sense. I mean, Malcolm, we're omnivores, right? We got canines and bicuspids. We're made to eat both. So to filter out one, it never seemed to be like, unless you absolutely have to, like a dietary restriction or something.
It was actually a UN policy. You can go back to Stan Deyo, his book, None Dare Call It a Conspiracy. You know, and I know people that knew Stan Deyo had to leave the US and hide in the outback, the same as Oliphant hide in the outback from the powers that be, because they were if you read that book now, it's as current now as it was back in 1967.
Wow. Yeah, that's insane.
All predicted. Yeah. And so none dare call it a conspiracy, you know, and then, you know, and this whole thing about conspiracy, you know, since JFK, conspiracy is no longer conspiracy. I think it's actually reality check that, you know, if they call it a conspiracy, it's actually not.
And what I think is laughable too is people don't realize, at least people who laugh at conspiracy theories, they don't realize conspiracies are happening all the time, like all the time. So like there shouldn't be this negative connotation attached to the word conspiracy theory, you know, like, and to add that to the JFK thing, you know, it's beyond theory. It's a testable hypothesis, you know, at this point, you know, so like to say that it's just, you know, like nonsense is just, you don't understand how the nature of reality works and how the nature of power structures work. You know, conspiracies happen all around us every day.
Well, it's Occam's razor. The simplest answer is usually the correct one.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you don't have to be an Einstein. You don't have to even be that smart. You can be dumbed down with carbohydrates, poisoned by fluorine, which, thank you, Mr. DuPont, and lead in the petrol, you know, to produce people's mental acuity.
I mean, we've clearly seen that, though. Like, people, they're not on the same level as in terms of intellectual curiosity as they were generations ago, in my opinion, from what I've just seen, you know, anecdotally, and what I've experienced, you know, compared to older generations and what I've, you know, like done in my research with history. You know, it's just, it doesn't seem to be like a 1-to-1 ratio or even increasing. It seems to be decreasing. You know, people's intellectual curiosity is going down. They're not interested in why devices work. They just want them to work.
Yeah, and the educational system in America has got people to go into the fine arts and, you know, social studies and not science and technology. You know,
the liberal arts.
You know, go and learn how to paint flowers that can't breathe because you're starving them of CO2. Those flowers, go and paint them. So, and the thing is that also, you know, what you don't value, you lose. And
That's
if you
true.
don't value the relationship with nature, if you don't value the relationship with the planet, if you don't know your place in things, and I'll go back before we get off the topic, what happened I went to Port Arthur, but also went in because everyone was scared, because at that stage they didn't know, that the gunman wasn't captured yet, right? So
right,
no one
yeah,
wanted
so
to.
everybody...
And they said, well, what if the gunman comes after you? I said, I'll shoot him.
You're strapped.
I have my Bentley pump-action shotgun. I will shoot him, right?
hey, that's some righteous action right there.
I didn't know what the argument. There wouldn't be any discussion on it. It would just be, I'll shoot him.
Hey, you're just just seeing you with a shotgun, just picturing it, just badass.
So it's in the book too, because you can read the book, The Shaman. But if you live in fear is the expectation of inadequacy. I'm the ambassador for the most powerful entities in the universe. I don't fear anyone or anything. And I always had that relationship, whether I'm in this body or out of it.
Well, if you have fear, fear is used to control people. If without that fear, there's no control mechanism, so you have no strings.
Well, they keep on teaching people they're inadequate.
Yeah. Like they're not enough, or they need to set themselves to a higher standard, and just degrading people's worth. Like people inherently.
But you can do it. Like you can acknowledge, like, you don't have to justify and defend the human condition, because we're all flawed and we all see dimly and in part. But the point is that grace is a beautiful thing, but all you have to do is keep your intent, integrity, and motives lined up with your thoughts and actions.
Right. I think that's a good philosophy.
Now, if we're a less developed society with a lower spiritual vibration, right? But you can get to the level of the plasmoids, which, by the way, have the 0 point. They can share energy throughout the universe. You can talk to the other side of the universe with no concept of time, space, right?
Right.
So
I can imagine you can talk to your ancestors in the past too, stuff like that.
Which I did, which is in the book, the vision that I had with my great-great-grandfather 500 years ago. I got to talk with him. And then looking ahead, there is no time, space. You can see what has been and what is to be and what is to come. But you can also see that you can alter the course of history, simply by these relationships, and the relationship with. So I'll go back to the UFO thing. So if you take the proposition that our society gets wiped out every 15,000 years, we go through a belt of big rocks, and it wipes us out every time. So therefore, you got people that have built underground bunkers, previous civilization stuff, fine. But if people have reached a higher level of consciousness, right, therefore they'll have a relationship with the plasmoids.
Right.
Anyone that develops a plasmoid relationship on Earth is known to the whole universe. Because you've qualified. Now, why did I qualify to the plasmoids? And then I'll go into the next, how did I qualify to be contacted? Because like Port Arthur, when I said I failed to produce the plasmoid unification model, my grade 6 teacher said to Malcolm, if you want to develop the car that runs on water, you must first figure out the unification model, how things are put together, because then if you want to turn the carbon to the oxygen, and you want to see how things are put together, you have to know how to pull them apart. You have to know how they're put together. So, but to go into that machine and build it with Guy Belinsky, and then have all that completely validated by a third party that did the video that was stolen from me when 8 times I've lost everything I own, so, which is very cruel, but also probably necessary in my process, because it taught me one thing, I'm not relying on flesh and blood.
Yeah, no, that's Honestly, if I lost things, I would have to kind of restart, because I have some things written down, but I do have a lot attributed to
But
memory,
that's what I
so
thought.
that is a good.
No, that's what I thought. But then, you see, that's when I was dispelled of all those myths, because I didn't have anything.
Right.
But when I went to write about anything, I got a download from the Akashic record, the truth, not somebody else's perception of the truth.
Right, so it was
other books.
unfiltered. No, you got the unfiltered truth instead of something that was filtered through your years of education and stuff. No, I
Correct.
completely get that. That's pretty.
So the point was that when I went into that machine, everyone told me it'd kill me. Guy Belinsky said it'll kill you. You can't take 250,000 volts. Let's start at a lower voltage. I said, no, it won't. It won't. If the plasmoids come with that voltage, which they will, then they will protect me.
And it was all negative voltage, or was there any positive voltage in there?
Well, you create both, but it was net negative. It's not.
Oh,
such a
net
thing
negative.
as-
Okay, so it was like an AC that was net negative.
Yes, net negative.
Interesting.
So, in a certain frequency. So, but so the point is that when I went in there, everyone had told me that it would kill me.
Right.
So I made a choice, which was a selfish choice, is that I'm so frustrated I can't figure out the plasmoid unification model.
Well, you were desperate. I mean, any researcher in your situation who is as passionate as you are about solving this issue is going to get in that machine. Let's face it.
Yeah, absolutely. Who wouldn't? Mind you, no one else would until I went in first. Yeah.
Any mad scientist.
Worth his salt.
Yeah.
My point was that the plasmoids took it in a different way, which I never thought about, and I didn't do it for this result. All they saw was there's integrity because someone is trying to save humanity and prepared to sacrifice their life.
They saw pure intention, yeah.
Correct. So therefore they protected me, so to the full extent of, what because they're a homeostatic mechanism. So my point is that in that 3-month process, I gained a relationship with the plasmoids, but also on the basis that, I wasn't, I valued the sustainability of humanity above my own life.
Right. But
that's what they saw, the integrity of that, but really, honestly, I was just frustrated and angry that I was such a dumb shit that I couldn't figure out the secret of the universe. Yeah?
But by intervening,
nothing to lose.
By intervening in that and saving you or protecting you in that sense, they are intervening in the larger picture and providing homeostasis in the larger picture by keeping you alive.
Somebody worthy of a relationship.
Right, exactly. No, that all makes sense. It's part of the grand plan, I guess.
Yeah. Whereas if you've got a committee of 35 people, 36 people sitting around a big conference table deciding that I was the most, was it 2 years ago? This will be in the new book. It was actually published, and one of the people on that published list, 2 of the people on that published list, and it could have been 3 if Robert Haralick had have not escaped his fate. I'm working with at the moment, but 2 of the people on that list were the people that sat around that table and decided that I was the 4th most existential threat to humanity.
Well, I mean, it makes sense though, because
they sent it around the world and published that.
I believe it though, because if any technology has the ability to change people's lives,
I have the receipts.
If any
couldn't believe that.
If any technology, though, has the ability to change people's lives, give power back, to people and communities, more self-sufficient communities, I think it's this technology, there's nothing really that compares to it. So it's going to challenge people,
But I'll just go to where I was leading with this, is that there were certain decisions I made in my life that determined outcomes that I didn't expect to happen. Right. So therefore, if you'd qualified, and although I must say, I've been blessed, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. I've had fantastic mentors and still have fantastic mentors. But, you know, all of my prime mentors, like the people that were pivotal, you know, advisors, they're, you know, all dead now. Yep. So I have no peers, you know, in that sense. My peers have gone from human to non-human peers, you know, because, so I say I'm half plasmoid, so, and half human. And my genealogy is different to all other genealogy.
Does that make you, does that make you feel a little isolated from humanity or more connected?
Funny enough, I suppose it's a complex situation because you're talking about the homeostatic mechanism. You're part of the homeostatic mechanism to save the planet, to save it from getting out of balance. And society now is so out of balance. They don't even know the difference between a male and a female. What's, you know, like, you know, how crazy do you have to get when reality is Monty Python meets Forrest Gump meets Mission Impossible? Yeah.
But
You know.
you do make a good point. You do make a good point. So,
yeah. I mean, remember that thing in Monty Python? I want you all to call me Loretta. I want to be a female. But wait a minute. It said, oh, yes, we should support him, his right to be a female, you know, because it's symbolic of his struggle, of our struggle against oppression. And John Cleese said, no, it's symbolic of his struggle against reality. What are you going to do? Put the fetus in a cardboard box and gestate it in the bottom of the cupboard? That's how insane our society is.
It is,
bad,
and
what's bad, good, and people are actually defying reality. And you know, and this is the thing about society, government acting as gods. God determines whether you come as male and female because it's part of the maturation and development of your soul. And if you take away that guidance, then you're exactly doing what's the opposite to what was intended to actually cultivate your soul. The soul within which the body grows, survive. Your existence or non-existence on this planet is totally irrelevant. And your relationship to the universe is completely dysfunctional if you don't pursue a spiritual life, which is actually the most powerful thing you can do in your life, because therefore the truth becomes recognizable for you. Therefore, out of the heart, the plasmoids, comes wisdom. Wisdom and discernment are what save relationships and save planets, not death and destruction. You know, so society, unfortunately, has propagated death and destruction, explosive technologies, not the implosive natural processes. And the implosive process is also a spiritual process. By going in prayer and fasting, which is implosive, you gather energy and strength and wisdom and discernment. And then what happens, I'm clicking up now to the next level. Once you reach a level, then the orbs start appearing. Who are the orbs? What are the orbs? Because any higher life form would have a relationship with the plasmoids. They don't build factories anymore, you dumbasses. They just ask the plasmoids to build the ships, you dumbasses.
So that's why some people see these orbs sometimes?
All the time now. Have a look at the sky. It's full of them, you know, to dismay of the deep state, who knows what happened every time the orbs turn up. You know, there's a new sheriff in town. You know, and they say, oh, look at my big nuclear weapon. And then it's like, no, this is a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and then their whole nuclear power plant shuts down.
Crocodile D, come on down, you know. You think you're almighty and powerful with your nuclear weapons. You're just pathetic, misguided.
Oh, we have these stories of the orbs appearing and the UFOs appearing above, you know, nuclear power plants, and then they're just shutting it down and everybody freaking out. How the hell this happened? You know, like, what's going on? Not knowing what's going on. The orbs are just, you know, like, they're taking control. Like, it's nothing. Like, it's nothing to them.
Yeah, it's not a fair fight.
Yes, exactly.
In the left corner, we have the most powerful entities in the universe. In the right hand, we have a few pathetic, brain dead, stupid committee members. It took about a decade to figure out that after poisoning Martin Fleischmann, that they might want to use some of the information he had, because they thought they could just get a committee of people they thought that IQ was you could add it up in the room, but actually every extra person you could subtract a few points.
We're talking about you, Bob, from HR.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's funny, but it's in another way, going back to the serious side of it. In my communications and through the Akashic record and through that frequency, if you want to put it, or through that portal, if you want to put it another way, or through that realization, what you do realize is that there's conversations that are about exactly what we're talking about, but on a more mature level, trying to guide society, trying to guide humanity to where it should be, and get rid of all these negative, very toxic and destructive things. I mean, how did it ever happen in the US that 100,000 people die of fentanyl that's trafficked into the US to kill people? How is it acceptable that there's 100,000 people a year die? How is that acceptable in any way, shape, and form? And it's done deliberately.
There's 200,000 people die every year in this country because they lack basic access to health care. These are all control mechanisms to keep our life expectancy down.
Millions of people die because of the production of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide from internal combustion. Millions, right?
Yeah.
So you asked a question which is very pertinent about my relationship with the plasmoids, and the effect of that. It's a complex relationship because they don't filter. One of the big problems I had when I came back into society is they don't filter the truth. But then when I found on the Joe Rogan show, when you tell the truth, it's not what they want to hear.
Because it's not a part of their agenda. Like Joe Rogan took a big, deal with Spotify, right? And that's big money, and that comes with a specific agenda. And I don't know if that had anything to do with, him not releasing the episode, but he has a big audience, and I just felt like it was irresponsible to not at least at least try to have you back on. If the episode didn't work out, you need to redo the conversation or something.
Yeah, fine. It's we can have a conversation now that we have we're in full production, with the plasmoid generators and full production with the thunderstorm generators, and there's an opportunity to solve these problems that that you're not wanting to solve, and you can't keep. That's an unsustainable lie.
Yeah,
it's not true in any way, shape, or form. So the book that we're writing now with Roland will come out. This exposes their game plan. It exposes their lies. The Elephant book, I was surprised at they just went, they just died when this came out. They were so angry, and they did so many stupid.
Well, they kept it a secret for so long, and all of a sudden they just dropped this book.
Yeah. So, that's the thing of it. And at the end of the day, is that it leads back to the fact that, the knowledge is power, and a society needs to have knowledge coming in as like food, because without knowledge, the society will collapse, and with wisdom, it'll collapse. Because the wisdom is the ability to put knowledge together and to create products from it that are useful to humanity. And I believe that there's been a fundamental shift in the energy in the planet, in the amount of energy in the human cavity, It's charging up itself. The plasmoids, I think, will make themselves known to more people and seek relationship with people, and so will other entities. And it's just stupid to think that, like, this is the thing. If I can calculate which planet has life, what does that mean? Every solar system has a planet that has life.
Wow. That's an interesting implication.
Do the math.
Yeah.
Do the math.
That's an interesting implication. I mean, albeit like, I know we discussed like the math that they're doing now is probably a lot of it's inaccurate, but even that
it's fundamentally wrong, because it's only the sum and product of the number that has any relevance to matter itself.
Right.
The number.
But even they show up the fact that life is abundant in the universe, you know, through whatever math means that they're deriving that from, with the Drake's equation or something. But you know, like even in those models, life is abundant. It's not like scarce. It's not like rare. You know, it's everywhere.
No, that's right. And you got, you know, obviously the plasmoids are everywhere, and you know, suns are just big plasmoids. Elements are just big plasmoids, and everything's
Black holes,
a plasmoid.
yeah.
Everything, for something to exist, it needs a center to pull it together, to accrete or to be acquisitive with the elements you need for life. You have to get carbon, you have to get oxygen, nitrogen, you have to get you know, iron for the blood, you have to get, you know, unless you're a squid and you need copper, you know, for your blood. I don't know. I don't think there's a squid with silver blood, but maybe JP Morgan brought those all up as well. Yeah. So the JP Morgan that destroyed our future, that destroyed Nikola Tesla.
Hey, we're rebuilding it though. You're rebuilding it with this technology. So I mean, at the end of the day, we're still seeing it come to light. You know, it's just refreshing that we actually have some solutions instead of people just guessing. Like, oh, we got like a lot of power, or we got more power than we put into the system, but we didn't actually account for the input power to start the process. So it's like, you know, the public is getting all these false assumptions and false hope, you know, for you know, all these alternative energy means.
The top of Mac.
Yeah. Did you see that? Did you see that?
Which they should read a few books on sacred geometry. Yeah.
But did you see that experiment? They had like this laser put in, produce a lot of energy, and they claimed it was over unity, but they didn't count for the amount of energy it took to start the laser.
And they waste billions of dollars on that. This is a shiny toy over here. Have a look at this shiny toy.
Exactly, yeah.
Don't look at the thunderstorm generator over here. Look at the billions we're spending on this shiny toy.
And at the same time, they probably filter or use some of that funding or money to fund black projects and stuff. You know, like, let's build the shit up.
The question was asked to me the other day, does this technology, do they have it? Of course they have it.
Yeah.
Does Lockheed Martin have it? Of course they did and do. You know,
I think people who don't believe in this stuff, they really don't understand how many like officials from Lockheed Martin and other companies and the military industrial complex, how many credible officials have come forward and said, yeah, this technology exists. We worked on it. You know, it's very secret. It's very compartmentalized. I only know this part. You know, many people, dozens, you know, like potentially hundreds of people so far have come forward and said, yeah, this technology exists. And credible people. You know, like we have the Prime Minister of, or the previous Prime Minister of Canada, Paul Hellyer, right? he come forward and he's saying, yeah, this technology exists. You know.
Yeah, and you've also got the, you know, with Lockheed Martin and with all the rest of them.
Sorry, I think it's Ministry of Defense of. Was it Ministry of Defense?
Yeah, but you got the 6,500 top secret patents. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, just for the audience and for yourself, I took my iPad, which I recorded in slow motion as well. I tell the audience needs to know this. because of a lot of factors that I won't go into, is that just at twilight, once the sun sets, they always talk about that period of twilight when the sun sets as being the window of the gods. If everyone in the world puts their camera on slow motion and films the setting sun, like in increments, in the half hour that it takes, like when you go to Laguna Beach, you see sometimes, flashing of the light, at a certain time there's a green flash, or anyway. So I gave just for the record, I gave my pictures of of the spacecraft and everything that I took in my experiences, and sent it through Michael Melich, sent it to the Navy to be verified, and they verified all my photos and all my videos as being authentic and real from the actual device itself. And I got the device back, and then it was stolen,
Oh, wow.
So, but anyway, I have, I have backups, and I have those pictures, and I have those things, not on the original device, but if you want to get that back, you can just send a letter to Lockheed Martin. I'm sure they'll post it to you.
Oh boy.
So, but anyway, I'm just saying that these things, talking about validation, that stuff was official. Yeah, it was officially validated. So there'll be records of that, and there'll be records of me. You won't be able to get them, but there'll be records of me.
Interesting.
Yeah. And so,
yeah, and a lot of things are locked behind, like the private sector, because otherwise people could just claim a Freedom of Information Act, and try to get this technology released, but a lot of it's unfortunately locked behind the private sector. So like people like Lockheed Martin act like as gatekeepers to this. So like if they don't want it out, it's not going to get out.
Yeah, I think the thing is that I'm trying to, in this whole lecture, is the thing that, disclosure, if you like, is about the fact that everything hinges on our relationship with the plasmoids, because they're the hand of God. And your hand is symbolic, as I said, 9 inches across, 4.5 here, which is your 45, which is language thing 54, divided into 5184. So, it's all in the hand, and the Fibonacci relationships of the fingers. The whole thing is the hand of God. And of course, that with the plasmoids themselves, they're the consciousness, they're permanence at rest, and we're permanence in motion. And when I say at rest, I mean they have a central point, which is still. We have a central point, which is still too.
So it's kind of like a gyroscope.
In a sense, yeah, but I'm sort of more talking about the fact that they're like a hurricane with a still center. You think of DC as being the still center in the eye, then everything emanates. If you think of the arms of the hurricane, you produce a still center. Say 1,000 miles away might be 10 mile an hour winds. Once the higher the hurricane forms, those arms are like maybe 300 miles an hour winds, right?
Right.
But it comes from the still center. That's the paradox. The bigger the eye and more perfect the eye of the hurricane is, the more powerful the hurricane is. Their analogy here is, if you think of the wall of the hurricane as being the relationship between matter, which is the arms of the hurricane, permanence in motion, and the still center, which is permanence rest, is the same as our relationship with the plasmoids. You can only contact them in the still center, but the interaction with reality is dramatic, because the more powerful the spiritual center is in any human being, the more effective and powerful their lives are.
Wow. I mean, that's very profound. You said a lot of profound things tonight. a lot of things to get me thinking. A lot of things to ponder on.
Well, as I said, I just basically working off Marco Roden's advice: just don't filter anything, just tell it as it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good philosophy too. You know, like tell it as it is. Don't sugarcoat nothing, but don't hold back.
Yeah, and just tell it as it is. It's your reality. I paid a very high price to get that information on many levels.
I mean, with your story that you've shared with us tonight, it seems like there was a lot of risk involved getting this information out there. But it seems like that's God's will. God wants this to happen, obviously. So
yeah, but it's more than that. It's that there's, I think there's a thing about someone is saying, well, there's more for us than against us, because that was in the thing that you couldn't see the hosts behind us, the hosts. So there's entities that are aware of what's going on, and they are on different sides. One set of entities, about 30% of the equation, is people and entities and they that want to control humanity and suppress the free will of man. And the Satan-God argument is very simple. Satan's argument: I have a free will, therefore I have a right to overpower others. God's response was, when you're free indeed. Good luck with that one. The subtitle. Good luck with that one. But he's still running the same program.
That's a very big mic drop.
Yeah. So when you're free indeed. So, and I think the thing is that if we learn the truth about our background, that we're a recovering society, we're wiped out several times, the quicker we realize that there's more knowledge and power in realizing our past than trying to search for it in our future. Yeah.
Right.
It's, we manifest what we are. And if you deny who you are, how can you manifest who you are?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I think this is the change, and I think my conscious, thing about changing tack, up until this stage, I've literally, I was in India, I spent most of my time, actually the 6 weeks before I came here, or maybe more, spent, especially in close to October 20th, which was unfortunate for a lot of my friends, a date. Yeah. So rest in peace, Dennis Bushnell. Yep. So
yeah, that's unfortunate. You said a lot of people passed away recently.
Yeah. So Dennis was the liaison between NASA and the CIA and worked out of Langley.
That's sad to hear. There's a lot of casualties around these subjects, and it's always sad to hear when one of us, is gone. An ally.
Yeah, and as I say, the peers, because they're, we were publishing in Nature magazine, as in the 1934 to repeat history, and I sent the paper to a very old dear friend of mine who was actually my professor of geology, and in the last 3 months, I've paid for 6 funerals.
Wow.
So that's the intensity of the bestial nature of the deep state and the military-industrial complex. They eat their own when they're no longer convenient.
Wow. And is this like maybe we're seeing like an escalation because it's coming to that point where they can't really stop it?
They can't really stop it. So, I view it as being in a football match, and when you're beating the other team 100-1, and it's a soccer match, What we used to say, they just go the knuckle. Yeah, they can't win the match. They just beat you up, trip
They
you
beat
over.
you up, yeah.
Yeah, hit you in the back of the head. You know, they just go the knuckle. So the deep state's gone the knuckle because they've lost the game. Intellectually, they've lost it. They've lost the
Yeah.
plot.
It's almost like a juvenile reaction too, you know, like, I lost.
But it's petulance, because when you have no solid foundation for your spiritual life, then you are subject. You know, that's why I published to my team the song, Bob Dylan's song, you know, you're going to serve someone. You know, it might be the devil or it might be the Lord, but you're going to serve someone. So if you think you're serving nobody, and there is no God, well, you just made
a choice.
Being woke a God. Yeah, you know what I mean? You've made a choice. And so all they say, so even there's no such thing. You just made a different God. You're now worshipping money, or you're worshipping drugs, or you're worshipping
That's exactly
alcohol,
right.
or you're worshipping cigarettes, or you're worshipping, you know, things that are just to fill in the void, which you can't fill in, because the reality is reality. And, you know, everyone in life values and covets intimacy. Into me you see. And that means you have to be vulnerable, make yourself vulnerable.
Sure, yeah.
You
And
know,
it's
so-
not easy for a lot of us who are taught, you know, like especially from a generational standpoint, to not be vulnerable, you know, to hide that vulnerability.
Correct. But you know, into me you see is the ability to see into somebody else, and that's empathy.
Yeah.
And if you can look at someone's situation, you can see into that situation clearly, then you have empathy, and then you have the metric to help. If
Yeah,
you have no
and it's
entropy, you have no humanity. So now you don't even exist in the universal world anymore. You are nothing.
right. And then I think empathy is a gift, because if I don't have empathy, I have no way of knowing about the pain I'm inflicting on somebody else. If I am, you know, if I'm hurting somebody,
Absolutely,
I have no
'cause-
way knowing it.
Because then you have a gifting, and it's called sociopath.
Then you have a gift called your Batman.
You know, I just see it so clearly, and it's just, I mean, it does make me laugh sometimes. It's just the absurdity of the world that we're living in, is that everything's upside down. But anyway, the scriptures say it, you know, that everything that's good's bad, and everything that's bad is good, and you know, and you value the things that are valueless, and
Yeah,
work
like the
the
age
life.
of materialism, really.
Yeah, it's more, it's deeper than it. The problem. Yeah, materialism's, I think, it's only a symptom of a deeper cause. It's a symptom of wanting to have something that isolates you, because the more money you have, the more isolated you become.
That's actually really true. I didn't think about it like that. You know, and the more isolated we are, the more comfortable we are. You know, like with hiding from those uncomfortable truths.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing, because you don't, you don't have to face the realities that other people face, like sharing the bean. You know, some of the happiest people in the world are people who have nothing.
Yeah.
And they share the bean, and it's the simple things in life that are important. It's not the complex things in life that are, you know, valuable. It's the less complex, simpler things that are valuable. But everyone has that, and that's why I go back to the intimacy, is that it also comes with integrity, because you can't join with the universe, or you can't join with other life forms. You can't join with the plasmoids unless you have your own, you know who you are, and you have
to be on the same
a
wavelength.
sense in your head that you want to say what you're thinking, and you want to tell other people exactly what your thoughts are. No one's going to thank you for it, because people, you know, just usually jump into justification and defending, you know, because it's an automatic response rather than engaging and sharing.
I was in ROTC in high school, and it's, you know, it's a precursor to a military career. And the one thing that I learned and they instilled in us, and I'm very grateful for, is integrity. You know, explaining why it's important to do the right thing, even when nobody else knows about it, even when nobody else is looking. It's important, you know, because your actions have consequences. It's a cascading effect, you know, cause and effect. What goes around comes around. You know, it's the karma, and living your life with integrity and intention like that, I think, is a good philosophy all around, because you get what you put out in the world. You know, you get what you put out. It comes back at you, and if you put out, you know, ill intent, it might come back at you, you know, 10 times fold.
Yeah, as I say, karma's a bitch. That summarizes what you just said. I was sorry.
Absolutely, exactly.
So, you know, at the end of the day, this is where it comes. You know, was going back to my profound thought today, was that it goes back to actually a really profound moment at Port Arthur. I was praying for a 26-year-old girl, beautiful girl, from that was shot sitting in a car. She was the last one shot. She was the last one I prayed for. She the shot had gone. You know, all these were headshots, and you never forget, if anyone's in the military, and you need to be in the military or in the police or something to understand this. But you know, when you smell raw, sugary brain fluid, you'll never forget that smell. Yeah, and that's part of the, you know, so I can't go into a kitchen where they're doing toffee apples, where they got that really sugary smell.
So it like brings back that bad memory.
Post-traumatic stress syndrome, yeah. So anyway, but she was the last one shot. Yes, I was praying for her. This was the last person, and you know, taking her to the other side, and then at the end, then I suppose I maybe, you know, like went to the other side of the tunnel, you know, and then the comment was made to me, and I won't say anything more about that than the comment is that, you know, that you know, you can come over now if you want, you know, you've done a lot, you know, already. And I said, yeah, but as far as I know, there's no one else to carry on the job. It said there's no one else that I know of that I've met that, you know, so, you know, and I put the normal thing that comes against me is that it's necessary, is the thing that you can't argue against, you know. So,
right.
So they said, you know, I said, well, I don't want to do it, but it's necessary. You know, like, and they said, it's a lot of pain. I said, I'm sure it is, but it's necessary because, you know, you're weighing 9 billion people's lives against achieving one thing. You know,
it's a very powerful decision, you know, like it's a very I guess I want to say heavy, you know, very heavy decision.
Yeah, and also so because this was involved with a lot more than everyone knows, and that'll be in the next book, but in fact, it was so sensitive that we had to keep it out of the previous book. But you may have noticed that I've sort of stopped caring about what other people think, you know, and just tell it as I experienced it. But it's very, very interesting. And actually, I don't have on this, I don't know, is there a live chat on here, or we just don't have anyone?
No, we got a live chat. Give me 1 second, I'll pull it up. I don't know if I can pull it up on StreamYard.
No, don't worry about it because it's probably just distracted. I'll finish off of my line of thought. So basically, then it was necessary. But remember what happened then? I didn't go straight to bed because these people were related to bikie gang that was producing drugs for the police in Tasmania. Yeah. So, sorry.
Oh, I was trying to bring up the chat for you.
No, don't bother because it probably just distract me. I'm just saying from your point of view, if anyone wants any fill-ins of, anything from any point of view. So it's just
okay,
saying
yeah, I'll check to see if anybody has any questions or anything. And next time I'll probably be able to bring it up. I just I didn't even think about putting it on the screen.
No, I think it's been good because I've just been shooting the breeze and just, it's been a good interview in the sense that I had made a conscious decision today that, that this would be a good platform to simply tell things as they are and let the chips fall where they may.
Exactly. Yeah, no, absolutely. And, we have a really smart audience here who, has been, with me on this journey, through my coil research for quite some time, and they're just ecstatic right now on the chat that you're on here. And we got a lot of chat, a lot of comments, and like Elijah says, I'm glad you're still in the fight, and you're here, and just a lot of positive vibes out on the chat right now. A lot of the chat's really active actually, so that's a good sign. We got a lot of people buzzing.
Well, yeah. So anyway, so my reaction after praying for that last person, I got a jerry can out of the back of my car. I filled it half with diesel and half with petrol. And I went and burnt down the local bikie gang's drug factory.
Wow.
With my pump action shotgun and Uzi.
You gotta have the Uzi.
Yeah. And mind you, 6 months earlier, I told the police to stop producing drugs and selling them to everyone through the bikie gang, and because their courier was the one that was Martin Bryant.
Oh,
who
wow.
was the one that was at Port Arthur. And I
Right.
told him what he'd do, and I said to the head of the police there, it's all on record, that I said the first person to be shot will be Sarah. She lives at what's it in Melbourne, but it was I thought it was the beach because it was just trying to remember the name of the beach. Anyway, I gave her her name and I said she'll be the last person, the first person shot and the last person buried, and I buried her.
Wow.
In Melbourne.
It's really deep. I mean, it's really deep, and it's sometimes things like these, like events like these, they carry
let's talk
with
about
you.
Victoria Cafasso. These things are just going to be like pouring more diesel and petrol on the fire. But the Victoria Cafasso was also kept as her parents were trying to find out the truth of what happened to her, and the police were so scared about what I knew that on the anniversary, which I was meant to run the ceremony at Port Arthur, because I was the one that went and prayed for everyone, I was the one that went to Melbourne and did the national eulogy and took the state flag of Tasmania and walked in front of the coffin and then draped it over the coffin and buried her. That's me, right? No one else, me, right? So, and when I tried to go to give that lecture, they were so scared of me and what I was going to say. I had 3 police cars parked in my driveway, so as I wouldn't be able to give testimony as to what happened.
Because they were all corrupt.
Correct.
Wow.
And I see the same analogy in the US at the moment with fentanyl and all the drugs.
Yeah.
The people that are pretending to be, the holier than thou are the actual ones that are bringing in the drugs and pushing them out there.
Well, it's like you said, it's the same playbook, you know?
Yeah.
There's
Destroy a
nothing new.
society, take the guns. And do you know what happened after that? And it's talking about playbooks. They're using Australia as a sort of, oh, by the way, I hope the President of the United States is told by somebody that Australia's actually should be a state of America. Then it'd have the protection of the Constitution. Because after they took the guns, they then took the Constitution.
Huh. You know, I heard that I did hear that Trump was briefed on the subject of UFOs and aliens and extraterrestrials. And what I heard, I don't know if this is true, but what I heard was he was briefed on the subject of hybrids, and he turned to somebody and said, Adam Schiff must be one. I was dying.
The octopus arms going into every USA till he can find. Yeah.
Oh, I was laughing. I was like, that had to have happened. That sounds like Trump.
Yeah, no. Anyway, at least you got the Fifth Amendment, yeah.
Yeah.
Which we've blown out the window today anyway. So,
I know. We've kind of rattled the hornet's nest a little bit. Yeah, rattled the cage. There you go.
And I'm sure there'll be a lot of horrified people around. But anyway, the point is that we're to that point because I think the the justification and defense for all these things has to be stopped. Yeah, and the truth needs to be told, and the consequence of the truth, let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, I mean, we can't control all the variables, but it's a long time coming. You know, we've been holding our society back for too long by keeping this stuff in the hands of a few elitists who want to use it for their own benefit instead of benefiting humanity. You know, and it's about time.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see the power play with JP Morgan, because how they're going to they got fined $920 million for stealing money from mums and dads and grandparents and people's retirement funds with worthless pieces of paper promising silver they didn't have.
Well, I'm sure if the solution involves robbing homeless people, they'll do it.
Yeah, or selling their body parts. That's what they're up to. Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is so horrific and so debased. It's but I said, go back to the positive, that it's all people are being held accountable for their actions. It's a slow process because you've got all Soros-based judges, who gleefully said that, sending people to concentration camps is the most joyful part of his life, and lit up like a Christmas tree. I'll juxtapose that to Martin Fleischmann, who said
very sociopathic, right?
Oh, beyond that, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
it's
disturbing
because it's universal pathic. Like, he wants to destroy society and the planet. Like, it's not. It's only ends in one way. And now, obviously they're trying to, pick World War III with Putin. It's just insane what's happening at the moment.
Well, they got to keep the war machine going, That's their agenda, is keeping the war machine going so we can all remain slaves.
Well, I'd question that, because if everyone fires off the nuclear weapons and the plasmoids don't stop that, which they will, but anyway, if everyone was able to fly, which they're not, but if everyone was able to, there wouldn't be any governments or people left. There's nothing to gain. Yeah. What is there to gain from a nuclear war?
Yeah, no. What are you gonna?
Destruction.
What are you gonna? You gonna divvy up the dead land that's left? Like, how is that gonna work? There's nothing left after a nuclear war. Like.
Well, I mean, what they're pushing at the moment is it doesn't matter because you have neutronic nuclear weapons, which don't have any radiation. So therefore, you can use them in, but it's all crazy stuff and it's all stupid stuff. And, you know, it's not adult in the room, is it? We need more adults in the room. All this stuff,
That's the crazy kid with the magnifying glass on the yeah, it's
you know, it's like all of the you know, it's like teenagers on steroids, yeah. So
but yeah, it's very irresponsible. Yeah, no, we need some kind of you know, somebody to check that power and you know, hopefully...
what I was going to say is that actually Australia would appreciate, I think, the Fifth Amendment and the US Constitution to protect their rights, which have been steamrolled at the moment. But the point is that what nobody knows is that US can claim Australia as its own state, because it was the California militia that joined the Eureka Stockade and won the independence, beat the British and won the independence for Australia.
Wow. I had
so
no
the
idea.
US has the right in the UN to claim Australia because they defeated the British in open warfare.
So...
And the courts upheld Lawler, the guy who actually ran the Eureka Stockade with the Eureka flag. He actually was taken to court and the judge sided with him that they had legally won the fight.
I'm wondering,
and that was the California militia. So it would help Australia to become part of the US because we don't have a constitution. We haven't got any arms. So you look at what happened in COVID. The police openly beat up innocent people, right? And then what happened? The police had to apologize because then innocent people were beating up the police, and the judges were saying, "Well, you deserved it after what you did." It didn't work out as they planned. Put it that way.
Going back to the Australian thing, do you think that a lot of people just aren't aware, like a lot of presidents just aren't aware that we have the right to claim Australia? Is it just not common knowledge, or do you think we just don't do it out of respect?
No, I think it was the fact that the British Empire was still trying to keep their power base. Yep. And so, and, you know, held on to that myth because the British were defeated in a state of war by American militia.
Interesting.
It's black and white.
Right.
We are, you know, we should be a state of the US. Then we'd have a constitution, and then we'd have a Fifth Amendment, and then we'd have a solid set of truths that we hold to be, we hold these truths to be self-evident. Yeah.
And then maybe my dreams of owning a pet kangaroo will come true.
Careful what you wish for. They're more like Rottweilers, and they're not kittens. You know,
yeah,
they might look cute, but they got huge claws and they know how to use them. Yeah.
I've seen videos of kangaroos. I would not want to own one, but they do have funny videos that show them getting quite aggressive.
You got like a kangaroo with a sort of a Rottweiler under its arm, yeah. And the owner coming over and punching the kangaroo in the face, yeah. Classic. So everything in Australia is trying to kill you, including the government, yeah.
Well, I believe that. Wow. Yeah, the outback is a dangerous place.
Yeah, it is a dangerous place. I mean, I'm a prospector, and you know, I've been in the bush most of my life. You know, prospecting and drilling and mining and underground and open pits and running my drill rigs, building drill rigs. You know, doing seismic programs, all the rest of it. But you know, the thing is, I've seen, you know, it's a full-time job staying alive in the outback. But you know, I suppose you have your bears and everything else. You have your rattlesnakes. So, but it does seem like, you know, I think it was a great advertisement to keep the immigrants from flooding in. Just to advertise all the things that are like from venomous snakes to you know, funnel web spiders red back spiders to sharks, sea snakes.
Right.
Everything's conspiracy to kill you. If you're
And God forbid some drug dealer drops some cocaine somewhere, some bear gets a hold of it.
Well, I think Crocodile Dundee was a great movie. Yeah.
Oh, I love that movie.
Kangaroos fighting back, shooting back. Yeah. So, but anyway, it's all good fun. So anyway, wow, that's long. It's 10:30. I need to get some sleep. I've got to work today.
Yeah, we've been talking for like 6.5 hours.
Oh, I haven't. My record was 7.5 hours at the Cosmic Summit.
Ah, damn. We got to break that.
Or die in the attempt, and it's probably a viable option.
Well, when you're having fun, time flies,
We've been on that long. They've got time to have, called up their team, So maybe I'll just wait till, we have the full circle. The team busts through the door here.
Hey, that would be fun. I would be down for that. We had a lot of fun on this this podcast tonight. I'm not gonna lie. This time went by real fast. I'm like in the blink of an eye, we were just having
Well, I think
so
this
much.
goes to anointed and appointed times. There's a point in history where someone has to tell the truth.
Yeah, and it's, I don't know. It's kind of exciting when you finally actually hear the truth, and you're searching for it for so long. Like I have been, and hearing you speak so much truth, making so many connections for me. It's kind of a blessing to have you here, and an honor, really, because I don't get that opportunity often to have somebody here and sit down and shoot the shit with me and explain these things.
Are you still here? Tell you pray this, we'll close the studio in a couple of minutes.
Oh,
you said,
yeah.
It's counting down now, so we're on the death knell here. So we passed 144, so now we're down to 140. Yeah. But anyway, that's all good because we do need some sleep, and we got enough trouble in this interview. I don't think we need any more.
That's right.
It'll all be in the next book, so you can read it. But the point is, knowledge is power, and truth is powerful. Yeah,
absolutely.
So, and now's the time to tell the truth and call on the 144,000 that can tell the truth, that are still in a position to know the truth, because there will be a time in history where people won't even know what the truth is.
Yeah, it's going to be lost real soon, and people aren't going to have any connection to the past at all.
Yeah, if we lose the inch and the mile and the furlong and the cubit, then we won't have any connection to the real secret of the universe, which is the metric under which the whole system works. If we change the measurement system, you've lost the actual mechanism of tapping the 0 point and empowering society.
I think that's the biggest key takeaway for our viewers here is, like that information cannot be lost. It's sacred, it's divine, and it has to be protected and revered.
Amen to that. And it's also, I really appreciate the platform you've given us here just to shoot the breeze.